Luo Feng stood in the void space with furrowed brows, deep in thought. Unexpectedly, it still managed to escape. Luo Feng wore a heavy expression. And its power was much stronger than what nine-headed demon master and blood orchid ancestor told me previously. Seems like, over these past dozen years, it has become much stronger. The worst prediction, speculated earlier on, has now become reality. By devouring the origins of various miniature universes, it is growing and becoming stronger. Luo Feng felt the pressure. This sector beast only needed to devour the origins of miniature universes to become stronger. If this situation was allowed to go on, the longer the delay, the scarier this sector beast would become. In regards to this battle, Luo Feng hadn't been fully confident of winning right from the very start. After all, his golden-horned beast body was the one fighting the sector beast, while only equipped with a few common machine-type treasures. His most precious treasures like Shiwu Wings, Wuqi God, and Star Tower were all with his remote ocean body and his Masha body. Even the combination of Universe Chain and Snowy World wasn't enough to trap it. My Divine Eye secret technique was also unable to weaken its power. However, it finally showed its true self when it was unable to find an escape route. That was before it dashed out of Chain Universe. Luo Feng nodded silently. From this, he could deduce that the sector beast had been forced into a corner previously when it had engaged in battle with nine-headed demon master. Even when it needed to escape, it hadn't shown its true self. Any move that required it to reveal its true self in order to execute it must have been an ultimate move. However, Luo Feng was unsure of whether this was the ultimate move of the sector beast or if there were others he did not know of. After all, he had been unable to apprehend it, and it had managed to get away unscathed. There might have been some escape tactics that had not been executed. According to the derivation, once the sector beast surpassed its gestation period and entered its growth period, a threshold within its body would be crossed. Its main purpose was to breed a large number of powerful warriors for battling purposes. Its role was to breed warriors to carry out destruction, similar to how the primal universe bred billions and trillions of living souls. Thus, sector beasts certainly had many survival-focused talents. Will it pull any other strange moves? Luo Feng was worried. After pondering for a long time, Luo Feng shook his head. No matter what, this time around, I managed to force it to reveal its true self, which might mean it is nearing its ultimate limit, and my golden-horned beast body's combat power is not enough. When remote ocean body and Masha body arrive with the various treasures they carry with them, they will be able to display much stronger combat power. Just with Wuqi God and Blood Ghost Blade, my combat power soars up 2 levels right away. The other team is really much stronger than Golden Horned Beast Body alone. Absolute dominance. This time, I was able to force it nearer to its ultimate limit. Even if it does have some other weird tactics, the moment my other team makes a move, the various methods it executes progressively should allow me to suppress its weird tactics. I have 90% confidence of being able to apprehend it. Taking one look at the vessel beside him, he flew in right away, while the chain trailing behind him also followed suit. Hua! Immediately, the vessel tore through space and sped away. In another area amidst the void space, sector beast, Morosa, was on the run. It was escaping with a troubled mind. A universe master had unexpectedly executed a stronger willpower attack than it could. One of the types of moves sector beast was highly skilled in was the category of soul attacks. Previously, when the 9 true gods, including Firefly true master, had laid siege to it, with a single soundless scream. Everyone, even nine-headed demon master, had been affected in regards of willpower. Sector Beast Morosa had been born with the skill to execute soul attacks, and it was certainly much stronger than nine-headed demon master. When it came to the execution of such attacks, it had already attained the level of an eternal true god. But in regards to willpower, Luo Feng was on par with it. Its ability to execute soul attacks, however, was purely a gift of its innate talent. Luo Feng, on the other hand, had undergone the cultivation of one of the strongest secret techniques of the world of Jin, Divine Eye secret technique, which enabled him to get his willpower, which was at the level of an eternal true god, to unleash extremely strong power. This was the role of a secret technique. All these secret techniques could enable powers of similar levels to unleash extremely strong power. Like the secret technique of blazing godly power, like the secret technique of willpower. Also, for those who could create profound secret techniques, they were definitely beings from the ancient civilization who stood at the peak of their times, like the 3 generations of ancestors and the godly king of Jin. That Sector Beast might have been talented, but its talent was not as sensational as the Divine Eye secret technique, which Luo Feng had successfully cultivated to 6 scrolls. What strong willpower, what a massive godly body, already able to force me to show my true body. Sector Beast Morosa's eyes flashed with killing intent. That human Luo Feng is definitely the most powerful human I've ever met. He was even more powerful than that 9-headed demon master. However, even though he might be more powerful than me, he is unable to handle me. I was still able to escape from his clutches. If I have no reason to fear this Milky Way horde leader, who should I fear? Sector Beast Morosa gave a hideous laugh. It might have feared Luo Feng, but Luo Feng was unable to do anything to it. Just one battle with this Milky Way horde leader, and I incurred such a loss. Thought Sector Beast Morosa. Next time I see him, I should escape immediately. Within such a short period of time, even if my powers can get any stronger, I will still be at the same level as him. Forget being on par. Even if I am a little more powerful than he is, he will still be able to escape from me. So fighting him would be a total waste of energy, not worth it. This time, the amount of power I used up through one battle with him was equivalent to the amount of power I can gain from devouring 2 origins of miniature universes. Sector Beast Morosa muttered to himself. If I ever meet him, I should quickly move away. Not only him, but the other powerful 8 figures of the universe ocean. He thought whenever I encounter them, I should steer clear. Even if I come face to face with them, I will give way. For now, I shall do my best to devour as many origins of miniature universes as possible to increase my power as quickly as I can. Haha, no matter what, at least when it comes to this Universe Ocean number 1 master, I will be able to face him without fear. So, with a direct teleportation, Sector Beast Morosa disappeared amidst the chaotic airflow of the void space. This battle had chased away the last trace of worry in Sector Beast Morosa's mind. Although it dreaded having to face Luo Feng, it no longer feared him. It was already convinced that within Universe Ocean, no one was able to kill it. Virtual universe, in a particular plane of space that solely belonged to Luo Feng. In the public square before the palace that was suspended in the starry sky, a group of true gods had gathered. At first glance, there were more than 50 of them. Apparently, other than the human true gods, those who had turned up included the true gods from the ancestral god school, the Space Beast Alliance, and the various races of the Hong Alliance. Everyone maintained silence. Before them all, Luo Feng sat cross-legged with eyes shut, unmoving. Not a single true god dared to disturb him, because they all knew that at that very moment, Luo Feng was engaged in a battle with that sector beast and was giving it his all naturally. They did not want to distract him. This battle with the sector beast concerned the survival of countless races within the entire universe ocean. Will Milky Way be able to kill that sector beast? He is sure to succeed. Milky Way Horde leader is the universe ocean #1 master. They were all transmitting messages to one another since that first message, transmitted by Sea Badger True Master, had informed them all that Milky Way Horde leader was already at its miniature universe and was fighting the sector beast. The tension had built up across the entire universe ocean. As for the numerous true gods within the primal universe, the majority had rushed over via the virtual universe, including Divine Eye True God and Skeleton Master. They were all using their transmission tokens, waiting to learn the outcome. Who? Sitting cross-legged before the crowd, the white-robed figure of Luo Feng opened his eyes and gently exhaled. Instantly, the large group of true gods looked toward Luo Feng expectantly. Standing at the forefront of the crowd was Primal Chaos City leader. How was it Primal Chaos City leader was quick to ask. The numerous true gods in the surroundings, including the old beast god, were all holding their breath as they waited expectantly. Gently, Luo Feng shook his head. It managed to escape. Escaped. What the sector beast has escaped. Even Milky Way Horde leader was unable to kill the sector beast. Then who else can be able to kill sector beast? At merely a single sentence reply from Luo Feng, and various true gods present instantly collapsed. They were all on edge. If the sector beast did not die now, then in the future, it would be their turn to die. All their races would be wiped out. Everyone. Luo Feng looked up. His eyes swept through the crowd as he spoke. Amidst the anxiety and chaos, the numerous true gods quietened down. They did their best to hold back their anxiety and frustrations to hear Luo Feng out. Previously, Nine-Headed Demon Master and others fought the sector beast in a battle. Luo Feng remained seated in his spot as he looked at the numerous true gods before him. This time around, it was my turn to fight the sector beast in a battle. I have discovered some information about this sector beast. Immediately, every single true god present was all ears, listening intently. On top of the various information we discovered previously, Luo Feng said, we can first confirm one point. The sector beast relies on devouring the origins of miniature universes to increase its power. Currently, its power is comparable to Nine-Headed Demon Master and company. Obviously, it is much stronger than before. Even stronger. It has become stronger. The numerous true gods felt their hearts sink. This was a disastrous piece of news. This proved that the sector beast would continue to become more powerful as it fed on more origins of miniature universes, and such an increase would happen at an extremely fast rate. Luo Feng continued. The second piece of bad news. Previously, when the sector beast was fighting Nine-Headed Demon Master and company, its golden giant form was merely a disguise. While I was fighting it, I forced it to reveal its true form. The look of its actual self should be something like this. Luo Feng pointed in midair. Beside him immediately, an image took form showing the appearance of the ugly sector beast body, all black in color. Upon showing its actual body, its two eyes, one on each of its two heads, emitted red light. Luo Feng said these two beams of red light were extremely powerful. This power can be estimated to surpass the normal combat power it usually displays when fighting by around 2 notches. This was the move that it deployed to escape from me. These are the 2 main points. The good news is, since we have forced it to show its original form, I suppose it must have reached its ultimate limit. Still, the numerous true gods felt heavy-hearted as they listened on God. This was truly a nightmare. Through his transmission token, Luo Feng was also transmitting the news over to Divine Eye True Master, Skeleton Master, Juhi Master, Beiqi Star Master, and many other great beings. Clearly, all of them felt anxious and unsettled upon hearing his report. This was because both were disastrous pieces of information. One meant that the sector beast could grow rapidly. The other specified that whenever the sector beast took the form of its original body, it would emit red light, and then its combat power would increase by 2 notches. However, there is no cause for worry, everyone, Luo Feng said. I can sense that we have our godly power, and sector beast has its strength. Its strength is not inexhaustible. It was in a battle of strength with me. As we used up more and more of our powers, it finally felt the pinch of exhausting its powers in this manner, so it fled. I even sensed that, towards the end, it was slightly weakened. From this point alone, we can deduce that with a great number of true gods combining their efforts, or with those who possess a great deal of godly power, such as 9 remoteness true master, we will be able to deal with it just by using up our godly power alone. Also, I have several other bodies. The battle with the sector beast this time was fought by just one of my other bodies, which had not even brought along enough strong treasures, meaning to say, I have not even revealed my strongest power. Luo Feng looked at all the true gods from different races in Universe Ocean. He could tell that they were worried, unsettled, and anxious. He couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't do anything about it. He could tell the weaknesses of sector beasts, and he could say that he hadn't shown his maximum power yet. However, the true gods were still unsettled. Luo Feng understood that those true gods weren't scared for their own lives. Anyone who became a true god wasn't scared of death. However, they still wanted to protect those they cared about. Now, sector beasts were trying to destroy everything. Everyone would naturally panic. Luo Feng shook his head, then stood up and said, everyone, I, Luo Feng, will do my best to kill that sector beast. Then, he turned around and entered his palace. Those true gods were all worried, but upon seeing Luo Feng enter the palace, they left as well. Luo Feng had a great reputation, as he was the strongest great being in Universe Ocean. However, the fight between him and the sector beast also spoke volumes. It was only one sector beast that had come out of the nest, yet Luo Feng failed to kill it. When that news was spread, all the races in Universe Ocean would be anxious. Fortunately, Luo Feng had several bodies, and he hadn't even used all his power. Milky Way Horde Leader is only a universe master when he becomes a true god. His power will surge again, and he can totally kill that sector beast. It's only one sector beast, but it's already so powerful. There is a large group of sector beasts in that nest. How are we supposed to fight against them? No wonder, the original mind pointed out that Milky Way Horde Leader is the strongest great being in Universe Ocean. Perhaps the only chance for us to survive is Milky Way Horde Leader. Other than Milky Way Horde Leader, we true gods need to cooperate to fight that sector beast. While Universe Ocean was in chaos, in Milky Way holy land of the human territory in the original universe, the endless remote ocean was tumbling. Hua hua hua. After over 1 trillion eras, the remote ocean had expanded to a diameter of 12 light years. When it had reached this limit, no matter how much power Luo Feng swallowed from the original universe, he wasn't able to expand his remote ocean further. Of course, if he consumed his godly power, he could still expand it. For what it was worth, the volume of the remote ocean had already reached its limit. A being stood above the endless remote ocean, a white-caped being looking into the vast space in the distance. Earth. Luo Feng looked at the space in the distance. Through his control over space and time, scenes kept being transferred to his sight through space and time, until he could see the polar system near Milky Way holy land. He also saw the blue planet that was his birthplace, Earth. Luo Feng was able to see everything happening on Earth. Children were growing. Teenagers were practicing hard in dojos. Travelers were admiring the dead heroes from the swallowing beast battle in front of their sculptures. His eyes took in all these scenes. "Are you looking at your hometown?" said an ancient voice. Luo Feng took back his sight, and everything became space again. He looked to the side and saw sitting mountain guest with 2 antennae on his head. Teacher Luo Feng lowered his head for a second to show respect. "Why are you looking at your hometown?" Sitting mountain guest chuckled and smiled. The teacher and the disciple stood on top of the endless remote ocean, conversing. "I'm anxious," said Luo Feng. "That is why I am looking at my hometown. Watching the people there, I feel like if I were back home, then I could be calm." "Anxious? You get anxious?" Sitting mountain guest smiled. "This third disciple of mine is always tranquil, peaceful, and persistent, and you see, through everything delusional, it's not easy to make you anxious." Luo Feng said, "If it affects those whom I protect, I'll be anxious." Sector beasts are a catastrophe for the entire universe ocean. If we can't get through this, all the races will die out. My home planet and my people will all die, from the great beings to the ordinary people, but I'm not confident that I can defeat them, so I'm anxious." "Not confident?" Sitting mountain guest was shocked. "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. "I fought a sector beast, although I forced it to reveal its true body. I reckon that it still has some techniques it hasn't shown. I'm somewhat confident, but I can't say for sure. Besides, that was only one sector beast out of the entire nest. Thinking about that makes me more worried." Sitting mountain guest nodded. He could understand Luo Feng's feelings. "You don't need to worry." Sitting mountain guest shook his head. "The mind of the original universe tried to guide you several times, and it tells you to deal with sector beasts through the 3 ancestral gods. Apparently, it places its hopes in you, and that's why it did that. As for the current sector beast problem, other true gods can't change a thing. You're the only living chance for the original universe." Luo Feng was stunned. Sector beasts are not easy to deal with. Sitting mountain guest shook his head. "The original universe represents life and reproduction in universe ocean. As for sector beasts, they represent destruction. They are opposites. The sector beasts are at the same level as the original universe, so it's not that easy to kill them. Usually, in each era, sector beasts are able to roam the entire universe ocean and destroy all the races. The original universe would be completely destroyed and become an origin only after the sector beasts leave. Will the original universe origin become an original universe again? However, this time, you're here for the sector beast's arrival. There's no need for you to deny it, although I tried to guide you, and you indeed are Lucky, you have great potential on your own no matter what kind of inheritance it is. It's very demanding when it comes to selection. Without that sort of inborn potential, you can't get an inheritance in the first place. You have great potential, and you're lucky, so you became very powerful this time. The original universe has an opportunity to live because of you. Luo Feng was dazed. That was right, the inheritance from Duandong and the inheritance from the world of Jin, neither had been easy to obtain. With luck, a great being was born. Sitting Mountain Guest chuckled and smiled. And now, when the true gods in Universe Ocean cooperate, they can deal with one or two sector beasts. However, after a while, the sector beasts will keep eating each other, and there would be fewer and fewer of them. Those that survive will be much stronger, and when that moment comes, the true gods won't be able to resist them. That will be the beginning of a real apocalypse. Although I can. Sitting Mountain Guest paused for a bit, then said, but I can't resist the sector beasts either. You're the only chance the original universe has of course, you're not strong enough to defeat sector beasts now. He shook his head. When you become a true god, you will be the greatest true god ever born. In the original universe, only after you become a true god will you stand a chance of defeating sector beasts. Of course, although I have said you're the only chance, it doesn't mean you can definitely succeed if you fail. All the races in Universe Ocean, not to mention the original universe, including the Earthlings, all of them will be annihilated, and none of them will live. Luo Feng nodded mildly. He understood. Even though he could tell that teacher Sitting Mountain Guest was being mysterious, any time Sitting Mountain Guest talked to him, Luo Feng could sense that he was constantly being admonished by the mind of the original universe. Luo Feng could infer that Sitting Mountain Guest didn't have a good relationship with the original mind. If Sitting Mountain Guest could have actually saved Universe Ocean, the original universe would have asked him for help already. I'll try my best, said Luo Feng. Of course, there's no need for you to be worried, said Sitting Mountain Guest. This is only one sector beast, and there's still a long time before the final sector beast king is born. The power of the sector beasts is far from the pinnacle level. The sector beast that came out this time isn't the most powerful one in the nest. If it was, it wouldn't have left the nest. Your power is enough to deal with the sector beasts at the current level. Luo Feng nodded. For what it's worth, I'll try my best to kill that sector beast, and I'll succeed next time. Sector beast Morosa became more cautious after his fight against Luo Feng. It kept eating the origins of miniature universes time and time again, but every time a powerful true god approached it, it would immediately run away. Divine Eye Master and the others also encountered the sector beast. They used Space Seal against it, but each time that sector beast would try its best to run away, and they couldn't stop it. 3 years after sector beast Morosa fought Luo Feng, 9 Remoteness Master fought the sector beast. The fight attracted the attention of the entire Universe Ocean, and Luo Feng was excited as well. 9 Remoteness Master was a lot like Luo Feng. Both were from the original universe, although they were in different areas of Universe Ocean this time. When the sector beast was swallowing the origin, it happened to be close to 9 Remoteness Master. 9 Remoteness Master was different from other great beings, as he feared from the start that the sector beast would disintegrate and run away. 9 Remoteness Master sealed the space first, and then his body became an endless ocean, an ocean with a diameter of over a light year. It was godly power that was endless. It immediately immersed the sector beast who became anxious. It had learned from its slaves that 9 remoteness master had the most godly power in universe ocean. He could literally consume all the power of sector beasts and only lose a small part of his godly power. Sector beast Morosa immediately broke its body in 2 parts, yes, 2 instead of 99. They flew in different directions so fast that they still surpassed the speed limit of universe ocean, even being blocked by the godly power ocean. With that terrific speed, they flew out of the endless ocean in less than half a day. 9 remoteness master was indeed fast, but he could only move slowly. After turning into an ocean, he could certainly turn back into a humanoid shape and show up anywhere in the ocean, but the sector beast had divided in 2, flying in different directions, so 9 remoteness true master didn't know which one to chase. Thus, the sector beast ran away. However, even though it ran away, its strength was still greatly consumed by the godly power ocean. The sector beast made it out, but it was severely damaged by the time it got out. It was quite scared. 9 remoteness master was more frightening than Luo Feng. He could literally consume him to death. On the square in front of the Ancestral God Palace in the Ancestral God Secret region, 2 beings walked side by side. Last time, Milky Way Horde leader failed, but 9 remoteness true master failed as well, whispered the youngest Ancestral God, garbed in red armor. I know it's difficult to kill the sector beasts, but I didn't expect even a sector beast from the nest to be so. Walking beside him was a female surrounded by a coat of pink flowers. She was the newest true god of Ancestral God School, Froth Flower True God. Froth Flower True God said, that was only a temporary failure. Milky Way Horde leader said that he only used one of his bodies while he was fighting the sector beast last time. He also didn't bring any impressive valuables, so he didn't use all his power. If Milky Way Horde leader had used all his power, he would have killed that sector beast. Yes, Milky Way separated his bodies into 2 different teams, said the young Ancestral God. One of them was in a spaceship, and the other one is in Star Tower. The team in Star Tower is the most powerful. That's right, said Froth Flower True God. He forced that sector beast to reveal its true body. The stronger team must be able to kill that sector beast. The young Ancestral God couldn't help but turn his head to look at Froth Flower True God. What happened? Froth Flower True God asked. You're not like before. Under the pressure of sector beasts, Mo Hua was so tranquil, and I've never seen you so eager and anxious. Froth Flower True God was stunned. She then sighed and said, I'll go first. And she took a step and disappeared. There were many universe portals inside the Ancestral God Secret region, and one led to a miniature universe in Universe Ocean. It was the miniature universe of Froth Flower True God. Ha ha ha. Come. You're not my match. At the center of the miniature universe of Froth Flower True God was an area where the view was breathtaking. There were many creatures living there, yet the creatures were only things that had been gathered by the Froth Flower spirit race. Sister. Sister. When Froth Flower True God appeared in the canyon, all the beautiful creatures from the Froth Flower spirit race flew toward her. The Froth Flower spirit race was a race made up of special life forms in the original universe. There were 999 creatures from Froth Flower spirit race born in the original universe. In total, 82 of them had died, but the others were still alive. They all looked identical, and they were very close to each other, like family members. They were energy life forms, but they also had the characteristics of plants. They harbored a natural love for peace. What is this, a body, froth flower? True God gazed at a body lying in the distance. A beautiful girl of froth flower spirit race squatting before her. Yes. Sister, you obtained many life forms from the original universe, and there. Breeding here, they have formed different kingdoms and races, and they fight each other. I disguised myself and went to the battlefield. I met a young man named Wu, and he was very young, only 12 years old. I really like him. I left the battlefield and went somewhere else, but by the time I got back, he was already killed. Froth flower, true God felt sad he had been killed if they couldn't survive this catastrophe. The sisters who had lived with her for 1 trillion eras might all die. Milky Way Horde leader, you must kill that sector beast. Froth flower, true God was expectant. Universe ocean, in the space outside universe boat, in one of the 3 lands of extremis. Because of the world of Gene, there were few who were still in the 3 lands of extremis. In this space, sitting mountain guest stood, staring at universe boat in the distance. Universe boat sitting mountain guest said Duandong River was almost destroyed by sector beasts, but my disciple inherited it. I sank to this level because of sector beasts. Sitting mountain guest looked up. There was an invisible force up there, exerting pressure on him. Other true gods might not have been able to sense it, but sitting mountain guest could. You don't need to concentrate on me all the time, whispered sitting mountain guest. I know the rules, so I won't go against them. You can't do anything about me. The force was still there, which made sitting mountain guest shake his head and smile. You're afraid of the sector beast, right? He raised his head and said, I know you're scared of it. Do you really think sector beasts will only swallow part of your origin? Not necessarily. It might be able to annihilate your mind, and when the original universe is transformed and reborn, there might be a new original mind. You'll be totally annihilated, right? The force was still up there. It didn't disappear, but it didn't strengthen. No matter what sitting mountain guest said, it remained steady. Haha, you're looking forward to my disciple, said sitting mountain guest. You need to thank me. You let out both the inheritance from Duandong River and the world of Gene. You want to cultivate a peerless genius in the original universe to find a chance to survive. Luo Feng's success is my success and yours. Still, nothing changed up there. No matter what sitting mountain guest said, it didn't react at all. Sitting mountain guest shook his head and whispered, sector beasts, they represent destruction. Because of them, countless powers have been annihilated, and countless inheritances destroyed. Everyone depends on my disciple now. If he can kill the sector beasts, we'll enter a whole new era, but if sector beasts prevail, everything will be in vain. All the races in Universe Ocean were expectant. They all thought that Luo Feng was their only hope after all. Other than that particular sector beast, there existed the terrifying sector beast nest, and nobody knew how many sector beasts were in the nest. In the 4th year after Luo Feng fought the sector beast, rampaging devil god sent an anxious message to Milky Way Horde leader, Divine Eye True Master, 9-headed Devil Master, and the others. Everyone, the sector beast showed up in front of my miniature universe, and if it keeps eating my origin, the origin of my miniature universe will be finished soon. Luo Feng sent a message, rampaging devil god, I've arrived. Rampaging Devil Master was exhilarated. He hadn't expected Milky Way Horde leader to be right beside his miniature universe ever since Luo Feng had voiced his suspicions of a spy in Universe Ocean. Nobody knew Luo Feng's whereabouts. Which team is it? Milky Way Horde leader Rampaging Devil God couldn't help asking. Of course, Rampaging Devil God knew he could escape the disaster no matter which team it was. However, Luo Feng had told everyone before that he had two teams, one of which was stronger while the other was weaker. The spaceship, answered Luo Feng. Sector Beast Morosa stood in the space, and there was black mist permeating. Traces of tortuous light extended toward the space in the distance, swallowing the origin of that miniature universe. I was injured by Milky Way Horde leader, and I lost a great amount of my power after the fight against 9 Remoteness True Master. I was severely weakened. I've been eating origins for years, and my power has finally recovered. Sector Beast Morosa was furious, but it also wanted to get back to the nest, kill the other Sector Beasts, and become the ultimate king. If he kept being weakened, it would take it forever. When I become stronger, I'll definitely kill them both, Sector Beast Morosa thought. Hua. The space suddenly froze. No, Sector Beast Morosa was shocked. It sensed its surroundings, and a silver spaceship in the distance showed up, its Milky Way Horde leader. Again Sector Beast Morosa was furious. It raised its head and yelled, "Hell!" All of a sudden, a multitude of engravings appeared on its entire body. Its body immediately cracked, turning into 99 bodies that tried to flee in different directions. Universe Chain Snowy World. The snow began falling, immediately suppressing the speed of all those 99 bodies at the same time. The giant chain was floating in the sky, and many thin, long chains extended in different directions like an opening umbrella, forming a chain universe. Damn Milky Way Horde leader Sector Beast Morosa yelled furiously. Last time, when it was trapped, it had consumed lots of power to get out. After that, he had eaten some miniature universes to become stronger, but his power had then been greatly consumed by 9 Remoteness Master. Now, it had almost recovered, only to encounter Luo Feng again. It was a nightmare. Even though this golden horned beast of mine can't kill you, it will weaken your power, Luo Feng thought. This was the strategy of Universe Ocean, Blood Mountain True God, Blood Orchid Ancestor, and other true gods who had great godly power. All led true gods. Many from the original universe also went out, and each true god in those teams had a great amount of godly power, like plant life form true gods and mountain true gods. Many had godly bodies 100 million kilometers tall, and some of them were 10 billion kilometers tall. After the Sector Beasts battles against Luo Feng and 9 Remoteness, everyone realized that consuming godly power was an efficient way to deal with the Sector Beast. Universe Ocean had reorganized their tactics and started to mutually consume godly power. Other true gods couldn't trap the Sector Beast, so the Sector Beast got away again and again, but it greatly slowed down its consumption of the origins of miniature universes. Damn it, the Sector Beast flew through space, looking into the distance. It could see the contours of a miniature universe they're all trying to consume my godly power. Fortunately, only Luo Feng and 9 Remoteness can greatly consume my strength. As for the others, they can only slightly affect me. That Luo Feng will change directions if he meets me. Last time, he met me right outside the miniature universe of Rampaging Devil God. He must have left, but now, after 3 years, he's back. I'll start to eat. The Sector Beast clenched his teeth. Rampaging Devil God could sense that his miniature universe was being swallowed. It had only been 3 years, but the Sector Beast was back again. There were 20 to 30 lone true gods in Universe Ocean. Why was he fated to suffer yet again? Everyone, the sector beast is outside my miniature universe. Rampaging devil God could only send a message to the outside. Rampaging devil God, I've arrived, tell me its coordinates. A Milky Way horde leader. Rampaging devil master was happy. Okay. A 9-story tower was floating out there. Inside it were Hong, Fire Dome, and Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Finally, the team of Star Tower meets the Sector Beast. The moment Luo Feng fought Sector Beast, he would change location without fail. That golden horned beast body boarded his vessel and left right away. The team on board Star Tower also followed suit in changing location. Furthermore, there were so many miniature universes within the universe ocean. Where to go exactly at that time? Luo Feng instinctively made a move of intention, and Star Tower made its way right over to Rampaging Devil God's miniature universe. My Star Tower team is much stronger. Golden horned beast, that is where my strongest combat power lies. Luo Feng's fighting spirit was ablaze. Twice I fought it, and twice it escaped. This time around, I will make sure it cannot escape. This confidence was not unfounded, but based on absolute power. So, Star Tower immediately teleported and headed to the coordinates provided by Rampaging Devil God. Sector Beast Morosa stood in the void space where the surroundings were filled with black fog. Streams of distorted light rays extended right into the void space and continued to devour the origin of the miniature universe. It was maintaining vigilance by keeping close tabs on its surroundings. I hope Milky Way horde leader and 9 remoteness true master do not appear here. Sector Beast Morosa prayed fervently. I need to become more powerful. Much more powerful. Many true god teams were now appearing in Universe Ocean, and all these teams were led by true gods with super great godly powers. While Sector Beast Morosa was helpless against them, it did not fear them, it only feared Luo Feng and 9 remoteness. Merely a short moment later, the space around him suddenly froze. Sector Beast Morosa was shocked. Sector Beast Morosa immediately looked off into the distance. A 9-story tower had appeared out of nowhere. When he saw the tower, he let his guard down. Luckily, it was not the vessel. 9 remoteness true master and Milky Way horde leader traveled about in, but it only took a short moment for Sector Beast Morosa to display a drastic change in expression. No, it said when it was finally capable of reacting. This was Milky Way horde leader's supreme true treasure, which was highly reputed throughout Universe Ocean. Star Tower, how could it be you? Sector Beast Morosa roared in fury. One of the doors at the base level of Star Tower opened. Luo Feng, in a suit of black armor, walked out with a blade slung across his back, a tail that was swaying behind him. You're right, it's me again, Luo Feng said. You Sector Beast Morosa looked at Luo Feng. It was fuming. It knew the capabilities of this Milky Way horde leader before it, even if it tried to escape, Milky Way horde leader would be able to trap it right away. Then it would be forced to use up a large amount of energy to execute its ultimate technique before it could escape. Sector Beast Morosa yelled, Milky Way horde leader, don't push it yourself. No, there is no way you can catch me. Don't press your luck. If I really get angry, I will make sure you regret it this time. Regret it. Luo Feng stood in the void space. Everything was within his control at that moment. If he could get some information from Sector Beast Morosa, then it was obvious that Luo Feng would be most willing to listen. How are you going to make me regret it? Luo Feng pressed, purposely. Challenging the sector beast, with a tinge of sarcasm. You alone, you are not my match. My human race is a race of the primal universe. We have many true gods that can arrive at any of our race's miniature universes at any time. You stand no chance at all. Sector beast, Morosa, said in a low voice, true alone, I stand no chance. But what if I were to lead a group of sector beasts over here? Luo Feng trembled at the thought of it. A group of sector beasts, oh, God. A single sector beast was enough to create chaos in the entire universe ocean. If an entire group showed up, that would be a nightmare. The true gods could also form numerous teams, but if the sector beasts were to follow suit, how would the true gods fight them off? You had better not take my words lightly, Sector Beast Morosa said in a low voice. I do have such an ability. This was the truth. The sector beast was the noblest life form born in universe ocean. After 1 billion sector beasts were born, these billion were destined to devour one another until only one remained alive. The surviving sector beast would be the final king, and also the final one who truly qualified to represent destruction. The final sector beast, who was lucky enough to survive, would then qualify to be placed on the same scale as the primal universe. Because it was fated that there could only be one survivor, these sector beasts were all born with the ability to detect one another's presence. Sector Beast Morosa was no exception. After it managed to escape the best, it could sense where the other sector beasts were, so even if it were to get lost within universe ocean, it could rely on its senses to return home. Not only were they able to sense one another, but they were also telepathic and could communicate with one another's souls, and because of this, even if a sector beast intended to avoid fighting, there was no way it could get its way. Within the land of darkness, there were other sector beasts who had detected Sector Beast Morosa's escape, but none of them were concerned. They just had to wait a while longer to devour Morosa. They don't know how delicious the origins of miniature universes are, or how devouring them can help to increase power. If they knew, they would definitely come charging out. Sector Beast Morosa mumbled to itself. However, this is such a precious opportunity, so there is no way I can give it up to them. These origins of miniature universes are all mine. Sector Beast Morosa was unwilling to share its secret. If it were to tell the others, then it would no longer be able to have everything to itself. However, if it was forced into such a dire situation by Luo Feng and 9 remoteness, where not only was it unable to increase its power, but its power might be weakened instead, then it would, in a fit of anger, tell the numerous sector beasts within their nest in the land of darkness everything it knew. Even if the majority of sector beasts were unwilling to leave their nest, it was an innate characteristic of the sector beasts to not usually be keen to leave their nest. Morosa's guess was that there would still be a few who were having a tough time within the nest and would be willing to leave. Luo Feng made a mental note. Then, with a sneer, he said, oh, how do you intend to lead those sector beasts also within your sector beast's nest? How many sector beasts are there in all? If the number is small, I won't be daunted. Ha ha ha. If you want to know more information, then you should go look into it for yourself. Go to the nest of the sector beasts. You should not behave like the two cowards previously, who only stayed around the borders. They were so afraid that they fled. Venture deep into our nest of sector beasts if you have the guts. As Sector Beast Morosa spoke, Hong, who was within Star Tower, frowned with closely knitted brows. Cowards of the two who had entered the nest, one of them was him, Hong. Since you have nothing else to say, let's battle. Luo Feng wanted to make a move right away. Stop, said Sector Beast Morosa, its expression changing every single time. They fought. It required a long time to restore its power. It was reluctant to fight Luo Feng any further, but the initiative rested in Luo Feng's hands. Even if it were to divide bodies to make an escape now, Luo Feng would be able to apprehend him, so he responded right away, Milky Way Horde leader, let's make a deal. A deal? Luo Feng raised a brow. Yes, Sector Beast, Morosa replied immediately. I can swear an oath that I will absolutely not lay a finger on your human race, and I will not devour the origins of your miniature universes, but you cannot put me in a difficult spot either. How about it? Luo Feng snorted. An oath? Of what use is an oath? I can issue an oath under the law, with the laws of Universe Ocean as witness, whereof I hereby issue my oath. By the time the law has been passed down, you will also be able to clearly detect it, and then you will come to understand that there is no way I can break an oath. After all, I am also a living soul that was bred from within the Universe Ocean. I trust you are aware that Jin Jia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God are both on the Sector Beast's side. Sector Beast Morosa had long been aware of the fact that the various races of Universe Ocean had discovered the true identities of those two underlings. The various races of Universe Ocean had shunned Jin Jia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God for quite some time. Luo Feng nodded. Why did they trust that we, the Sector Beasts, would not kill them? This was all because of oaths under the law, Sector Beast said. An oath coming from a single Sector Beast like yourself, how can it possibly represent all the Sector Beasts? Luo Feng shook his head in disbelief. Of course it cannot, for those who decided to seek refuge with the Sector Beasts, other than oaths, there are other ways. In short, the Sector Beasts would absolutely not attack them again. Sector Beast Morosa looked at Luo Feng. If Milky Way Horde leader is willing to come over to us, I can allow you to possess a different kind of power, and in regards to all your Sector Beast crisis, so long as you submit yourself to us, you will be a part of us and will not be affected at all. Luo Feng knew what the Sector Beast was referring to. This so-called different kind of power was the power that Great Thunder Star Master had previously used. It was the power the Sector Beasts possessed. However, Luo Feng was aware of the fact that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Even legends of the ancient civilization had records of numerous powerful nations that had been destroyed but had never sought refuge with the Sector Beasts. From this alone, he could deduce that seeking refuge with the Sector Beasts might lead to another situation. He might even become a slave with no power of resistance at all. Stop your nonsense, Luo Feng ordered coldly. It's also alright if you do not want to come over, Sector Beast Morosa continued to say. How about me not being an enemy of your human race? Wouldn't that be good? Even if we can hide from you, we cannot avoid the other Sector Beasts from your Sector Beast nest. Luo Feng continued in his cold tone. Are you able to get all the other Sector Beasts to swear upon the same oath, to never make any advances on my human race? Sector Beast Morosa was taken aback. How was that possible? Like the powerful Betty, who could get much more powerful by devouring other Sector Beasts. How was it possible to let the entire human race off the hook? In that case, be prepared to meet your doom, Luo Feng shouted. But Luo Feng did not react immediately. He wanted to see if there was any other way to force this Sector Beast Morosa into giving him more important information. Loathsome Milky Way, Horde Leader, you are always forcing me into corners. I will absolutely not spare you, absolutely not. Sector Beast Morosa finally let go of all restraints and went wild at no longer had the patience to negotiate with Luo Feng. With a loud howl, many diagrams of engravings appeared on its body, enshrouded by 99 diagrams of secret engravings. Its body immediately exploded with a loud crash and was divided into 99 parts. Then it started to flee. Luo Feng looked on from afar, sneering inside Star Tower, which was not far away. His remote ocean body had 10 silver wings widely spread behind it as its godly power executed the third volume of Duan Mia Annihilation. It was also burning up its godly body to the ultimate limit and making use of Shiwu wings to activate this technique. Wang. In the vast void of space, a white fog began to fill up an area of several light years. This area of void space had long been isolated from the outside world, and an infinitely powerful restraining force enveloped this part of the void space. At that moment, the restraining force far surpassed the force of Snowy World, causing the 99 escaping parts divided from Morosa's original body to slow down. Although its speed was being reduced, it was still flying. Still able to fly. Masha Luo Feng, in his Wuqi god armor, looked on from afar and shook his head. He could not be bothered to use a method similar to Universe Chain. He had something more powerful. Star Tower. Luo Feng made a move in mind. Hung. From afar, Star Tower suddenly released an incomparably violent outburst of energy, which instantly enshrouded an area of several light years. The entire area was enveloped. Hua hua hua. The 9 entrances at the base of Star Tower were like 9 bottomless whirlpools, crazily devouring everything. About a bizarre devouring force was produced at each entrance, and when the 9 different forces combined into one point, an area of a couple of light years was selected by this bizarre, aggressive whirlpool. It was even stronger than that of single thought void space. Originally, it was already very difficult for the 99 divided bodies to accelerate and fly out, yet upon falling into the endless Star Tower whirlpool world, it started to reduce speed rapidly. Suddenly, rather advancing, it actually started to fly backward. Luo Feng looked at the 99 bodies that flew back, and he couldn't help smiling. He was able to create techniques at level 8 now, and he could utilize the 7th level of Star Tower. The 6th level of engravings of Star Tower was top tier level 8, and the 7th level engravings were level 9. Once it was performed, it would create a terrifying whirlpool world much stronger than single thought void space or Shiwu Wing. It was not that Shiwu Wing couldn't rival Star Tower. The center of Shiwu Wing contained the energies of the former master, so Luo Feng didn't want to use those energies. He couldn't fully utilize the maximum power of Shiwu Wing. When he used the origin to drive Shiwu Wing, the power could be maximized. And then, single thought void space would be much stronger than whirlpool world. Currently, the 7th level of Star Tower, whirlpool world, was definitely the supreme domain type technique. Hong long long. 9 different kinds of energies had already torn the space apart, forming a terrific whirlpool world. How did he become so powerful? When I fought him the last time, he wasn't powerful like this. Although that Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng has several bodies, the power of each should be equal. The 99 bodies of Morosa couldn't resist it at all, and they couldn't help Flying toward Star Tower was the center of the dark whirlpool. The 9 tower doors were stirring everything. Close the sector beast gave up, and all of a sudden, all the other 99 bodies became hollow. One of them immediately bulged, turning into a sector beast. Sector beast Morosa was trying to resist it. It could barely keep balance without being swallowed. When it separated its body, each of the resulting bodies was weak, so they were easily swallowed. When all 99 were combined into one, it could barely stand still. What should I do? What should I do? Sector beast Morosa was anxious. How was it supposed to run away without disintegrating its body's Luo Feng? Could catch it easily and make sure it would never get away. Besides, under the combination of single thought void space and whirlpool world, it could barely stand straight and was destined to fly slowly. Luo Feng had created all of this, so he could easily catch up with it. Hung. Luo Feng, clad in black armor, walked toward the sector beast. He seemed to be walking casually, but he was so fast that the sector beast was jealous. Luo Feng was tens of thousands of times faster than it was while under the combined effects of single thought void space and whirlpool world. Milky Way horde leader sector beast Morosa clenched its teeth and glared at Luo Feng. No wonder you're the strongest great being in universe ocean. I've underestimated you. Come again, try your luck, Luo Feng said coldly as he walked toward him. You can concentrate the bloody light into your eyes, right? That move is impressive. Why don't you perform it now? The sector beast was furious. He used that move as a trump card. Even if it could temporarily suppress Luo Feng, it would do him no good, as it still couldn't get him out of this world. Milky Way horde leader, you know that I'll call a large group of sector beasts here if you leave me no choice, sector beast Morosa said, glaring at Luo Feng. Don't push me, let me go, and I swear that I will never target humans in the future. If you let me go, I'll make a vow to the rules of Universe Ocean. This is my only request. Let me go now. You can never attack me in the future, but let me go now. Let you go? I finally caught you, and you think I'll just let you go? Luo Feng was smirking on the surface, but thoughts flooded his mind. There was a large group of sector beasts in the nest. There was only one sector beast in front of him. It was indeed important to kill this particular sector beast too. All the races in Universe Ocean, one living sector beast was a disaster. You said you're going to lead a large group of sector beasts here, but you're trapped here now. How are you going to do that? Luo Feng sneered. You don't understand us at all, said sector beast Morosa. Only one sector beast will survive in the end, and he will be the king. If one sector beast runs away and gets lost in Universe Ocean, other sector beasts can't kill him. In such an event, there will be 2 or more sector beasts that survive. Then the king will never be born. Luo Feng nodded. Sector beasts can sense each other, and we can communicate with our minds, said Morosa, no matter how far we are from each other. That was the truth. After some time, all the sector beasts had to return to the nest and kill each other until the final king was born. Sector beast Morosa said, so you can't kill me. If you kill me, I'll send the message to the sector beast nest, and there'll be a large group of sector beasts coming this way. Oh, Luo Feng answered. You agree? Sector beast Morosa was anxious. This Luo Feng was terrifying. If he didn't kill it, it would be great. Even if it made a promise to the rules of Universe Ocean, it only meant that it wasn't going to kill Luo Feng. Other sector beasts would still try to kill Luo Feng. It knew that the fewer sector beasts there were, the more powerful the remaining sector beasts would become. This Luo Feng was indeed powerful, but he wouldn't be able to resist the sector beasts in the future. Agree. Luo Feng shook his head. I can't kill you because you threaten me. Does that mean I can't kill other sector beasts if they also threaten me? Haha, I can kill you, and other sector beasts I'll kill as many as I can if they come. Once you're trapped in the area I control, no matter whether there is one sector beast or 10, they won't be able to escape it. Thank you for letting me know that sector beasts can send messages through their minds. As soon as Luo Feng finished talking, Shua, his force suddenly surged, and he burned his godly power to the largest extent. A blurry phantom showed up in the whirlpool world, and it charged at Sector Beast Morosa. Sector Beast Morosa was furious. You'll regret this, it bellowed. Regret? Luo Feng smirked. Luo Feng, clad in black armor, had already driven the powerful machine type valuable Wu Qi god. Now he took out the blood shadow blade on his back. Blood shadow blade was an embryo, and the attack could be greatly improved by being performed through the blade. Besides, Wu Qi god itself was far superior to other machine-type valuables. When the two were combined, Luo Feng's power surged. Golden Light Ocean. Luo Feng performed the technique, and Sector Beast Morosa moving very slowly under the combination of single thought void space and whirlpool world couldn't dodge it at all. Hua hua hua. The blade's light shone under Luo Feng, and there were golden waves around him. The waves tumbled, striking Sector Beast Morosa relentlessly. Sector Beast Morosa, who was trying to resist, roared, why are you so much more powerful than last time? The golden waves weren't actually waves, they were waves made up of blade light, and Luo Feng's blade contained gold law. However, the blade technique was as soft as the caress of a lover. Those golden waves looked soft as they kept patting the sector beast. However, they were endless. This was one of the supreme techniques created by Luo Feng. Golden Light Ocean. Chi chi chi. The waves kept eroding the sector beast, making it weaker. Sector Beast Morosa yelled in pain. It couldn't believe what was happening, as Luo Feng was far stronger than last time. Strong, said Luo Feng. You're saying I'm strong? Then it's your glory to die by the hands of a great being. Luo Feng had no mercy. The blade light was unrelenting and kept consuming the sector beast's power. When it was difficult to fight the sector beast directly, one could choose to mutually consume godly power. However, when one was at an absolute advantage, it would only need to lose a small portion of energy to consume a great deal of the sector beast's power. How the sector beast Morosa roared, and the golden body immediately changed into that black, ugly figure. Both of its eyes stared at Luo Feng. You'll regret this. Sector Beast Morosa was roaring. All of a sudden, a trace of gleaming black light showed up all over its body. The black light turned red, so bloody that it intimidated all who saw it. The bloody light covered Sector Beast Morosa. Hell! Sector Beast Morosa roared. Long arms extended from its body. There were over 100 arms, and they were resisting the blade attacks from Luo Feng. The bloody light obviously boosted the overall strength. It was almost as powerful as Luo Feng. The attack from Luo Feng made the sector beast's body sink, but it never actually slashed Morosa. You've indeed used all your power, then make another move, Luo Feng yelled. Golden Horn of Beasts. All the golden waves disappeared, and the surroundings turned back to the dark whirlpool world again. Inside, a blurry golden horn appeared. It looked as if This giant golden horn could pierce through the entire universe. There was endless power in it, and it stabbed toward Sector Beast Morosa. It was a miracle for universe masters to create techniques at level 8. However, Luo Feng had created more than one. Golden Light Ocean was weaker, but it was long-lasting as 4 Golden Horn of Beasts. It was only a single attack, so every time it was performed, Luo Feng needed to store enough power. Of course, it was a powerful move. However, the enemies could totally get away when Luo Feng was preparing the power. Fortunately, Luo Feng had single thought void space and whirlpool world so that the Sector Beast couldn't get away. Hua! The giant golden horn pierced through everything under level 3 godly power burning, Wu Qi God, Blood Shadow Blade, and the supreme technique Luo Feng performed. The skin of Sector Beast was pierced through. The black blood of the Sector Beast flowed in the whirlpool world. Hong Long Long. The 9 levels of whirlpool power combined with each other, and they started to swallow everything. The black blood from the blade light immediately became curves under the strength from the waves. It was immediately swallowed by one of the tower doors of Star Tower. After all, even Sector Beast Morosa itself could barely stand straight, so its blood couldn't just run away. Blood of Sector Beasts. Luo Feng rejoiced in his heart. I've studied the life structures, so I need the blood and skins of great beings I've obtained. Lots of blood and skins from the world of Jin, and they're of great help. However, I keep being stuck at 89,999 times, and I just can't surpass this final step. I hope that the blood of Sector Beasts can help. Luo Feng was looking forward to it, but then he put all those thoughts behind him. Studying blood and understanding life structures were the worries in the future, but now, the most important thing was to kill the Sector Beast. There was a hole in the broken chest of Sector Beast Morosa. Black blood dripped, but the wound immediately recovered. Sector Beast Morosa stared at Luo Feng in the distance and roared, "Ever since I've entered level 3. Other than Beidi, no one has been able to make me bleed. No one. Despicable creature from Universe Ocean, you've really crossed me. Other than Beidi, I want you dead more than anyone else. I will kill you, kill you." Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind. Entered level 3. There were different levels of Sector Beasts. Beidi. There wasn't a true god called Beidi in Universe Ocean. Was that Beidi also a Sector Beast? Luo Feng's mind could work quickly, and tens of millions of thoughts flooded his mind at the same time, but it was actually close to the actual fact. Despicable creature from Universe Ocean, aren't you a life form from Universe Ocean? Luo Feng sneered and rushed at Sector Beast again. You want me dead? Then I'll kill you now. Hua hua hua. Luo Feng moved so quickly that it was as if he'd disappeared. Golden waves showed up around him, enveloping Sector Beast Morosa, who couldn't even manage to dodge it. The endless blade waves kept tumbling, madly consuming the strength of that Sector Beast, making the Sector Beast weaker and weaker. No, stop it, Milky Way Horde leader Sector Beast Morosa suddenly yelled. Why should I stop? The voice of Sector Beast Morosa came out from the golden waves ocean around it. He kept yelling, don't push me. I'll tell you again, don't push me. If you keep pushing me, there's no way to mitigate the relationship between us. We'll literally fight to the death. We're already fighting to the death. A voice came from the golden waves, and the endless blade waves were still weakening the power of Sector Beast Morosa, who had already lost half of its power since the beginning of this fight. Okay, human. Both the soul eyes on Sector Beast Morosa's heads looked desperate, and it yelled, it's you. You took away my chance to become the king forever. It's because of you. You. Luo Feng, who kept making attacks, felt something wrong. Burn. The sector beast Morosa yelled in agony. How painful it was. It was angrier. Then a warrior, having his arms cut off. Black tears welled up out of both the singular eyes on the two heads of sector beast Morosa. It looked ferocious, mad, upset. Hong. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from the body of the sector beast Morosa, and an invisible strength rushed out of its body, blasting Luo Feng away. At the same time, gleaming, colorful light rushed out of sector beast Morosa's body. The colorful light was dazzling. It contained all the beautiful colors Luo Feng had ever seen, millions of times more amazing than a rainbow. Gleaming, colorful light rushed out of the body of sector beast Morosa. What Luo Feng felt intimidated. The power from the rainbow wasn't strong. However, Luo Feng could clearly feel that the control over the void space under his technique, single thought void space, was weakened, and to be exact, another willpower was fighting for the controlling right of this void space. Single thought void space was true control, and it wasn't bestowed by the original mind. Absolute control under his complete control, teleportation, transportation, and the other skills were all banned if someone wanted to fight with him for the right of control, and that person needed to know single thought void space. Then those with better skills would be able to control space. Or if someone became an eternal true god, and a universe could be formed with only one thought, then it was definitely easier to get the control right. However, the colorful light coming out of the sector beast's body was trying to seize the right of control over the space. Hua hua hua. It was gleaming, breathtaking. It was as if it were the most beautiful color in the entire universe. The streaks of light formed a magical portal, and the colorful portals were trembling, apparently, under the suppression from single thought void space. It seemed like it was going to crumble at any time. The colorful portal couldn't pierce through the area of single thought void space. Burn again, sector beast Morosa yelled painfully. Human, you're going to regret this. I've spent an eternity reaching level 3, yet you pushed me back to level 1. I'll avenge myself. I will avenge myself. I'll make you regret this. Hua. Dense, colorful light rushed out of its body again, merging with the colorful light portal. This was control over time. Luo Feng's whirlpool world couldn't do anything about it, so only single thought void space was able to suppress it at this moment. Sector beast Morosa was so weak, and its force was negligible. Luo Feng even felt that he could literally kill the sector beast Morosa with one move. However, the gleaming, colorful light was covering sector beast Morosa, but he couldn't make attacks and break the colorful portal, so he could only use one thought void space to suppress it. Break. Luo Feng kept the suppression from single mind void space, and at the same time, he was also attacking those colorful light portals. The portal was trembling as if it would crumble at any time. Hua. Sector beast Morosa turned into a stream of light and suddenly disappeared through the colorful portal. Just as it disappeared, pung. The colorful light portals disintegrated completely. Then they turned into nothing. There weren't battle ripples in the space anymore, and only whirlpool world and single thought void space could maintain it. Luo Feng stood in space, finding it hard to believe the sector beast still managed to run away, even while he was at an absolute advantage. Take it back. Luo Feng waved his hands, and all of a sudden, both whirlpool world and 1. Thought void space disappeared. I've failed again. Luo Feng shook his head. He used his best power this time for the fight. Besides, great beings like Divine I, True Master, and Primal Chaos City Leader all knew that it was the Star Tower team, so perhaps many true gods in Universe Ocean looked forward to the result. The failure last time was already a huge blow to Universe Ocean. The failure this time was definitely a nightmare for Universe Ocean. Under Space Seal and 1 Thought Void Space, how did it use a technique like wormholes and teleportation to leave instantly? Luo Feng was confused. Although it looks like a wormhole, it was more like a universe portal. Both God Country transportation and space transportation could transport someone from one spot to another instantly. Only universe portals were like portals. That colorful light was a portal. Besides, after repeated fights with the sector beast, I've injured it twice. And 9 remoteness also injured it greatly. However, it was able to recover so soon. Luo Feng thought it was put in an impasse. Half of its energy was consumed, and it had used its endless bloody light for a long time it seems. It didn't want to use the last step, colorful light portal. Besides, it kept threatening me. It wanted to negotiate or threaten me, but it just didn't want to use that move. Luo Feng could tell that Sector Beast Morosa was in agony when it was performing that colorful light portal, and he could tell the madness and craziness and desperation from the yelling. It also said that it was going back to level 1 from level 3. Luo Feng was thinking, level 3. From level 3, nobody had been able to make it bleed other than Beidi. That must have meant that Sector Beast Morosa had already entered level 3. While in the nest of Sector Beasts, although it had swallowed many origins of miniature universes in Universe Ocean, it was still at level 3. Level 3. Luo Feng thought it might have fought and eaten other sector beasts in the nest to improve its power. Does that mean only by eating sector beasts he can improve his power to level 3? Is that a fundamental change? It said that it was going back to level 1 from level 3. That must be the price it has to pay to perform that colorful light portal. Luo Feng understood now. Level 3 meant the extent to which sector beasts had grown. And to grow like that, sector beasts needed to swallow other sector beasts to grow, as they were the core energies of sector beasts. As for other powers, during the fight, it could recover over time even if it was greatly consumed. However, the core strength couldn't be recovered otherwise. Sector beast Morosa wouldn't have gone mad. An ugly sector beast showed up in the chaos airspace in the distance. Sector beast Morosa wasn't as confident as before anymore. It was weak, sad, and desperate. When 1 trillion sector beasts were born, everyone was only at level 1. I am only one of them. I've been trying and struggling and eating other sector beasts. I've eaten all the other powerful sector beasts and entered level 2 and entered level 3. Even Beidi is only at level 3. If I can swallow enough origins of miniature universes and reach the pinnacle level at level 3, I'll be able to become the ultimate king. However, I've returned to the status of a newborn. Sector Beast Morosa thought that coming to Universe Ocean would be a great opportunity to him, yet it was a disaster. First stage of a newborn. I have regressed by 1 stage. What should I do? Sector Beast Morosa was in agony. It was a highly ambitious sector beast, so even within its own nest, it would be the one standing at the peak. The only thing that could instill some fear in it was the most powerful sector beast, Betty. Other than Betty, there was nothing else it feared. Betty was also fully aware that only those like Morosa, who had crossed over To the third stage, where a threat to it kept a watchful eye over the fights and devouring activities of these third-stage beings. Regressing to the first stage, the powerful strength that I originally possessed would immediately disperse. I am forced to fall all the way to the first stage, though it was the pinnacle first stage. Sector Beast Morosa was pondering. It might have been severely injured by Luo Feng's killer moves, but the remaining amount of power still far exceeded the power range of the first stage. If it could not bear with it, it would naturally disperse now. It was at the pinnacle first stage for the sector Beast's Nest. This level of power was considered to be power at the bottommost level. I still have a chance, still have the final glimmer of chance. Sector Beast Morosa said to itself. There is only a handful of sector beasts within the nest that have crossed over to the third stage. The majority are in the second stage. As for those in the pinnacle first stage, maybe there are, maybe there aren't, and even if there are, they must be hiding somewhere, living their lives quietly as they resign themselves to their circumstances. My power is very close to the second stage. Besides, I am Morosa, a sector beast who stands at the pinnacle. Sensing a hint of my aura from afar, the others would feel scared. They are unaware of the fact that I have become weak. Many thoughts were racing through Sector Beast Morosa's mind as he contemplated his action plan. For instance, when two weaker sector beasts were fighting one another, it could wait until the later stage of the fight, when one party was about to emerge as victor. Then it would exude its aura from afar, scare the winning party away, and kill the losing party instead. Even the losing party, in its state of severe injuries, would most likely be more powerful than Morosa. I must give it a try and fight on. I am now at pinnacle first stage. I just need to eat one sector beast from the second stage. I will be able to move up to the second stage right away. Even if vying to be the ultimate king was impossible, there was still the possibility of threatening Universe Ocean. Sector Beast Morosa quickly pondered over the situation to come up with its plan. If I fail, I will divulge the secret of devouring the origins of miniature universes to speedily increase one's powers. Milky Way Horde Leader, I will be back. Sector Beast Morosa's two heads looked toward the primal universe before it instantly teleported and disappeared. After the battle with Sector Beast Morosa, Luo Feng also boarded Star Tower and headed back to the primal universe. After all, he had gotten what he was after through this battle, the blood of a sector beast. Naturally, it would have to be brought back to the primal universe for his remote ocean to analyze and study. Perhaps this time, he would be able to surpass the last step and achieve a breakthrough where the life gene level of his godly body would exceed 90,000 times. Standing inside Star Tower, Luo Feng, garbed in a suit of white robe, sighed gently. Beside him were Hong and Fire Dome. The two had witnessed the entire battle. After the battle ended, Luo Feng also let them in on some detailed information, so they were clear about the entire process. We are in trouble. Luo Feng shook his head. This battle was fought by my team on Star Tower. I'm afraid many true gods of Universe Ocean have already caught wind of the news. The various races of Universe Ocean are already devoid of endurance against attacks, but this time I have failed to kill Sector Beast. I think this might cause the various races of Universe Ocean to collapse. Hong said. Luo Feng, do not overtax yourself. You have already done enough. Besides, didn't you say so yourself that Sector Beast has been banished back to the first stage from its original third stage? Its power is now very, very Weak, the chances of it restoring itself to full power is almost impossible. Any true god who is just a tad more powerful would be able to annihilate it. Luo Feng shook his head, saying that it would be unable to restore its power. That was purely my personal conjecture. I have deduced that it will need to devour other sector beasts in order to advance to the second stage and eventually into the third stage. However, these are purely deductions. Although it is very easy to kill right now, it is highly unlikely for that sector beast to show itself when it is vulnerable. It will remain in hiding as it gradually regains its power, while also thinking of ways to increase its power. When it shows up again, it will certainly be even more difficult to handle than before. Hong and Fire Dome both gave slight nods. Fair enough. Any living being with some degree of wisdom would think likewise. When weak and small, it was a natural reaction to go into hiding. Teacher, no matter what, at least for a short period of time, that sector beast will not reappear, Fire Dome said. Luo Feng nodded slightly and said with a sigh, all right, I have to go and send out this piece of news. I truly don't know how would the various true gods of the universe ocean react the moment they caught wind of this news. Within an individual plane surface that solely belonged to Luo Feng, on the public square before a palace that was suspended in the air of the primal universe, more than 50 true gods had gathered together from the ancestral god school, the human race, the various races of the Hong Alliance, and the Space Beast Alliance. The true gods were all discussing things via voice transmissions, as no one dared to make a single utterance out loud for fear of distracting Luo Feng, who was sitting before them cross-legged. This time, during the battle with the sector beast, the team on Star Tower was much stronger than the team on the vessel. It will definitely be able to annihilate that sector beast. That sector beast deserves nothing more than death. The true gods were all waiting with apprehension. They all felt as though they were facing a life and death situation. More on point, it was a situation that made them even more nervous than a life and death situation. The sector beast was a threat to everything they had sought to protect. If there was no longer anyone who was able to stop this sector beast, then regardless of whether one wanted to transcend a reincarnation era or protect one's race or close friends, all would be futile efforts, as everything would be annihilated. Milky Way Horde leader is getting up. Milky Way. Suddenly, there was a commotion from where he was seated in a cross-legged manner. Luo Feng stood up, his gaze swept through the numerous true gods present. Then slowly, he said, everyone, after this battle, that sector beast will not show up again so soon, at least not in this recent period of time. Everyone was taken by surprise. Milky Way Horde leader, what you just said, what do you mean? Once that sector beast is dead, does it mean that after a period of time, the other sector beasts will also come out of their nest, no matter what, so long as we can kill one, we are sure to be able to kill more? The numerous true gods were all engaged in discussion. They were all filled with anticipation. If they had managed to kill one sector beast, then it would be a great boost to their confidence. Luo Feng pointed far into midair and drew with his consciousness immediately. The battle scene appeared. All of you, take a careful look, and you will understand everything. Scenes of the battle between Luo Feng and Sector Beast replayed before everyone. As for the method of Whirlpool World, it was clearly made public to the audience, to Luo Feng, who was already the #1 being in universe ocean. Even if he wanted to go public about something, no one could do much to stop him. As for the conversation between Luo Feng and Sector Beast, there was no need. Nor elaboration. Luo Feng merely provided a brief explanation to update the crowd. It had deteriorated from the third stage to the first stage, said Luo Feng. It is so weak that not a single true god would fear it. Any true god that is slightly more powerful will be able to annihilate it, so that Sector Beast will not show up again so soon, at least not for this recent period of time. Silence prevailed. The numerous true gods witnessed the entire battle. Everyone had complex feelings. While they marveled about how powerful Luo Feng was, they were at the same time feeling greatly shocked that Sector Beast's means of escape were indeed formidable. Even when trapped in a sealed space, it could actually execute an ultimate survival technique that resembled a portal to make a speedy escape in an instant. Although Sector Beast Morosa seemed to have paid a hefty price to execute this technique, it had, at the very least, managed to stay alive. If he did not kill his enemy, then once the enemy regained all its power, it would stage a comeback. Everything is as expected. Luo Feng said no more as he turned and directly walked into the palace. All that needed to be said had been said. What had to be disclosed had been disclosed. If the true gods of Universe Ocean were so desperate that some had decided to pledge allegiance to the Sector Beasts, that would also be the choice they made. Amidst the clouds high up in the skies of Earth, a lone figure was seated. How unexpected! He did not succeed. Sitting Mountain Guest was sitting on the clouds as he frowned. The Sector Beast is unexpectedly quite a tough nut to crack. This Sector Beast disaster is scarier than I had expected. Now, the Sector Beasts are still growing up and are not in their final moments in the future, though I'm uncertain of whether this disciple of mine will be able to stop them. I have put in such immeasurable efforts. Sitting Mountain Guest revealed a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. Purple Moon Ancestor sat on his throne with his eyes shut as he sank into deep thoughts. He was waiting for news about the battle between Luo Feng and the Sector Beast. Luo Feng, although I really would have rejoiced over your death, it is a fact that we need to rely on you to deal with that Sector Beast. Even if you bear deep hatred for us, you also have to deal with it for your humans, for your homeland and the pulse of the earth. You have to deal with it. You have to win. You must win. Purple Moon Ancestor was chanting in his mind. I have cultivated for endless time and transcended reincarnations. Now, I have been met with a greater opportunity. One can become even more powerful, but my miniature universe must never, ever be devoured. The moment that happens, I am truly finished. Also, there is my clan to think of. This is my only worry. Purple Moon Ancestor shut his eyes. He could see very clearly every single space within the entire Purple Moon Holy Land universe. He saw the birth of numerous children and saw them growing up. He saw how they either matured whilst honing their skills in blood and fire, or faltered and fell. This was his clan, the clan that gave birth to him. A long, long time ago, he was also just an ordinary member of the clan, but later on, he continued to rise and rise until he became the strongest master of the entire clan. He established his Holy Land universe and was thereafter regarded as a tried and true ancestor of his clan. All of them, they are all a part of my clan. The endless years of hard work and effort I've spent, the paths of hard work I've trod, everything and anything. The moment the Sector Beast devours my miniature universe and causes my miniature universe to collapse, then everything will ultimately come to an And Luo Feng, if I can't kill you, you will become my greatest threat, but this time, you have to kill the sector beast, you must. Purple Moon Ancestor was fervently looking forward to the death of the sector beast. Suddenly, the numerous great beings beneath Purple Moon Ancestor transmitted an announcement without delay. Ancestor, we have news. Purple Moon Ancestor opened his eyes suddenly and looked toward the crowd. Beneath, has Luo Feng killed the sector beast? No, someone from the crowd below replied. The sector beast is not dead, it escaped. Purple Moon Ancestor's expression changed drastically. What, this was only a single sector beast that had come out of the sector beast's nest, and yet Luo Feng was unable to kill it. Based on the information given, Luo Feng has gained the absolute upper hand and has caused the sector beast to suffer a great loss of power, yet, toward the end, that sector beast decided to pay a humongous price to execute just one move. It was a move that seemed to involve something that resembled a portal, through which it instantly transported itself away. The underlings were filled with reverence as they said, at this moment, the power of this sector beast could be so harmless that none of the true gods would be afraid of it at all. Nonsense. Purple Moon Ancestor's face was ghastly pale. Sector beast is weak and small. Would it let you find it? That sector beast will definitely hide while it restores its power. Sector beast, just one sector beast is already such trouble. We don't even know how many more are in the sector beast's nest. This Luo Feng is just so useless. Purple Moon Ancestor said through gritted teeth. His heart was filled with agony and fear. Just as Purple Moon Ancestor was fuming mad and gritting his teeth, within the other one of Universe Ocean's two great Holy Land universes, East Emperor Holy Land Universe, East Emperor Ancestor was, on the contrary, very much at peace. On that endless great land, East Emperor Ancestor walked about alone, looking at the numerous clansmen living on this great piece of land. I had not expected Luo Feng to fail in killing the sector beast. East Emperor Ancestor whispered to himself, this is only one sector beast that came out of the sector beast nest. It is highly unlikely to be the strongest. This one is already so difficult to kill. What if there were more sector beasts in the near future? What if the king of sector beasts finally emerges? However, I should not ask for too much. I have never been the one with the best talent, yet step by step, I have worked my way up to become a true god, eventually attaining the level of a true god of void space. Purple Moon might have met with better opportunities, but his miniature universe is inferior to mine. East Emperor Ancestor shook his head with a laugh as he recalled the various events that he had undergone over the long years of growing up. East Emperor Ancestor could not help but smile to himself. Facing that sector beast, I am definitely unable to stop it. I can only pin my hopes on Luo Feng, just like how the willpower of the origin has pinned its hopes on Luo Feng. East Emperor Ancestor gave a light-hearted laugh. If Luo Feng wins, I still stand a chance. If he loses, I can only say that with life comes death. Who can enjoy eternal prosperity even for the most powerful nations from the ancient civilization? There came the day when they all had to face destruction. Luo Feng. East Emperor Ancestor silently waited, hopeful. East Emperor Ancestor, who had lived for eras beyond count, was most peaceful. Meanwhile, Purple Moon Ancestor, who had lived for a much shorter time, was anxious and uneasy, and thus easily irritable. As for the various races of Universe Ocean, in the face of such a great calamity, they certainly displayed a diverse range of reactions in the divine I clan, in the universe of first true master, all 5 true gods of divine. I clan had gathered for a discussion. Just as the 5 were getting anxious about the news that it was extremely difficult to kill that sector beast, they suddenly heard a voice from the group of universe masters who had been listening in silence. These universe masters seldom voiced their opinions, yet that day, one of them spoke up. Teacher, we have to consider our race and think of our future. The 5 true gods, including Divine I True Master, all turned to look over. Ink Dragon, what do you mean? Divine I True Master asked with closely knitted brows. Ink Dragon was a newly appointed universe master who had been to the world of Gene to hone his skills there. He had benefited quite a bit, also sporting a single-eyed shadow behind him. Ink Dragon Master said with much anxiety. Teacher, we are from the first reincarnation era. Once this reincarnation era ends, if we have yet to transcend reincarnation, we will be destroyed for eternity. Everyone fell silent. In fact, the doomsday crisis applied to every race from the first reincarnation era. When it comes to us fighting the sector beast, so what if we win? Ink Dragon Master asked anxiously. In the end, don't we still have to try our best to transcend reincarnation? The time we, Divine I clan, have left is not a lot. And now that we know this sector beast is so difficult to deal with, if that is the case, then we should just follow the paths of Xinjia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. Shut your mouth. Ink Dragon, what are you saying? Divine I True Master and 3 true gods shouted angrily all at once. Ink Dragon Master started to speak again in the same anxious manner. Teacher. Shut your mouth, Divine I True Master ordered coldly. Divine I, the 3 true masters started to say slowly what Ink Dragon says. It does make sense. Divine I True Master could not help turning around to look at 3rd true Master angrily. However, 3rd true Master also held a high position within the race, so there was no way he could ask 3rd true Master to shut his mouth. How are we going to fight and win against the sector beast? 3rd true Master said. It is a being that represents destruction. Even the willpower of primal origin is scared of it and has thus created a world of Gene just to seek a chance for survival, albeit however slim. The willpower of the primal universe origin had been transmitting messages via the 3 ancestral gods. Yet Luo Feng was the #1 master of universe ocean instead of the 3 ancestral gods. Why did the willpower of the origin choose to do so? Because the willpower of the origin also knew that if it were to rely on us, there would be no way the sector beast could be stopped. Luo Feng was the only reliable choice. Now, Luo Feng is merely a universe master, yet he is already above any of us true gods. When he becomes a true god, there will be hope for us to achieve success. Divine I True Master looked at him. You say that Ink Dragon made sense, and then you say Milky Way is our hope. But that is if he becomes a true god, 3rd true Master said. Up until now, he has yet to achieve his breakthrough, and who knows when that is going to happen. Just one sector beast, yet he failed to kill it. Can he really succeed in bringing it down? Even if he did become a true god, what we have is merely hope to the sector beast. Luo Feng is the one who poses a threat to them, not us. Besides, the sector beasts never laid hands on Xinjia Master and Dragon Rock Ancestral Gods miniature universes. Divine I True Master continued listening intently. If we were to take the side of the sector beast, 3rd true Master said, then not only will the sector beast not attack us, but if it were to stay within our miniature universe, even Luo Feng would not be able to do anything To us, the willpower of the primal universe origin always relied on other great beings to execute its moves: Season, Jia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Demon. God, aren't they still alive and well, so long as we are not so silly to the extent of initiating provocation from Luo Feng, like Great Thunder Star Master did, then we will not be annihilated. We should not be bothered about the Sector Beast crisis. Instead, we should put our hearts into cultivation. We should make good use of the final moments. We have to try our best to transcend reincarnation. The moment we succeed, eternal victory will be ours to claim. The efforts we put in now, the side we choose, for the sake of transcending reincarnation in the future, it will all be worth it. If we are unable to transcend reincarnation, then fighting the Sector Beast to come to such a tragic end would only prove to be a joke. Divine-eyed True Master surveyed the surroundings. Silence prevailed. Quite a few Universe Masters thought this way, but there were also quite a handful who felt that they should fight the Sector Beast. Divine-eyed True Master looked at every one of them, then at the other four true gods. From the looks in their eyes, he could understand the thoughts of the other parties. There were those who raised their objections, but there were also others who were agreeable. Although I feel that it is inappropriate to seek refuge with a Sector Beast, Sixth True Master said in a low voice. What third brother said has a certain degree of reason. Divine Eye, you decide. We will follow your decision. Divine-eyed True Master was so frustrated and pained that he was frowning. With a wave, he dismissed them. Leave, all of you. Let me think about it carefully. The Sector Beast is truly powerful. Killing it for real is going to be too difficult. If the Sector Beast is truly able to spare us, then there is no need for us to create enmity with it. Actually, I'm just worried the Sector Beast will be unwilling to take us in. After all, the Sector Beast needs to devour the origin of a miniature universe. Taking one of us in means it has one less origin to devour. Even if we were to decide to change sides, it might not take us in. If I had the power of Milky Way Horde leader and were willing to pledge my allegiance, the Sector Beast would most certainly be rejoicing and willing to take me in. Milky Way Horde leader, you must succeed, Froth Flower True God said, standing within her own miniature universe as she looked far into the distance. At the people of her race she was silently praying for the best. No wonder the willpower of the origin also believed in Luo Feng. Now the Sector Beast is unstoppable by anyone. Only Milky Way Horde leader had some possibility of success. The demon true gods had gathered in the primal universe as members of the primal universe. They did not dare to change sides. It was obvious the primal universe and the Sector Beasts were opposing groups. Pledging allegiance to the Sector Beast would mean going against the primal universe. They had, at the very least, lived through 2 reincarnation eras. They did not want to be seen as enemies by the primal universe. There were many different thoughts and emotions hovering about in universe ocean. After all, there was no hatred between the various races of universe ocean and the Sector Beast. If the Sector Beast was willing to take them in and not attack them, then on the premise of knowing that there was little hope in defeating the Sector Beasts, quite a number of races were naturally willing to change sides, and the races from the primal universe era had many different fears. In the faraway ancestral god palace, the 3 ancestral gods were also receiving messages transmitted over from the willpower of the origin. Sector Beast servant. Difficult. Disaster. Various messages were transmitted over, and after some time, the 3 ancestral gods opened their eyes. Now, There must be quite a few races that want to take the side of the sector. Beast, the youngest ancestral god, shook his head with a snort, but those foolish fellows, how could they know once they become servants to the sector? Beasts, that is when the true disaster begins. Beside him, the old ancestral god added, now that the willpower of the origin has ordered us to spread the news, it must be hoping that the true gods will think twice and not make a choice they will regret later. This is because, no matter what, races from the other two reincarnation eras of Universe Ocean were still children of the primal universe. Actually, there is no need to be so worried, double-face ancestral god said. The willpower of the origin has already informed us that seeking to become a servant of the sector beasts is never easy. After all, the sector beasts will have to devour the origins of various miniature universes in the future if the true gods that defect to the sector beast side are not powerful enough to be useful to the sector beasts. Will the sector beasts still be willing to give up a miniature universe just to take them in? Wanting to change sides was not easy at all. After changing sides, regret was bound to follow, and that would then be a great calamity. The three ancestral gods immediately started to spread the news, as the ancestral god school itself consisted of quite a sizable number of true gods. It was easy for them to spread the news quickly throughout the entire universe ocean. The moment the news was spread, several races who were originally still filled with uncertainty were dealt with a great shock. Although they did suspect that the willpower of the origin might be lying to them, they were still filled with fear. They were not going to take the gamble so easily. The willpower of the origin is simply too easily agitated. Sitting mountain guest said, sitting along the outer wall of universe boat with a transmission token in his hand, shaking his head, he said, whether those true gods lived or died, how does it affect the big picture when a great calamity truly occurs? The sector beasts will show their scary sides, then the true gods will understand that this is a truly great calamity that they will not be able to hide from no matter how hard they try. It's just that I am not sure when exactly this disciple of mine will achieve his breakthrough to become a true god. Sitting mountain guest expressed his worries that sector beast might have temporarily disappeared, but now that it has begun, what follows might amount in an endless chain of events, which will most likely be even more brutal and cruel if Luo Feng still does not become a true god. News from the outside world was streaming in. Luo Feng was aware of everything happening in the outside world. He was also aware of the various changes, but he was still very much at peace. It had never crossed his mind to change over to take the side of the sector beasts because, judging by the clues found within the world of Gene, not a single nation wanted to defect to the side of the sector beasts. Apparently, they were all worried that by siding with the sector beasts, their fates would be just as what the message of the willpower of the origin had predicted: an impending disaster. Back. Luo Feng stood within Star Tower. As he looked outside from afar, he could already see the immeasurable primal universe membrane wall, as the chaotic airflow was no longer able to obscure his line of vision. This was Luo Feng's first trip back to the primal universe on board Star Tower. Since the sector beast first appeared, he had to send the blood of the sector beast back to his boundless remoteness ocean in order for remote ocean to execute its talent technique creation, to study and thoroughly comprehend the diagram of its life structure. I hope that through this I can achieve a breakthrough and finally become a true god. Luo Feng earnestly looked forward to achieving his goal. Primal universe, human territory, Milky Way, Holy Land. The mighty endless remote ocean was peaceful without any ripples. Hua! A 9-story tower came flying over from the void space far in the distance. It flew all the way over to the upper skies of the boundless remote ocean. Its star tower. Its Milky Way Horde Leader Star Tower. There was originally a big batch of great beings congregating within Milky Way. Holy land other than a few true gods, there were over 100 universe masters. Present undoubtedly, it was easy for such a big group of them to quickly notice the 9-story tower appearing in the upper skies of the boundless remote ocean, which also happened to be one of Luo Feng's signature treasures. So. Numerous figures teleported over as quickly as they could. It's them. The doors of Star Tower opened, and Luo Feng, garbed in a white robe, walked out from afar. He looked at the numerous great beings rushing toward him. Behind him, Fire Dome and Hong appeared. Milky Way Horde Leader. Teacher. A group of more than 100 great beings had rushed over and bowed with reverence, but they could not conceal the sense of urgency in their eyes. Most of them were high up the social ladder of the human race, so most certainly they would have heard news about the battle between Luo Feng and the Sector Beast. The Sector Beast was the greatest enemy of the entire universe ocean. It could possibly destroy all the races. How could they not feel a sense of urgency? Luo Feng nodded. Milky Way Horde Leader, a gray-skinned man said deferentially but anxiously. We have all heard news about the battle between Milky Way Horde Leader and the Sector Beast, and we are curious about the Sector Beast calamity. Are you confident? The others all looked toward Luo Feng. They were unable to ask any further questions, so all they could do was ask Luo Feng if he had self-confidence. Luo Feng looked at the group of universe masters before him. He understood that this group just required a little more faith. They were feeling helpless against the Sector Beast. There was simply nothing else they could do. Horde Leader. They all looked at him expectantly. Luo Feng's gaze swept through the numerous human great beings, then, nodding slightly, he replied, yes. Instantly, a handful of masters showed a spark of joy. Fire Dome True God took a step forward and said in a straightforward manner, Teacher still has some important matters to tend to. Everyone can take your leave now. All right. Having received such a reply from Luo Feng, the universe masters, though not completely at ease, were now more reassured with a glimmer of confidence. One by one, they took their leave in a most respectful manner. Fire Dome True God and Hong looked one another in the eye. They did not further impose on Luo Feng. They both knew that this time, Luo Feng had important matters to see to. After watching everyone leave, Luo Feng's gaze became aloof. He whispered, the humans are insecure, unsettled, fearful, worried, yet, regardless of how impressive a great being is, in the face of a Sector Beast calamity, no one will be able to guarantee 100% confidence. Even me, I have no confidence at all, because no one knows how terrifying the Sector Beast will become toward the end. Luo Feng shook his head. The unknowns gave rise to the greatest fears. Even the documentation conducted on Sector Beasts in the world of Jin consisted of records made after the Sector Beasts entered their growth period, and even those were merely legends. This was why there was no detailed information to be had. He had obtained some information from a Sector Beast that had only just entered the third stage. Undoubtedly, the information was a far cry from the information that might be obtained from the final form of the king of the Sector Beast. Let's begin. Luo Feng turned to look at Star Tower. It was suspended by the side. I hope this blood of the sector beast does not disappoint me. Hong. At that moment, the water of remote ocean beneath him started to get turbulent. With rolling waves in an instant, the rolling waves surged up to become towering waves, 10 million kilometers high. These massive waves enveloped Star Tower in its entirety. Star Tower was completely submerged. The height of the waves in Luo Feng's original location also increased by leaps and bounds, reaching a height of 100 million kilometers compared to the diameter of the boundless remote ocean, which was as wide as 12 light-years. This was relatively inconspicuous. Amidst the great waves was a vacuum, and Star Tower was suspended within this vacuum. The blood of the sector beast contains a force that is the complete opposite of godly power, the slightest carelessness, and I will probably be annihilated. Clothed in a white robe, Luo Feng looked at Star Tower beneath him, relying on its suction force. Luo Feng was controlling the drop of black blood, which was also suspended in the vacuum. He did not dare to use his godly power to handle this blood, as he feared that any contact made with it would cause it to be accidentally annihilated. Previously, he had recreated Sector Beast Morosa with the help of Whirlpool World. He had directly sucked the blood of Sector Beast into Star Tower, which he had used as the storage vessel for this blood all along. He had never come into contact with it via his godly power. Then Luo Feng had divided the sector beast blood into 16 portions. He feared that, should he be a little careless, he might accidentally annihilate this blood this time around. Beneath the base of Star Tower was one of those 16 portions. It was one drop of sector beast blood. This drop of blood was entirely black in color and was more beautiful than any diamond with a diameter of around 1 kilometer. There was no way it could be further cut up. Undoubtedly, this was as small as it could get. Talent, technique, creation. White-robed Luo Feng looked at the drop of black blood suspended in midair. Then, with a move in his mind, remote ocean immediately executed the talent technique right away. Buzz. The surrounding space fell into the enshrouded region of this talent technique. This drop of black blood that was originally so mysterious was rapidly being stripped of its mysterious outer layer under the execution of this technique. The internal structure was speedily analyzed by Luo Feng, and there was a continuous indication that this blood was made up of various spots of light. A total of 100,000 light spots. Each spot was then further dissected. These light spots were Roar, a miniature sector beast, all black in color, with 2 heads, a pair of hands, and a pair of legs, standing in an upright posture, was roaring. 100,000 light spots, and upon being dissected, many superb, miniature sector beasts were found. Some tilted their heads back and roared, some were bending over, some were waving their claws, some were in deep slumber, some stood aside in silence. An even deeper level of analysis found that every miniature sector beast was said to be the most profound Rhinoceros Emperor game, which far exceeded any other Rhinoceros Emperor game Luo Feng had ever comprehended. It was mysterious and unpredictable. At that moment, remote ocean body entered the space of cultivation within the boat of Mausoleum and was continuously comprehending and analyzing at top speed under an environment where time was accelerated at a rate of 10,000 times. The life structure diagram from a single drop of sector beast blood was much more complex than the life structure diagram of any other true god or true god of void space Luo Feng had ever encountered. Because of his status in the world of Jin, from the trillion of eras, Luo Feng might certainly have obtained some scales, armor, hair, and blood samples of true gods of void space. He might even have obtained samples from life forms at the eternal true god level. What a pity! The life structure diagram of an eternal true god was simply unfathomable. It exceeded Luo Feng's span of comprehension, although he was able to understand the life structure diagrams of true gods and true gods of void space. For Luo Feng, who had already attained up to 89,999 times life gene level, the help obtained was not significant. This sector beast was, after all, the noblest life form in all of Universe Ocean. Luckily, it was still in the gestation stage, so Luo Feng could still keep tabs on it. If it went up by one more level, it would have become too profound, and Luo Feng might not have been able to analyze it at all. My talent technique can only analyze up to this level. The life structure diagram of a sector beast is indeed incredibly complex. True gods and true gods of void space are entirely different. Luo Feng's brows were closely knitted as his consciousness operated at an extremely fast pace at 10,000 times the rate of normal time. He had memorized a tremendous amount of information, yet, going deeper, he realized that these were two completely different methods. It could be understood this way: true gods of void space, and sector beasts were all fundamentally different in regards to their life structure diagrams. They were all composed of different structures. Previously, Luo Feng had not attained a complete understanding of this. Universe Masters, true gods, and true gods of void space were equivalent to the elements of music: do, re, mi, fa. But the sector beast was more like the binary code of a computer language, which was made up of ones and zeros. All of them were composed of different essential elements. This could be based on one theory: a life form from Universe Ocean was essentially different than a sector beast. If I truly become a true god, then the path I take will be completely different from the average true god. Luo Feng said to himself, how will it help me? Luo Feng was frustrated. Just a while ago, he had somewhat gained a flash of comprehension. 10,000 times acceleration was equivalent to more than 3 days. He had already realized that the life structure diagram of the sector beast represented another vast world. It also represented another route. That route, in turn, represented a future that was just as vast as the world the life structure diagram represented. The thing was, it was very difficult to comprehend something from it. I am really at my wit's end. In order to create a race capable of proliferation and to study the life structure diagrams, I have already spent up to 1 trillion eras, yet I am stuck at this final step. Luo Feng shook his head. Now, let's comprehend first and hope that this sector beast blood can finally lead me to the enlightenment of my soul. Luo Feng thought no more and immediately immersed himself in comprehending the diagrams instead. Peace and quiet returned to Universe Ocean. Luo Feng's Masha body and remote ocean body went on board Star Tower, while his golden-horned beast body boarded the vessel and remained stationed in Universe Ocean to stay vigilant at all times while waiting for the sector beast to reappear. The boat of Mausoleum was left in the boundless remote ocean, where Luo Feng had left a body sustained by godly power in the space of cultivation to carry out comprehending and cultivation. Time passed. The various races were still worried, but, in the blink of an 1,000 years passed, the sector beast did not reappear in all that time, thus giving credibility to Luo Feng's claim that at least for a short period of time, the sector beast would not reappear. Virtual universe, in an area in space that solely belonged to Luo Feng. Amidst that lonely void space, a palace was afloat on the public square. Before the palace, there was no one but Luo Feng, clothed in a white robe. Luo Feng sat cross-legged without uttering a single word. He was looking far out into the distance at the numerous stars that filled the dark void space. Shwa shwa. Two figures appeared out of thin air. Father. Father. Two stylish-looking youths walked over. Luo Feng usually forbade ordinary great beings from entering this place, even if they were his disciples on normal days. Not a single one of them was qualified to enter without permission, with the exception of days when Luo Feng wanted to give lectures. As for the other true gods, only during crucial times would they be granted the right to come over. However, there were some who could turn up here any time they wished, such as Primal Chaos City leader, True Yan, and his family. Luo Ping, Luo Hai. Luo Feng turned around to look at the spot, not far away, where his two sons had appeared. The endlessly long period of 1 trillion years had certainly brought many changes to Luo Ping and Luo Hai. They were no longer the same men they had been when they were young. Now, they were more determined in the journeys they wanted to take in life. Father, Luo Ping said, we are here because of the sector beast. We are worried and would like to know more from you, Father. Worried Luo Feng took one look at his two sons, then turned away to look far off into the endless void space. Who was not worried confronting a sector beast? Even he was worried, but the other races had pinned all their hopes on him, and who could he pin his hopes on? No one. He had no other great beings to rely on. He only could depend on himself. He was worried that if he could not stop sector beast, the entire human race, the pulse of Earth, and his beloved family would perish. Yet, because of this worry, he no longer held on to any fear. I am only allowed to do my best. I have no path for retreat. Luo Feng was convicted right down to the final hour. If I have yet to level up to the third stage of the godly power route, then even if my godly body cannot achieve a breakthrough, I will immediately become a true god, gain stronger combat power, and fight this battle with all I've got. He was left with no other choice, although the best situation would be for him to hit 90,000 times life gene level while having attained the third stage of the godly power route. But in the face of an impending calamity, time was of the essence. There really was not much he could do, but becoming a true god at the second stage of the godly power route was still much better than those who became true gods through the law route. Father. A voice from the side disrupted Luo Feng's thoughts. Luo Feng turned his head to look at his sons. From the eyes of Luo Ping and Luo Hai, Luo Feng could feel the brothers' worry and unease. Rest assured. Luo Feng stood up and patted the brothers on their shoulders. Your father is competent. Both brothers heard their father's words, but still felt uneasy. Both were very aware of the news about the sector beast calamity. They were aware that during the calamity this time around, none of the other races would be able to stop it. Throughout the entire universe ocean, the only hope left was their father. Such tremendous stress, how was he going to bear it all? Of course, Luo Feng's hands rested on the brother's shoulders. If your father is to fail, then your father and his sons, as well as your mother, let's just face annihilation together as a family. That way, at least we will all Have each other's company even in the face of death. Luo Ping and Luo Hai laughed. They agreed, nodding their heads vigorously. Go, Luo Feng said. The two brothers disappeared. There was a trace of a smile in Luo Feng's eyes. His two sons had undergone a trillion eras of honing and training their skills, so when it came to facing death, they were unfazed. If I fail, everything will be annihilated. Various scenes flashed through Luo Feng's mind: his teacher, Tru Yan, primal Chaos City leader, his good friends, Rong Jun and many others, his parents, his wife, his sons, his younger brother, and the countless heroes who had sacrificed their lives fighting the devouring beast to ensure the survival of the Earthlings. Everything, if he failed, would be reduced to nothingness. In preceding generations, before the three reincarnation eras, great beings like Jia Fanzi had long been reduced to nothingness. Perhaps, within the three most dangerous lands, there might be words left behind as evidence that these great beings had existed once upon a time. Within the faraway world of Jin, Luo Feng's earthling original body was within the East Army military camp. However, his godly body had started to collapse and disintegrate. That sector beast has escaped, and it is definitely not going to give up on revenge. This is just the calm before the storm, regardless of whether I achieve a breakthrough to 90,000 times life gene level or not. The moment the final calamity occurs, I have to become a true god right away, and the moment I cross over to the level of a true god, my various bodies will merge to form my original body. Then, without a doubt, my earthling original body will have to return. Luo Feng stood within the stone house, yet his godly power was dispelling soundlessly and continuously, returning back to the world of Jin. A short moment later, Luo Feng's earthing original body was gone. Only the other body, sustained by his godly power, remained. Now, only my other body, sustained by my godly power, remains in the world of Jin. Luo Feng's other body remained in the stone house as he shook his head. In silence, I will have to put all visitation on hold for now, and meet no one at all for the time being. Within Tilted Peak sector of the three most dangerous lands of Universe Ocean, in the core region of Tilted Peak sector, was the land of darkness. See. Black skin and flesh were torn apart, blood was splattered all over, a hideous head was devouring great mouthfuls as it crazily bit and tore at its prey. Ha 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 ha! Tearing and biting, sector beast Morosa laughed as though it had gone mad. I, Morosa, have turned the tables. I have actually succeeded. Its body was marred by injuries all over, and its second head was so badly torn that only half of it remained, clear indications of the extremely ferocious fights it had been involved in. Battles among sector beasts were a completely different story than combat between a sector beast and a true god. When sector beasts and true gods fought, they could make use of the opposing nature of each other's strengths to exhaust one another's power, or the sector beast could easily split its two escape when the need arose. But when sector beasts fought one another, the situation was different. Their powers were the same and they jinxed one another by deploying the same means of fighting. For instance, if one sector beast divided itself into 99 different bodies, its opponent could do likewise. There was no way either could escape from the other. Morosa, if you feed on me now, in the future, you will suffer the same fate, being eaten up by another sector beast, said a sector beast with a gaping hole in its chest. It howled in its unwillingness to be subjected to Morosa's brutal and continuous devouring it, too, only had one head left, which Morosa was presently feasting upon. I was already severely injured before fighting you, but even so, you had such a difficult wind that there is no way you can survive through all this. What a fool! Morosa devoured like mad as he cursed and swore. Even though you are severely injured and might still be stronger than I am, when it comes to combat experience and techniques you are so much more inferior. In the past, Morosa had stood at the peak of the sector beast's nest, second only to Betty, fighting persistently against 1 billion sector beasts to reach such a position. Morosa was definitely not short of combat experience, even if it did lose out a little in its foundation. By relying on its techniques and experience made up for this shortcoming, plus its name alone could instill fear in its opponent even before the fighting began, because opponents thought of the almighty Morosa of before. These factors contributed to it claiming the final victory. Devouring you will allow me to level up to the second stage, Morosa bellowed. Given my combat experience and fighting with other sector beasts at the second stage, my chances of winning are still high. In the future, I can still make my way back to the third stage. The third stage, if your first step is slow, every step thereafter will also be slow. It is fated that you can never be the final king. The other sector beast, being bitten and torn apart, was drained of its power of resistance. This was because the most important vital point within its body had already been swallowed. Without this area, it was like a dry well. The sector beast was completely devoid of combat power. Previously, when I realized I was losing the battle, I had already spread news about you throughout the nest. The dying beast seemed to have gone crazy, and went on to say, I said that you, Morosa, had returned from the outside world, but that you had regressed by 1 stage. Even if you finish me off, your power might be at the level of a sector beast who has just entered the second stage. You are still extremely weak compared to many others in the nest, those terrifying fellows who entered the third stage at the same time as you will most certainly seek you out to kill you. You spread the news. Morosa was slightly taken aback. This was no great shock, it already expected as much. Sector beasts were superior life forms who were born to destroy. If it had lain low and not done anything, the other sector beasts would never have known that it had dropped in levels. Yet, the moment it started attacking, any sector beast it fought against would immediately know the truth. If its opponent had won the fight, the truth about it might not have been disclosed. Its opponent might have gone easy on it while basking in glory. Yet the moment its opponent were to lose the fight, the truth about might be disclosed simply as a means of revenge. And the moment news about Morosa dropping levels was made public, Morosa would be such a defenseless target that any sector beast coming out of the nest would dare to attack it. This was also why it had gone crazy after being forced by Luo Feng to fall to the first stage. Morosa knew that to ascend back to the third stage from the first stage was as difficult as going to heaven. Afraid, now the dying sector beast mocked. Afraid, Morosa continued biting and tearing big mouthfuls as it continued to say, it is fated that there will only be one final king. Since I have dropped all the way to the first stage, it is fated that I no longer have the chance to vie for the throne. My future will still be death, eventually. So now, if I have to face death earlier, does it make any difference? Internally, Morosa was burning with endless flames of fury. Even if it were to die, before dying, it had to take revenge on that human, Luo Feng, who had crushed its hopes. Luo Feng Moroso whispered this name silently to himself. You've ventured to the outside world. I'm afraid you have yet to learn a certain bit of news. The dying sector beast was keen to grasp hold of any slightest chance to deal Moroso with a blow. What news? Moroso looked indifferently at the dying sector beast, then took another big bite of it. Betty, the dying sector beast smirked. Betty has already attained the 4th stage. This news came from Batter before it died. Many sector beasts already know. Before Batter died, Moroso was taken aback. No wonder it did not tell me. 1 billion sector beasts had been born after that. They fought one another. The stronger, more powerful sector beasts naturally established their footing. On the peak, Moroso was one of those. At the peak, Batter was another. Both Moroso and Batter bore deep hatred for one another. Batter had died killed and swallowed by Betty, yet, at the same time, the battle had also allowed Batter to discover that Betty was already a sector beast at the 4th stage. Naturally, it would spread this news before it died, even though it purposely left out some of its arch-enemies from the list of parties to inform. The 4th stage. Moroso froze as if doused with ice water. The first step was slow, and every step after that was also slow. To become the final king, it had to never leave the first group, where it used to be one of the members. The thing was, it had encountered Betty's endless pursuit with murderous intentions, so it had decided to head out to seek its own opportunities to rapidly ascend up to the pinnacle 3rd stage in order to battle Betty. It had not expected Betty to actually make it to the 4th stage. The final king. No more hope. I am fated to meet my doom. Then, before dying, I must take my revenge on that loathsome human who had crushed all my hopes. Moroso's other head, the one that was injured, had completely recovered with both heads drooping low. It was crazily tearing and biting the other sector beast, taking big mouthfuls ferociously. I will transmit the news to Betty, roared the dying sector beast. You and Betty have been fighting for endless eras. If Betty knows you have become weak, it will definitely come after you. You are only at the 2nd stage, and Betty is at the 4th. Betty's speed far surpasses yours. There is no way you can escape. The dying sector beast roared its intentions, then sniggered. Moroso's other head took another vicious bite, and the dying beast's remaining head was bitten off. Tear chi chi. One big mouthful, followed by another. Moroso devoured and swallowed the single eye on each of sector beast. Moroso's 2 heads flashed with icy cold rays of light. Even if I, Moroso, have to die, I will first make Luo Feng pay the price. At the same time, it was carefully sensing the numerous sector beasts' positions around it, especially those that were more powerful, like Betty. Its main concern was to stay vigilant the moment the more powerful ones like Betty got closer to it. Moroso would immediately flee as far away as he could. Deep within the sector beast nest, a huge, black figure lay sprawled on a floating desert rock. Who? It suddenly sat upright and looked far off into the distance. Both hideous looking heads looked in the same direction at the same time, the single eye on each head seemed to have some vague, colorful lights revolving within as they looked coldly into the distance. Moroso, it mumbled in a hoarse voice, you have dropped levels and returned to the 1st stage from birth. You and I have been fighting and vying against one another previously. When you suffered a crushing defeat, you left the nest with grave injuries, yet you return, and you have regressed to the 1st stage. A pinnacle 1st stage, killing a 2nd stage sector beast that was severely injured it seemed difficult. However, Betty did not find it strange, this was its longtime opponent. Morosa, this opponent had once posed a great threat to it, but now, this opponent had painstakingly made its way back up to the second stage, but Betty had already reached the fourth stage within the entire sector beast nest. It was currently the one and only being known to have reached the fourth stage. Toward the later stages, the distances between the successive stages were even more exaggerated. How could a life form from Universe Ocean be so powerful? Betty said in its low, hoarse voice. Who could cause Morosa to be reduced to such a sorry state? Could it be the one Dragon Rock? And Jinjia mentioned the Universe Ocean #1 Master, Milky Way Horde Leader. As the most powerful sector beast within the sector beast's nest now, Betty was naturally concerned about the happenings in Universe Ocean through Jin Jia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. It had learned some news, and also it was aware that Universe Ocean's #1 master was Universe Master Luo Feng. What a pity Jin Jia and Dragon Rock are being ostracized by the various races of Universe Ocean, thought Betty. I can't even find out whether this Milky Way Horde leader has achieved his breakthrough to become a true god or not. I also don't know if this Milky Way has deposed Morosa back to the first stage in his capacity as a Universe Master, or if he did so after he became a true god. Betty pondered. The two possibilities were greatly different from one another. If Luo Feng had become a true god, being able to depose Morosa back to the first stage was nothing impressive, and the threat he posed was not major. But if Luo Feng was merely a Universe Master, yet had been able to depose Morosa back to the first stage, then when Luo Feng became a true god, how formidable would he be? Seems like my powers are still lacking, Betty said to himself. I must increase my power as soon as I can. I need to become more powerful at a much faster rate. I used to focus more on the third stage sector beasts. Now, I need to devour even the second stage sector beasts. If I devour a greater number of second stage sector beasts, they can still equate to one third stage sector beast. Betty's past strategy had been very simple. Whatever threatened it, it would devour, and even if it was unable to devour its opponent, it would inflict severe injuries on it. In this way, Betty was able to keep its position at the top of the pile. The method was stable and practical. It could easily keep tabs on the hundreds of sector beasts that posed the greatest threats to it, but the method was also slow. If it were to devour and attack a tremendous number of second stage sector beasts, it would level up at a much faster rate, but it also meant that he would not be able to acquire enough information about those that threatened it. There were always two sides to any coin. Sector Beast Morosa and Luo Feng had fought one another in a battle where Morosa was defeated. This had been the first contact between a sector beast and a life form from Universe Ocean, and had caused much fear and unrest among the various races of Universe Ocean. The various races were aware that when there was first contact, a second encounter was likely to occur soon. Likewise, Morosa, upon being deposed back the first stage, had returned to the sector beast's nest. When the many sector beasts from the nest learned this news, they all had a good shock. It made them realize that they had been mistaken to belittle the various races of the Universe Ocean. They had not expected anyone from Universe Ocean to be so powerful. Also, it drove the sector beasts, who had previously followed a systematic way of fighting and evolving, into a state of frenzy. Gradually, they began to lose their self-restraint. The aged ancestral god stood by the edge of the public square, before the ancestral god palace, and looked far into the distance at the numerous sector beasts' palaces suspended in void space. Milky Way horde leader might have defeated his first sector beast opponent, which, in turn, fled the scene, he said, but according to the news transmitted to me by the willpower of the origin, the countless sector beasts within their nest are bound to be affected. They will quicken their pace of evolution. There is a high probability that final battle between the sector beast and will likely be moved forward. Yes, the youngest ancestral god said, wearing a solemn and worried look. Milky Way horde leader is the only hope for our universe ocean. If he becomes a true god, we still have hope, but if he has no breakthrough, once the mighty sector beast army charges toward us, or if a super strong sector beast comes here, we will not be able to stop them. Ultimate extermination will be our fate. What is Milky Way horde leader's problem? Merely a universe master, yet his level of secret technique is so magical and his power is simply unbelievable. He has the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, and from the world of Jin, he also acquired the inheritance of the ancient civilization. So why is he still unable to achieve a breakthrough and become a true god? To other great beings, becoming a true god may be quite a challenge. But he should have already become one long ago. Double-face ancestral god shook his head, sighing. It was a good point. Why had there been no breakthrough for Milky Way horde leader to become a true god? In all this time, not only were the three ancestral gods were worried, but the various races from the entire universe ocean were worried, too. Back when the inheritance of the ancient civilization had yet to be handed down, becoming a true god was extremely difficult. But since almost all the races got to know about the inheritance of the ancient civilization, the level of difficulty had reduced and was now comparable to becoming a universe master. Luo Feng. In Milky Way Holy Land, True Yen Master stood before the railings at the peak of his own palace, looking out at the boundless remote ocean far, far away. There was worry in his eyes. I believe that now, you must be under tremendous pressure, said True Yen Master, because the various races throughout universe ocean will be pinning their hopes on you at this very moment. You have to hang on. You have no other choice. True Yen was heartbroken. This disciple of his, Luo Feng, to True Yen, this disciple was his greatest pride. Back when Luo Feng first entered Primal Chaos City, because of the War of Talents, he had been taken in by True Yen as a disciple. True Yen had seen this disciple of his grow and mature at every stage of his life. True Yen also understood all that Luo Feng had gone through on earth. Emerging out of all those miseries, he had never bowed his head to adversity. He would have rather perished with the devouring beast than have given up. True Yen Master knew Luo Feng's past and had seen how Luo Feng had grown up. He truly cherished Luo Feng as a disciple and had long treated him like family. True Yan's family had long passed away due to the passage of time. His disciple was just like his family. In True Yan's heart, Luo Feng was nothing short of a son. Maybe Luo Feng was not aware of it, but True Yen indeed felt that way about Luo Feng. Anytime Luo Feng became stronger and grew more powerful, True Yen felt gratified for Luo Feng's success. At this moment, though, there was nothing True Yen could do about the heartache he felt. You have to hang on, face up to this calamity, and fight it, True Yen earnestly prayed. As soon as you can, quickly rise up to become a true god. That is the only way you have a hope of surviving. True Yin could not help wishing that he could go in place of Luo Feng, but he was aware that he would only become a morsel of a snack on the sector beasts' plate. He would be of no use at all. Luo Feng, if you have to die, you have to wait till you finish off all the sector beasts. Purple Moon Ancestor was roaring inwardly. Then you may die. You have to become a true god. This should not be difficult for you. East Emperor Ancestor stood on his ancestor tree and looked afar. His gaze penetrated the universe as he looked in the direction of the primal universe. Even if you choose to take the godly power route, given your talent, you should be able to succeed. You have to become a true god. Divine Eye Master said, greatly looking forward to it. I long not to pledge my allegiance to the sector beast. You have to become a true god. You have to become a true god. The various races of Universe Ocean, including the bugs and demons, were all filled with mutual anticipation. All were looking forward to Luo Feng becoming a true god. Far away, at the three most dangerous lands where the universe boat was, within the space of the black striped stone pillar. Oh, how tall inside a silver vessel, Luo Feng stood in the middle of a hall. His gaze penetrated the cabin walls. As he looked outside, he saw the black striped stone pillar that stood erected, protruding into the clouds. Finally, I am back here again. The black striped stone pillar, one of the strange objects of Universe Bodit, contained a powerful impact of willpower. The closer one got to it, the more terrifying the impact was. Also, as one got closer to the black striped stone pillar, the rate of time velocity accelerated. Ordinary universe masters could only get close to regions that were at 1,000 times the rate of time velocity, while Beiqi Star Master, who had gotten the closest to that impact of willpower, had managed to reach a region where time velocity was as high as 130,000 times. Let me see for myself, said Luo Feng, just how high the acceleration of time at this black striped stone pillar can be. Luo Feng boarded his boat of mausoleum and quickly closed the distance between him and the black striped stone pillar. 10,000 times, 30,000 times. The boat of mausoleum continued to fly closer. But Luo Feng maintained a peaceful expression. His willpower had already reached the level of an eternal true god, which was much stronger than Beiqi Star Master. 100,000 times, 120,000 times, 150,000 times. Space was becoming a little distorted. The time velocity was extremely fast, while the powerful impact of willpower wiped out everything around it in waves. It was as though it sought to destroy everything. Yet Luo Feng seemed as though he was basking in the spring breeze, without a trace of discomfort. 220,000 times, 260,000 times, 290,000 times, 510,000 times, 550,000 times. Luo Feng's expression was very solemn. I am getting nearer. The boat of mausoleum had already flown extremely close to the black striped stone pillar. However, the impact of the willpower was now powerful enough to bring a frown to Luo Feng's face. Gradually, the boat of mausoleum started to reduce its speed. Eventually, it came to a halt. Right here, this was Luo Feng's ultimate limit. The nose of the boat of mausoleum was almost touching the black striped stone pillar. I want to be in contact with the black striped stone pillar, but I suppose my willpower must reach the ultimate limit of an eternal true god. Luo Feng whispered, I am still lacking in that aspect. His willpower might have reached the level of an eternal true god, but he had yet to attain the ultimate limit. The acceleration of time velocity here is approximately 600,000 times. Luo Feng nodded to himself. his purpose in boarding the boat of Mausoleum to come to the space of the black striped stone pillars was to borrow this unique environment, where time was accelerated, to facilitate his cultivation, the threat of the sector. Beasts had subjected Luo Feng to a tremendous amount of pressure. He needed to maximize the use of every second he had, so this place had come to mind. Right here, I can, once again, get into the space of cultivation. Luo Feng was deep in thought. The space of cultivation was originally able to accommodate an acceleration in time velocity of up to 10,000 times if the surroundings outside could maintain a time acceleration of 600,000 times. Then, by superimposing the time accelerations of the two different environments, he could, theoretically, achieve a time acceleration of 6 billion times. Of course, this was impossible. Luo Feng, who had a deep understanding of the ancient civilization, was aware that, in an environment where time acceleration was as high as 6 billion times, if he wanted time acceleration to continue increasing, there would be a drastic increase in difficulty. The impact of willpower here is too strong. I will be affected if I start cultivating here. I shall move back a little. Luo Feng maneuvered the boat of Mausoleum into retreating a bit, stopping at a region where time acceleration was at 500,000 times than his earthling original body entered the space of cultivation. In the space of cultivation, time acceleration could go up to 10,000 times. Accelerate to 1,000 times, Luo Feng said, trying his hand at time acceleration. The time velocity in the space of cultivation immediately soared. Thereafter, time acceleration was maintained at 1,000 times. With an external time acceleration of 500,000 times and an internal time acceleration of 1,000 times within the space of cultivation, the overall time acceleration reached 500 million times. Hong Long. Luo Feng was horrified as he looked around him. His surroundings were trembling. Heaven and earth trembled. The entire space of inheritance also trembled, and energy was consumed rapidly. Not good. Luo Feng showed a slight change in expression. Reduce acceleration to 100 times. Hua. The time velocity was immediately reduced to 100 times. The surroundings seemed to stabilize, but the energy stored within the space of inheritance was still being consumed rapidly. Still too fast. Reduced to 10 times. Luo Feng was forced to reduce till time acceleration was only at 10 times. Then, instantly, the entire space of inheritance regained its peace and quiet. The space of cultivation can only accommodate an acceleration of 10 times, yet the amount of energy consumed is still so much greater than the normal time region with an acceleration of 10,000 times. Given the energy reserve in the space of inheritance, it should be easy to maintain. After a series of adjustments, Luo Feng finally substantiated that the space of cultivation could allow time acceleration to be maintained at a rate of 20 times, adding on the 500,000 times from the outside. That equated to 10 million times. The consumption of energy was going to be massive, but, given the accumulated amount within the space of inheritance over countless eras, sustaining it over a long time should be possible. I must cherish every passing second. I hope that I can achieve my breakthrough before the sector beast crisis. Luo Feng left a body sustained by godly power in the boat of Mausoleum as his earthling original body departed without further delay. Time passed. Year after year went by. The body, sustained by godly power, that remained in the region of the black striped stone pillar, was cultivating like crazy in an environment where time acceleration was maintained at 10 million times. Luo Feng's original body, on the other hand, was walking all over the place. Seeking inspiration first, he roamed Tilted Peak sector, where he arrived at the core region. He even ventured further down, where he could catch a glimpse of the land of darkness from afar. Then he proceeded elsewhere. He even found some inheritances left behind by other true gods who had tried to transcend reincarnation eras. Then he went back to tour around the universe boat again while looking around very thoroughly. He was so thorough that he managed to discover traces left behind by some ancient great beings that were used to control the universe. Boat. He also visited flowing countless mountains, where he realized that there were also traces of great beings from the ancient civilization to be found. Lastly, Luo Feng returned to the primal universe, where he walked along the borders and even visited territories belonging to the other clans and races. Like the bugs, the demons, and the automatons, he also visited the regions where the weaker races resided. He saw the births of life forms as well as the withering of life forms. He also saw the fighting and annihilation of lives, as well as the destruction of a planet. Regardless of evil or good, everything that transpired between the billions and trillions of races on the universe, Luo Feng simply watched from the standpoint of an onlooker, observing everything from the side without intervening. He observed the budding life forms. He observed the birth of a new planet. He observed the destruction of a single traveler star and to the destruction of an entire galaxy by a super black hole. Luo Feng firmly believed the primal universe bred billions and trillions of life forms with the supreme path of life gestation from the countless factors. He observed he had to be able to find the key to opening the door to the third stage godly power, something that seemed as simple as a baby growing up and withering away with age, was something Luo Feng meticulously pondered. He investigated every trace left behind under a time acceleration of 10 million times. Something that seemed as simple as the operation of the celestial realm also fell into Luo Feng's scope of exploration. Silently, Luo Feng's willpower was gradually changing. Earth. Luo Feng stood in outer space as he looked towards the blue planet far into the distance. Beneath his gaze, time was flowing backward. Earth orbited rapidly around the sun in a counterclockwise direction. Everything on Earth was in continuous change. This is the past. What about the future? Under his gaze, the entire solar system was undergoing a change again as various scenes were continuously changing. Scenes from the past were very clear when time was reversed, yet when it came to the future, Luo Feng witnessed every scene was still constantly changing. Past events had already happened, so it was impossible to change or reverse any of them. On the other hand, the future was an unknown filled with countless possibilities. Roar. The various scenarios all seemed to be heading toward the same outcome. 30,000 years in the future, the solar system would be destroyed, and all life forms would be annihilated. This would mean the sector beasts had destroyed everything. 60,000 years later, the solar system would be destroyed, and all life forms would be annihilated. 110,000 years later, the solar system would be destroyed, and all life forms would be annihilated. Destroy. Destroy. Still destroying. But there was one outcome to the contrary that was extremely dazzling, in which Earth would become even more developed, and where countless starships would head toward Earth even after tens of thousands of eras or hundreds of millions of eras. Earth would still exist. This outcome represented the fact that Luo Feng had killed the sector beast. Looking at all the possibilities the future had in store, Luo Feng merely observed peacefully. Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression changed. The sun. Luo Feng's eyes lit up under his gaze, from the past of the ancient civilization to the future, the Earth was still orbiting around the sun even. With the various possibilities the future had in store, Earth was still orbiting around the sun, round after round, eternally and without end. It might have seemed repetitive and cumbersome, but it was following a rule that no one could violate. The Earth. Luo Feng's gaze turned to focus on Earth. From the endless past to the future, Earth, being a life planet, was constantly attracting strange life forces from extremely vast distances to breed life. This life force was intangible, but traversing the primal universe. Whilst looking toward the future, Luo Feng could vaguely discern clues that prompted him to believe that Earth was, indeed, the core of the surrounding region, the place where all life was bred. Earth revolves around the sun is the core, but for the life gestation system, within the vast region, the Earth is also the core. A celestial system, a life system. All these systems are different, yet they form the perfect combination. Luo Feng's gaze swept through the various scenes, which depicted the path of the countless stars in orbit. Then another scene appeared. It was a scene of his own life structure diagram, which was very complicated, and also the life structure diagram of the sector beast. Different yet connected. Beyond space, beyond time, originating from the supreme universe laws. Everything would head toward the same ultimate destination. Universe oceans. True gods of void space sector beasts. All life forms, even those that were complete opposites, but were bred by universe ocean, were destined for a common endpoint. Right before him, he could see countless paths that planets and worlds were once found, operational paths outlined by traces of life forces attracted by life planets. His was already a perfect life structure diagram when compared to a sector beast's life structure diagram. They are poles apart, yet connected somehow. Luo Feng stood in outer space, in the area surrounding Earth, deep in thought. His other body, sustained by godly power and left in the region of the black striped stone pillar, was laboriously pondering under an environment where time acceleration was maintained at 10 million times. Miraculous brightness was flashing across Luo Feng's mind as though he was about to be enlightened. Originally, he had found the study of universe masters and true gods to have nothing in common with the study of sector beasts, yet now, between these two schools of life diagrams, which had previously seemed so incongruous with one another, Luo Feng seemed to have found their common ground. A single picture could be judged differently by different people considering the past. When looking at these life structure diagrams, Luo Feng might have felt that they were simply opposites of one another. There was no other perspective from which he could rethink the situation. But at the moment, after seeing the diagrams from a different point of view, Luo Feng managed to find a commonality between these two endlessly complicated life structure diagrams. Life structure. Luo Feng stretched out his right palm. His palm was constituted of countless bouts of godly power, and all of them contained soul imprints. Naturally, he was so well informed that he had everything under control. He was also able to analyze it all in the most detailed manner. Combination. With his conscious mind, Luo Feng gave his order, and his life structure started to change. He had achieved 89,999 times life gene level, which already considered to be the ultimate perfection for a life structure diagram, but at that moment, Luo Feng was like a superb sage. With just a few strokes, he could make a picture come alive. Similarly, his changes to the life structure diagram were very simple. Many detailed structures were still the same as they had been, but the overall framework underwent a peculiar change also. Following the changes in life structure diagrams, Luo Feng was gaining a clearer grasp of the commonality between the school of universe masters, true gods, and true gods of void space, and the school of sector beasts. The process of alteration in the overall framework of Luo Feng's life structure diagram seemed simple, yet suddenly, an extremely small portion of the complex life structure diagram suddenly fell apart like a melon dropping from its branch upon ripening. Then it very rapidly started to detach itself from the entire life structure diagram. This was not within Luo Feng's control, but rather something like a natural reaction when changes were happening to Luo Feng. Parts of his life structure diagram automatically started to show signs of detachment. What Luo Feng was shocked, but the thought of stopping these things never crossed his mind. Instead, he watched on. The extremely small parts of his life structure diagram that were rapidly detached were also going through changes internally. The internal structure seemed to be subjected to a domino effect, where the first change sparked the start of a chain reaction from a structure diagram that Luo Feng could understand to something else. It transformed rapidly into another structure diagram that was so mystical that even Luo Feng could no longer comprehend. Buzz. The extremely small portion of life amazingly took on the form of a naked Luo Feng, seated cross-legged with a smile on his face. Pa. The moment this extremely small portion of the life structure diagram transformed into a naked Luo Feng, the change extended to the other parts of this life structure diagram. Suddenly, many Luo Fengs started to appear there. Might be a Luo Feng roaring in anger, or a Luo Feng with a warrior's pose, or a standing Luo Feng who was deep in thought, or a Luo Feng curled up in bed, or a Luo Feng deep in slumber, or a Luo Feng laughing out loud. All manners of appearances, one by one, were being born. To describe it all would have taken an eternity, but all these chain reactions happened in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng's entire life structure diagram had suddenly transformed into 100,000 spots of light, and every spot was a miniature, naked Luo Feng. These 100,000 miniature Luo Fengs, though not physically connected to one another, were still indistinctly associated. Putting all of them together would form Luo Feng's life structure diagram. 100,000 light spots. Even though Luo Feng was the creator, he had never expected to see such a chain reaction happening when he reorganized his life structure diagram. Earlier, when he had been analyzing the sector beast, the life structure diagram of a sector beast had also been comprised of 100,000 spots of light. And every one was a miniature sector beast. Each miniature sector beast itself was the most complex life structure diagram possible. At this moment, it was likewise for Luo Feng. His life structure diagram was also made up of 100,000 spots of light, with each one being a naked Luo Feng. Each miniature Luo Feng also contained an extremely complex life structure diagram, but, of course, there was a difference between the miniature Luo Feng and the miniature sector beast. Even Luo Feng himself felt that he was more profound than the sector beast. 100,000 spots of light were coming into existence, successively such a chain. Reaction seemed to indicate that everything would fall into place. It appeared that success was near at hand. Weng. After the first trace of godly power on Luo Feng's right palm changed, it was as though the process was contagious. There was no need for Luo Feng to give another command right away. The change in godly power started to spread rapidly. It was like a drop of black ink spreading out rapidly in water from Luo Feng's arm. A trace of golden light rapidly started to emerge shortly after. This golden light spread out and began filling his surroundings like crazy. Luo Feng's palm very quickly became a hand that radiated an endless, dazzling golden light which, at the same time, moved on to spread through his entire body, because the godly powers he had before and after the changes all contained Luo Feng's life imprints. Under some guidance, this much more superior life structure diagram, which had attained ultimate perfection, had a deadly attraction for other godly powers. It was just like how a magnet would attract other metallic elements. It naturally attracted the other godly powers around it and caused them to change in a most unrestrained manner. Hua. In less than 5 seconds, Luo Feng's entire body, including his hair, was radiating golden light. At the very moment the transformation of his godly body reached the point of completion, it was as though there was a nuclear fusion, as though a massive explosion had gone off within the solar system. The power released was 10 million times greater than the power produced when a universe master self-destructed. The moment Luo Feng's godly body was approaching the final stage of transformation, his entire body naturally released an outburst of 1 trillion light rays, 1 trillion light rays, shining upon 1 trillion light years. Hua. The golden light that surged out of Luo Feng's godly body was not subjected to any restrictions, therefore the speed at which it traveled at was comparable to teleportation. In an instant, it was shining upon the entire solar system. Then it moved on to shine upon Milky Way Holy Land, which was not far away. Then over to the entire Milky Way galaxy, and then to the entire Ganwu universe. This golden light was advancing at top speed, soundlessly transcending time and space. It was unstoppable. Hua. 1 trillion lights penetrated through the human territory to shine upon territories of other races like the bugs, the automatons, and the demons. It then reached out further to shine upon even the most deserted and darkest regions of the primal universe, where no life was able to survive. At that very moment, even the willpower of the universe origin would not have been able to exert any influence over the might of this golden light. Hua. 1 trillion lights finally penetrated through the membrane walls of the entire primal universe, charging toward the endless, chaotic universe ocean. At that moment, Luo Feng was the very core of the primal universe. 1 trillion lights surrounding him, shining upon the entire primal universe and even spreading out beyond to the surroundings of the primal universe. The numerous life forms of the pulse of Earth who lived on the planet nearest to Luo Feng experienced the influence. Every single earthling, whether in the sunlight or the dark, in the vast land outdoors or the halls indoors, a powerful earthling who had become an undying or a babbling, newborn infant. At that very moment, every single one's head was raised in the direction of the golden light. Nothing material could block the golden light. It transcended time and space, shone into the eye of every living soul, and eventually penetrated into the very soul of every living life form. Within their souls, a lofty golden figure appeared, and they all had a clear view of the face of this figure. This was Luo Feng, whom they most admired, to the earthlings, who regarded and worshipped Luo Feng as their highest spiritual leader. They were naturally able to recognize him. Even toddlers who might not have known the name of this lofty golden figure would always remember what he looked like in that moment. Upon growing up, after all the memories of childhood had faded, these children would never forget that lofty, golden figure. It's the great, noble Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the hero. The numerous earthlings were greatly taken aback when the golden light shone upon them and reached deep within their souls. They felt the desire to grovel and kneel before it. It was as though they were seized by a sudden impulse. Whether they were the high and mighty undying fighters or the weak and tender youths, all of them went down on their knees. Within Milky Way Holy Land, 1,000,000,000,000 golden lights enshrouded the region, where over 100 universe masters lived. There were even some who were true gods, but regardless of whether they were warriors, servants, or true gods, the golden light enveloped them all and directly penetrated their life imprints within their souls. A lofty, golden figure appeared. Respect arose from the depth of their souls. The fundamental distance between different levels of life was the reason why these life forms at lower life levels, in spite of themselves, were compelled to bow and kneel. Yet regardless of whether they were the weakest life forms, meaning those at universe level of Milky Way Holy Land, or the superior true gods, none was able to go beyond him. Even the true gods knelt as though seized by an irresistible impulse. They were not kneeling to Luo Feng, per se, but rather, their life origins were kneeling to the birth of the noblest life form. This collective show of respect was an act that was purely instinctual. "It's Luo Feng," said Tru Yan, also spotting the lofty, golden figure. At this moment, Luo Feng was no longer Luo Feng. He had come to represent the most supreme life form, the greatest and most perfect life form. Tru Yan was so overwhelmed by his emotions that he could not help but weep. He knew that there was hope for the various races of Universe Ocean. Because his disciple had survived, there was hope for them all to stem the tide of this calamity. Its Milky Way Horde leader, the numerous universe masters, and even the true gods were all greatly shaken. Its teacher Fire Dome and Luo Feng's other disciples were stunned yet excited. The golden light shone. It shone over 1,000,000,000,000 light years. It shone over the entire primal universe. No one was able to stop it. Even the willpower of the primal universe origin had to temporarily retreat because of the supreme universe law of universe ocean. This supreme law enveloped the golden light. Because the golden light contained the supreme laws, it could surpass time and space, as well as all material obstacles. This was how it could make all other life forms kneel before it. Regardless of good or evil, weak or strong, be it Luo Feng's enemy or even his family, primal chaos city leader, Pungong, dream demon ancestor, the many father gods of the automaton race, the few dozen true gods from the entire primal universe, all were down on their knees. They were deeply touched from deep within their souls as they knelt. It was not a situation in which they, beings with lower social statuses, were compelled to kneel by one who was above them in social standing. It was more of a way of showing their respect for the greatest life form born under the supreme law. In hundreds of millions of races, as well as countless planets, god countries, and universe secret regions, blood and flesh life forms, automaton life forms, plant life forms, energy life forms, all kinds of life forms, the low and the weakest link to the highest and strongest masters, all were showing their Respect in their own ways, they were kneeling and groveling, and all these were representative of their life origins showing respect. Gradually, the golden light that had spread over an area of 1,000,000,000,000 light years dispersed, the supreme law no longer worked any influence over the trillions of life forms. Once again, the willpower of the primal universe origin moved to enshroud the entire universe. The millions and billions of races within the entire primal universe, regardless of whether they were weak or strong, could no longer see the golden light. Everyone was now awakened, but in their souls, their life cores would be eternally imprinted with that lofty golden figure. The true gods of the ancestral god school were gathered at the ancestral god palace. So unbelievable, even we true gods cannot help but kneel cold wail. True God roared in his deep voice, Milky Way horde leader was merely a universe master previously, even if he has now begun on his breakthrough to become a true god. We are true gods too, so why is it that even when he is umpteen light years away, we are still kneeling to him as if we have no control over our own bodies? Not to mention you true gods, said the aged ancestral god, even we three ancestral gods, who have always been favored by the willpower of the origin, had gone down on our knees when the golden light penetrated through time and space to shine upon us. The aged ancestral god shook his head. So ridiculous. So unbelievable. The many true gods, including 9 remoteness true master, found this very difficult to understand. After all, they were true gods, and they all had their own miniature universes in terms of social status. Even the willpower of the origin had to show them due respect. Their orders, once given, were strictly enforced, because this was what they were entitled to. Even the willpower of origin was unable to make them fall to their knees and bow down to it. However, just moments ago, regardless of how far apart Luo Feng was from them, every single one of these true gods of the primal universe had gone down on their knees. What an exaggerated yet unbelievable sight, double face ancestral god said. It's unquestionable Milky Way horde leader must have started his breakthrough to becoming a true god. Yes, he must be starting to transform into a true god. What a commotion, with the entire primal universe bowing down to him. How impressive is his might! It must be an exceptionally unique breakthrough. There was no dissenting opinion among these various true gods of the ancestral god school. Everyone had taken the reason for these exceptional happenings to be Luo Feng starting to become a true god. Luo Feng was described as starting to become a true god because there was a process to becoming a true god. First, he had to expand his god country into a miniature universe, then his godly body had to undergo a breakthrough at the most fundamental level, and these steps, naturally, required some time. The group of true gods from the Space Beast Alliance were all speculating. How did Milky Way horde leader become a true god? What a commotion he created, bringing the billions of races of the entire primal universe down to their knees so involuntarily. Even if it was the legendary godly power path he had taken, I have seen for myself, when I was in the world of Gene, the inheritance of the ancient civilization. I do not recall seeing any documented records describing such a scene when one becomes a true god via the godly power route. True, regardless of law route or godly power route, this situation is unprecedented. They were filled with doubts. What could have happened to Milky Way horde leader for him to create such a great commotion? Such an occurrence was unheard of within the human territory. Void Gold true god said amidst sighs, no wonder Milky Way horde leader had yet to become a true god, all this while, given his exceptional talent, he would have become a true god in the billionth era yet. All this while, he had merely maintained his status as a universe master and become the #1 master of universe ocean Milky Way horde leader chose an extremely difficult route, a route that even someone like Milky Way horde leader, with his exceptional talent, would need to painstakingly cultivate for billions of eras. Today, he finally arrived at the path to breakthrough, and the moment he succeeded, his success reverberated throughout the entire primal universe, where the billions of races fell to their knees before him. Even true gods had to kneel before him. Boyd Gold, true god, lauded Luo Feng's achievement. If Milky Way horde leader succeeds, all the various races can be hopeful of stemming the sector beast crisis. Haha. Milky Way horde leader, his power must be so incredibly profound now. Impressive. Amongst themselves, the humans had long ago placed Luo Feng on a pedestal, where they looked up to him with high regards. Luo Feng's breakthrough this time around had such a massive impact that it was soul-awakening. Even the numerous true gods were brought to their knees. Other races may have been a little jealous, but the humans were incomparably excited and thrilled because they belonged to the same race. When Luo Feng made such a great achievement, they, too, would naturally stand to gain endless benefits. In the future, if Luo Feng did transcend reincarnation, then the entire human race could exist for eternity. The billions of races within the primal universe were in frantic discussions. The same went for the ordinary life forms on countless planets. They did not know who Luo Feng was, but that lofty golden figure was imprinted within the core of every living soul. Thus, it was unforgettable. On the other hand, the higher-ups of those races would most certainly be able to recognize that this was the #1 master of universe ocean Milky Way horde leader Luo Feng. Milky Way horde leader has finally achieved a breakthrough. The billions of races from universe ocean have hope now. Now, we can be hopeful of pulling through the sector beast crisis. All the weaker races were filled with excitement and anticipation. There was a miniature universe not too far away from the primal universe. It was Sitting Mountain Guest's miniature universe. Sitting Mountain Guest flopped down on the peak of one of the mountains amidst the rolling mountain range. He was a sorry sight, but there was a trace of relief on his face. Almost Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head while feeling thankful. I almost knelt too. Earlier on, Sitting Mountain Guest had been in his own palace, carving on a piece of rock, when the golden light suddenly shrouded his surroundings. At that point, Sitting Mountain Guest's expression had changed drastically, and with great perseverance, he had immediately fled to where a universe channel was within his palace. There was a universe channel that connected his palace to his miniature universe. With great difficulty, he had resisted that golden light and made his escape through the universe channel to return to his miniature universe. What is going on? Sitting Mountain Guest frowned as doubts filled his mind. He was shrouded by the golden light, and it had imprinted a lofty, golden figure on his soul. Without question, he was able to recognize his disciple, Luo Feng. What is wrong with Luo Feng? Why is he kicking up such a storm? The ordinary true gods were all unable to put up any resistance, and knelt right away. Even for me, if I had stayed a moment longer, I think my will would have submitted to that golden light. Too. Sitting Mountain Guest frowned. That golden light does not contain the willpower of the origin, rather, it contains the supreme law. The willpower of the origin did not scare Sitting Mountain Guest at all. The Willpower of the origin only had the ability of thoughts. By itself, it did not pose much of a threat, but the supreme law was a totally different story. The supreme law dictated how everything operated within the entire universe. Ocean, such is why the primal universe forever went through the cycle of destruction and birth, and why there was the birth of sector beasts. Why must the true gods transcend reincarnation after they had finished undergoing 3 reincarnation eras? Everything and anything had to follow the laws. The supreme law did not have any ability of thought, no trace at all. It was merely a set of rules to be adhered to, yet it was above all else. Luckily, the supreme law was only there to guide the life origin of living souls. Sitting Mountain Guest said to himself, life forms of the lower class naturally hold great respect for the life forms of the higher class, and they will definitely admire those higher class life forms. The supreme laws merely serve to guide and reinforce so that every single life form, including true gods, would obey their instincts and bow before the golden light. Luckily, it's only for guidance. If it were to force us to go down on our knees, even I myself would have to kneel. Sitting Mountain Guest sighed. He was not afraid of the willpower of origin. Because the willpower of the origin was restricted by laws, it had to fulfill the requirements of various regulations and restrictions, but the universe law of universe ocean was different. Even though he had much understanding about a great many secrets, when it came to the supreme law, his understanding was patchy. My disciple, could it be that he finally achieved his breakthrough? Sitting Mountain Guest was filled with doubts. No doubt, he has taken the godly power route for such a long time. He did not break through. I suppose he set high targets for himself, since he has great ambitions to attain the 3rd level of the godly power route. However, no matter what, the 3rd level of the godly power route should not lead to a commotion of such extent. Even the supreme law has descended to offer its congratulations. Sitting Mountain Guest could tell that this had been a means of congratulating Luo Feng. This achievement was simply incredible, so even the supreme law was here to send its congratulations also. It was the cause of the billions of races bowing before him to express their best wishes. Within the solar system, in the human territory, all the golden light had dispersed. Luo Feng regained normality. Luo Feng was in a daze just now. A moment ago, he had felt as though he had seen every single being in the primal universe, had traversed countless secret grounds, and had every single living soul dropping and kneeling to bow before him. Very quickly, Luo Feng thought no longer. My life gene level. Luo Feng could distinctly feel the fruitful outcome of this breakthrough. Clenching his fist, he could feel the tremors of his godly power. This delighted Luo Feng at his level. His grasp of control over his strength was extremely precise. Previously, he could even verify that his godly power level had reached up to 89,999 times. That was how high his degree of precision was. 100,000 times a full whole, 100,000 times, no more, no less. My life gene level has actually gone up to 100,000 times. Luo Feng was seriously shocked. God, this was simply unbelievable. The godly body was divided into 3 levels, 30,000 times to 60,000 times. Constituted the first level 60,000 times to 90,000 times would be the second level 90,000, and any limit that was almost 100,000 times constituted the third level. The inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River documented that no one had ever attained a level of 100,000 times. There was also no precedent for anyone achieving 100,000 times within the records of the world of Jin. It was noteworthy that these were records, meaning to say that in the ancient civilization, the pulse of Duandong River, and the world of Jin, no one had ever heard of a being with 100,000 times life Jin level. This was only a legend. Even to the ancient civilization, it was only a legend. There had never been anyone who had managed to achieve it. There were no records of it at all. I did it, Luo Feng stammered. In a daze, he mumbled to himself. First, I reached 89,999 times, then I did a thorough study on the school of universe masters, true gods, and true gods of void space, then on the school of the sector beasts in order to find the commonality between these two schools. Could it be that, throughout the ancient civilization, no universe master was able to achieve this right? It seems like in the records of the world of Jin. The records on sector beasts were also legends, and the sector beasts present in the records all seem to have been very powerful. Those were sector beasts in their growth stages. At the moment, Luo Feng did not understand why he could have attained 100,000 times. This was because he lacked exposure to relevant knowledge. After all, even the pulse of Duandong River and the pulse of the world of Jin had never seen any great being who managed to achieve 100,000 times in life Jin level via the godly power route, since no such occurrence had ever been discovered. Naturally, the exact cause was unclear. Luo Feng had succeeded, but he could only arrive at some vague speculations to explain his success. Time for my breakthrough. Luo Feng took a stride forward. So, immediately, he teleported back to Milky Way Holy Land. Amidst the vast Milky Way Holy Land, high up in the sky above the boundless remote ocean, Luo Feng, who was fully clothed in a white robe, appeared out of nowhere. Boundless remote ocean, recombined. Luo Feng looked down at the remote ocean beneath him. Hong Long. Endless fog instantly rose to surround remote ocean. Thereafter, his life Jin level rapidly skyrocketed from 89,999 times to 100,000 times. However, this time, the breakthrough he achieved no longer featured the supreme law appearing to congratulate him. Following this breakthrough, his godly power increased in quality while his body naturally shrank a little from the previous diameter of 12 light-years to a diameter short of 11 light-years. Hua hua hua. Boundless remote ocean was swallowing like mad in the vast void space above. The shadow of the ocean of laws of the primal universe started to emerge. According to the primal universe law, a tremendous amount of ocean water appeared out of thin air and fell continuously upon the boundless remote ocean. In the past, remote ocean needed to rely on the talent technique creation to automatically recover in order to gradually increase in size, yet at that moment, it had reached 100,000 times. A limitless godly body which could absorb to its heart's content the boundless godly power. Water descended from high above and meshed with the boundless remote ocean. This caused the remote ocean godly body to continuously increase. At the same time, Luo Feng's remote ocean body, Masha body, and golden horned beast body, which had been stationed about universe ocean, patrolling the grounds, were rushing back. The moment of the final breakthrough, the various bodies would combine. These other bodies would then dissipate to nothing if they did not make it back in time. Wouldn't the treasures they carried with them be at risk of being lost? The boundless remote ocean was extremely wide, and above it, there was an even wider shadow of the ocean of laws, a tremendous amount of godly power ocean. Water was continuously falling like a rainstorm. It's the ocean of laws. Such an unexpected amount of godly power that has befallen. Within the clusters of palaces in Milky Way Holy Land, the true gods, universe masters, and many universe knights were all watching from afar. They were all shocked by the shadow of the ocean of laws in the distance. Enveloped by the endless godly ocean waters was a figure clothed in a white robe. It is devouring at such an unbelievably fast speed, Luo Feng marveled in wonder. For the average godly body to recover from severe injuries, recovering 90% to 100% generally required a short time. However, to recover from 50% to 100%, the required time would skyrocket to at least 10,000 or a million times. Consuming the godly body would mean losing part of the soul. Therefore, recovery was extremely difficult. This was why a small consumption of godly body was easy to recover from. For example, recovering a godly body from 98% to 100% was certainly quite easy to achieve. The same theory applied here. The volume of the boundless remote ocean was only an approximate 90% of its actual size, because it was a recombination of godly power. In fact, Luo Feng had not lost any part of his soul, thus, his absorption speed could be extremely fast. I can feel it as though every bit of godly power within me is screaming out loud while madly swallowing, Luo Feng said in amazement. Under normal circumstance, absorbing the godly power within the ocean of laws is relatively more difficult, but now, as I am swallowing, the virtual shadow of the ocean of laws descends directly, and everything seems to fall into place nicely. When crossing over the levels from undying to night and then to universe master, every time he had crossed a particular threshold, the ocean of laws had directly poured out its godly power. But Luo Feng's breakthrough this time around was a breakthrough of the godly body level. He had not crossed any threshold, regardless of how keen the willpower of the origin was in helping Luo Feng build up his godly body as soon as possible. It had to obey the law, which made it a must for Luo Feng to be proactive in his absorption in order to prompt the fall of the godly ocean water. 1. Luo Feng's soul was complete. 2. At 100,000 times godly power, the absorption was shocking. 3. With the permission of the supreme law, the willpower of the origin was remarkably cooperative. This was why it only took slightly over a year for the boundless remote ocean to expand again. This time, its diameter was as wide as 12 light-years. It cannot expand any further. The white-robed Luo Feng stood on the surface of the boundless remote ocean. High in the sky, the shadow of the ocean of laws finally dissipated. I have reached a diameter of 12 light-years. There is no way I can swallow any more godly power. Luo Feng was deep in thought. I have achieved the third level of godly body, where the size of a godly body is supposedly adjustable according to one's own preference, but this unlimited godly body, most unfortunately, does not seem to be truly unlimited after all. It should be noted that within the ocean of laws of the primal universe, there were limited resources, so how could it be possible to be truly unlimited? A diameter of 12 light-years was already a limit that was impossible to surpass. Luo Feng took one look at the faraway cluster of palaces. There were indeed many great beings looking over from afar, apparently the virtual shadow of the ocean of laws that had been sustained for more than a year, and the tremendous amount of godly ocean water that was like a heavy storm had dealt them a great shock. Let's begin. Having made a move in his mind, Luo Feng saw several figures appear successively beside him. They were his remote ocean body, Masha body, golden, horned beast body, and, in addition, his earthling original body all stood before him. Compact. Luo Feng looked down at the vast remote ocean. Hong Long. Shortly after, Luo Feng made another move in his mind. Immediately, the boundless remote ocean crashed toward Luo Feng's earthling original body in a great surge. The earthling original body was like a bottomless pit. It swallowed and accommodated all the godly ocean water to its heart's content. And within the blink of an eye, the mighty and boundless remote ocean had vanished. Not a trace was left. But no, to be more precise, a small lake remained compared to the previous remote ocean. This small lake was negligible. Luo Feng frowned as he looked into the distance at the small lake. Amidst the void space, my earthling original body cannot accommodate all the godly body of the boundless remote ocean. He mused to himself, the power of that small lake is equivalent to the reserve of power in my earthling original godly body, meaning to say, the godly power my earthling original body had was the same as that of the boundless remote ocean when its diameter was at 12 light years, no more, no less. I can't be too greedy. The white-robed Luo Feng looked to his side. Buzz. An indistinct golden light came on right away. His earthling original body, his golden horned beast body, his Masha body, the small lake, and his remote ocean body all went into the golden light. From afar, Void Gold True God, Fire Dome True God, and the various others were all filled with anticipation. To God Country. Milky Way Horde leader has set off for his God Country after swallowing such a tremendous amount of godly power. It should be time for him to start expanding his God Country into a miniature universe. In the vast God Country, there were grasslands, a great ocean, and mountains. Luo Feng stood high up in the air as he looked down at his vast God Country. My God Country has reached its limit. I just need to start expanding, and very soon, my God Country will be able to evolve into a miniature universe. My godly power has also absorbed to its limit. I am no longer able to absorb any more, so let's begin. Luo Feng was standing high up in the sky where he could not help but feel a little excited. How could he not be excited, considering he had looked forward to this day for as long as 1,000,000,000,000 eras? Then, with a thought, Luo Feng's vast God Country started expanding with a loud rumble. From where they were originally, the boundary walls of his God Country started expanding outwards. This expansion brought about a sudden, violent reaction. Hung. The entire God Country trembled, and instantly, a void passageway appeared. It remained connected to his God Country. He did not know where it originated from, but from the end that was lodged within his God Country, an endless, chaotic airflow started to surge outward like crazy. The moment this dense, chaotic airflow charged its way in, it tore heaven and earth apart. It tore the ocean apart. Everything was shattered and returned to a chaotic state. With the tremendous amount of energy supplied by the chaotic airflow, his God Country started to expand like crazy. Hung. Following the expansion of his God Country, another void passageway appeared. This allowed even more chaotic airflow to surge in. It was like a scene in which the world was facing total destruction. Luo Feng stood in the middle of his God Country and looked around. Numerous void passages were emerging successively, thus allowing an upsurge of chaotic airflow. This caused the whole God Country to become a chaotic whirlpool. At this point, his God Country was still expanding. As it was expanding, it was constantly on the move. Luo Feng's God Country had originally been within a space interlayer, and beyond it was the membrane wall of the primal universe. By penetrating the membrane wall, one would enter the primal universe. At the moment, his god country was consistently making progress in its advances, however, expanding from a god country to a miniature universe did require a certain amount of time. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. It's going to be 100 million light-years, soon. A diameter of 100 million light-years is the general volume for all miniature universes of true gods. Luo Feng stood amidst the endless, chaotic airflow, filled with anticipation. For his own god country, the diameter of miniature universes of true gods of void space usually fell within a range of 1 billion light-years to 10 billion light-years, but for true gods, the diameter was kept at a consistent 100 million light-years. This was because when these miniature universes were first born, it was always the same situation. Upon expanding and acquiring their fixed forms, the miniature universes would immediately begin working out their internal structures, and when the true gods became true gods of void space after their breakthroughs in the future, these internal structures and true gods' powers would affect the sizes of their miniature universes. Pung. The entire god country trembled. Suddenly the walls surrounding his god country slowly transformed into universe membrane walls and eventually became a massive godly body with a diameter of 100 million light-years. Then this miniature universe with a diameter of 100 million light-years unexpectedly continued to expand. Still expanding, Luo Feng, who was already exhilarated, was now shocked. All miniature universes of true gods are usually around the same size. Why is my miniature universe still expanding? Could it be related to my godly body? Luo Feng could not help wondering. Previously, when he had first achieved 100,000 times life gene level, the billions of races from the primal universe had knelt before him to offer their congratulatory wishes. That scene had been incredible. As for the expansion of his god country, it was closely related to the godly body. For the godly power root, there would first be a breakthrough in one's godly body, so that the god country could continue to expand a little. Usually, for those who chose the godly power path, regardless of whether it was 30,000 times, 60,000 times, or 90,000 times, their miniature universes would still remain at a diameter of 100 million light-years. Yet Luo Feng had managed to unshackle himself from this restraint. According to the documentation on the ancient civilization by the pulse of Duandong River and the world of Jin, no true god was known to have achieved 100,000 times life gene level. This was much more difficult to achieve than 90,000 times life gene level, hence the scarcity of such occurrences in such a situation. Could it be so simple to achieve 100,000 times life gene level? To achieve 30,000 times life gene level, the height of a godly body would increase sharply by 10 times. To achieve 60,000 times life gene level, the height of a godly body would increase sharply by 1,000 times, and achieving 90,000 times life gene level would allow one to reach the stage of an unlimited godly body, where its size was entirely up to the true god's own preference. As for 100,000 times more, laws would fall, and the various other races would come forth to express their congratulations. If this were not regarded as unique, that would be a joke. Yet now, Luo Feng was focused on becoming a true god. Thus, he had yet to look into this area in depth. At that moment, his miniature universe had exceeded the common diameter measurement of 100,000 light-years, which was one of the special traits. Enabled by the achievement of 100,000 times life gene level. The greater the diameter, the more the volume would increase by leaps and bounds. This would then hinder the speed of expansion of the miniature universe because more chaotic airflow would be required. The diameter increased from 200 million light-years to 300 million light-years. As Luo Feng expanded his miniature universe, every single race from the primal universe all the way to the universe ocean had been waiting expectantly for a new miniature universe to appear, yet, no matter how long they waited, there was no sign of a new miniature universe emerging. What is going on? Primal Chaos City leader wondered, feeling a bit anxious. Luo Feng previously told me that his god country was starting to change into a miniature universe. The evolution to form a miniature universe should not take too long, right? It has already been half a year. Why is there still no news? Opposite Primal Chaos City leader, there was another white-robed man, Teacher Origin. Luo Feng liked white robes, and so did Teacher Origin, but the two were of very different temperaments. Luo Feng was more like a long-range rifle, unwavering, sharp, and unstoppable. On the other hand, Teacher Origin was of a gentler disposition. I, too, don't know. Teacher Origin shook his head. The virtual universe could only vaguely detect the other region. I am sure of it. Luo Feng's god country is right at that region, but right now, it is expanding, and his origin is starting to take form. I cannot intrude any further. No need to mention that when his god country is expanding with the help of the willpower of the origin, and with the supreme laws will help to bring about, no one will be able to affect him. No one will be able to contact him. During a breakthrough, one was under absolute protection. No one was able to interrupt another's breakthrough period. The various races of Universe Ocean were all feeling anxious. Within his own miniature universe, Luo Feng could feel the continuous expansion of his miniature universe until one fine day, when the miniature universe finally stopped expanding with a rumble, and everything was formed. At the same time, an unstoppable, mighty force was exerted over the miniature universe. The miniature universe was originally already situated by the membrane walls of the primal universe. Under the influence of this unstoppable and mighty force, it was popped out easily as though it was no more than a glass ball. Hung. The entire miniature universe crashed its way out of the primal universe, and, like a fish entering the ocean or like a bird soaring up into the sky, this miniature universe finally made its way into the vast universe ocean. This miniature universe had a diameter of 1 billion light-years, no more, no less. When it was being blasted out of the primal universe, a gaping hole with a diameter bigger than 1 billion light-years was left on the membrane walls of the primal universe. The miniature universe revolved in a rolling manner that crushed and compacted the surroundings, causing the chaotic airflow to be in an upsurge to bombard such a massive object hard enough to push it out of its original position. How powerful a force would that be? Hung. There was a violent vibration, and the vibration was transmitted out. Since the time when Luo Feng had caused billions of races of the primal universe to bow before him, he had become a subject of concern for every single race of Universe Ocean. When he had brought his many other bodies back to his god country, great beings from the various races of Universe Ocean had also long been stationed at areas outside the universe membrane walls, corresponding to the humans' territory at the earlier stage, that is, the humans' territory before huge Axe's annihilation. As many as several hundred Universe masters were scattered all over, lying low and waiting. Till a green-colored beast that resembled a lizard was suspended amidst the void space in a winding manner with flashing green eyes. There are ripples. Right away, it discovered that not far away, there about of powerful ripples was being transmitted over. Without further ado, it teleported and rushed toward where it had located its target. What? After reaching its destination upon teleportation, it spotted at first glance the massive miniature universe that was still rolling and rumbling. Even though it was a distance away, within this vast region, it was not alone. A few dozen universe masters had rushed over upon detecting the ripples. It is a miniature universe. It's huge. It is very close to the membrane wall of the primal universe. It probably just blasted out. Look, it is still tumbling about. It must have just been thrown out. Such a big miniature universe. How big must it be? It was so large, plus, the surging waves of chaotic airflow made it difficult to have a clear view of anything at all using their naked eyes alone. The universe masters would not be able to come up with an accurate judgment. Instantly, the universe masters teleported nearer to this miniature universe. Encircling it, they tried to come up with a more accurate judgment of its actual size. This newly emerged miniature universe has a diameter of 1 billion light years. Well, 1 billion light years. Other true gods' miniature universes are all only as big as 100 million light years. Purple Moon Holy Land universe has a diameter of 210 million light years, and East Emperor Holy Land universe has a diameter of 320 million light years, but both the Holy Land ancestors had long transcended reincarnation to achieve a much higher level. That is how their miniature universes were able to get so big. For this Milky Way Horde leader's miniature universe to be so big, this is quite unexpected. They were all shocked, but even though they were shocked, they were still able to accept, because in their hearts, they all knew that for Luo Feng to become the #1 master of Universe Ocean while still a mere universe master, and for him to be able to get billions of races, including true gods of the primal universe, to bow before him the moment he achieved a breakthrough, it was not strange for him to be able to create such a miracle, given such impressive power and influence. Right away, the news was rapidly spread to every race in the entire universe. Ocean. He has become a true god, and his miniature universe has a diameter of 1 billion light years. Haha, great divine I true master, and the other 4 true masters had gathered, and divine I true master was greatly delighted as he commented, Milky Way is by far the most powerful true god. We finally have a hope of stemming the tide of the sector beast crisis. Only a true god, and yet his miniature universe is so big. Even the inheritance of the ancient civilization of the world of Jin has no records of such a feat. Incredible, incredible. Impossible. Purple Moon ancestor also got the news and was in for a great shock. Ancestor, I saw it with my own eyes. The godly powered avatar of a particular universe master beneath Purple Moon ancestor reported deferentially, not just me, in fact, the various races of Universe Ocean all know that this is the absolute truth. Purple Moon ancestor was dumbfounded. This. During some favorable encounters in his life, Purple Moon ancestor had belittled even someone like East Emperor. Undoubtedly, he must have known a great deal. Previously, billions of races all bowed to him as a means of congratulating him, and now, his true god miniature universe has attained a diameter of 1 billion light-years, purple moon ancestor shook his head from this pulse of mine. There have been several existences who stood at the peak of the ancient civilization, however, for all of them, when they became true gods, their miniature universes had diameters of 100 million light-years. It was the same for everyone in this ancient civilization, without exception, this Luo Feng. What has he done? Purple moon ancestor gritted his teeth. No matter how strong you are, it will be best if you can kill all the sector beasts. In Universe Ocean, it was a scene of celebration. Even Luo Feng's enemies were equally delighted because he was their only hope of dealing with the sector beasts. Of course, the humans in their own territorial grounds were most excited. Luo Feng's parents, his wife, his sons, and his other family members, as well as Primal Chaos City leader and True Yen, all of whom were always greatly concerned about Luo Feng, were excited beyond containment. Even Teacher Origin could not help marveling when he learned of the news, saying, "How can a mere true god's miniature universe be this big? Incredible. This is simply incredible." No matter how the outside world rejoiced, no one was able to establish contact with Luo Feng. Within his miniature universe, Luo Feng looked all around. The void passages had long vanished, and the entire miniature universe was filled with an endless and majestic chaotic airflow. The universe has expanded to its ultimate limit. The next step will be to unite all my other bodies, return back to their origin, and then transform back into my earthling original body. There are also the universe origin and universe structure. Luo Feng held his breath. The next steps had to be completed in succession, and among them, the one involving the universe structure was the most important step. The internal structure of the miniature universe had to be determined at the very beginning, before everything else could be finalized. Once the chaotic airflow started to transform into the 10 basic law forces, such as time and space, there would no longer be the chance to establish the structure for any superior great being. There was only one chance for structuring their universe. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. This structure would determine the future of the miniature universe. When it had to undergo evolution in the future 2, it determined the origin of the miniature universe, and 3, it determined the ultimate limit that the great being could attain. Determining the most basic structure was like laying the foundation when building a skyscraper. If the foundation was not well established, then naturally, it would not be possible to construct a skyscraper at all. If a universe structure was not well constructed to begin with, then in the future, the gradual evolution of the miniature universe would also be limited. For instance, it would be impossible to achieve a breakthrough in evolving to the eternal true God stage. Even if one might already have an extremely high comprehension ability, if one's miniature universe did not evolve and enhance itself, there would never be a breakthrough. How could this step be taken lightly? Luo Feng stood amid the endless, chaotic airflow where his eyes could easily reach any corner of his miniature universe. All bodies unite, return to origin. Luo Feng gave the order right away. His voice resounded throughout the entire miniature universe. Hong. A strong bout of power immediately worked its influence over Luo Feng's original body, Masha body, golden horned beast body, remote ocean body, and the small remote ocean lake. Instantly, all of these were shifted to another space. This space was contained within the miniature universe origin. At that moment, it was chaotic within the internal space of the universe origin, as The structure had yet to finalize. The universe structure must be finalized before the origin could take full form. Disintegrate. The other bodies were completely disintegrated instantly, while all the treasures that they carried with them floated aside. This combination of disintegrated bodies transformed into the core of a formidable godly power. Where a heart was found, that was the heart of a true God. The heart of a true God was the most important thing within the body of a true God. The soul would be hidden within the heart, and it was how he could communicate with the origin of his miniature universe. If the origin of his miniature universe was transformed into a great amount of godly power, this power could be transmitted directly to the heart of a true God. Once the heart of a true God shattered, that marked the end of the true God. Luo Feng's origin of miniature universe was 1,000 times stronger than that of any other true God at the same level, so his heart was also stronger by 1,000 times. Return to origin. As the voice of Luo Feng's willpower sounded, a great godly power started to change and condense through a cohesion process. In the process of cohesion, the godly power was constantly being refined, and in moments it soared by 100 times at the same time. The cohesion process gave form to flesh and blood, skeletal structure and bones, skin and hair. Very soon, a naked, black-haired man appeared within the origin of the miniature universe that had yet to take complete form. When the miniature universe is complete, I can return to the origin, Luo Feng whispered to himself with a sigh. With the previous god country, how would it be able to support such an original earthling body of mine? Unfortunately, he thought, my power that has soared up to 100 times. This is merely a transformation of my godly power, so now, my godly power is only left with 1% of my previous amount. If this remaining power was spread out and transformed in the form of an ocean, then previously, his godly power could be transformed into an ocean with a diameter of 12 light years. Now, he was left with a power that could be transformed into an ocean with a diameter slightly more than 2 light years. Of course, so long as there was enough power, it was still possible to recover back to the diameter of 12 light years. This was, however, up to Luo Feng's miniature universe to swallow and consume enough power for supply. The primal universe could no longer provide Luo Feng with any more energy. Fortunately, by becoming a true God, my soul will be hidden within the heart of true God in terms of quantity. Even if I have not achieved my ultimate potential, my power can still be released to its maximum potential. Regardless, I have finally become a true God. Luo Feng let out a long sigh and, for the moment, felt a tremendous amount of fiery passion. True God. He had waited so long for this day. Come. Luo Feng set his gaze afar. Not far from him, all the treasures like Wu Qi God and Shiwu wings, which were afloat in midair, suddenly came flying at high speed toward him. Wu Qi God enveloped him all over, forming an armor over his entire body, while Shiwu wings also appeared on his back. Star Tower, Blood Ghost Blade, and various other treasures were all stored with a flip of Luo Feng's palm. Now, we have to start on the most important step, Luo Feng said to himself. The pulse of Duandong River and the pulse of the world of Jin both have a set of their own miniature universe structure laws. Even the 3 generations of ancestors and the godly king of Jin's miniature universe structure laws have records. However, my set of structure law does not necessarily have to be the same as theirs. A long time ago, Luo Feng had once put some thought into designing a framework For his own structure law, this was a final set of laws that Luo Feng had come up with. It was based on other various structure laws from the Pulse of Duan, Dong River, and the Pulse of the World of Jin. At the time, Luo Feng had named it Cloud 9. However, this time around, he had broken through to achieve 100,000 times life Jin level for the past year or so, while swallowing godly power from the endless remote ocean. Luo Fen had been constantly pondering the matter based on his comprehension of the life structure diagram and the numerous structure laws that he had come across throughout this period of time. He had created another set of structure laws. Upon coming up with this newer set of structure laws, Luo Feng could instantly sense that it had absolutely transcended its predecessor. Cloud 9. Luo Feng named this set of structure laws, beginning of the origin. Luo Feng stood within the space of the universe origin of his miniature universe. Internally, everything was chaotic because it had yet to take complete form. Rise. Luo Feng's thoughts shrouded the entire universe, and regardless of the space of origin or all the chaos within the universe, everything shook and trembled. 100,000 heavens. Luo Feng's willpower enshrouded everything around him as it started to get mobilized. It was just like how the myths and legends described the creation of heaven and earth. It was not one Pangu creating the universe, but 100,000 of him simultaneously creating the universe. The chaotic airflow within the entire universe was manipulated into splitting and rotating, then gradually condensing to take form as planes within space started to rapidly emerge within the span of a single thought. 100,000 planes within spaces were formed. Luo Feng's face registered a solemn expression. The execution of this structure law, beginning of the origin, was tens of thousands of times more difficult than the execution of Cloud 9. Even if his willpower was differentially controlled, there was still a chance of failure. The moment he failed, his structure law could not be regarded as a beginning of the origin. It would only suffice as 100,000 heavens, which meant it was only comparable to structure laws that were considered relatively superior, like those of the Pulse of Duandong River or the Pulse of the World of Jin. Luo Feng, for one, would certainly not be content to be at this level. Just as Luo Feng was putting his universe structure in place within the vast universe ocean, Sector Beast Morosa was advancing at high speed. Loathsome, the two heads of Sector Beast Morosa looked ferocious. They all knew my power is greatly reduced. Even those fools whom I have always looked down upon previously are all charging toward me now. I don't even have a space to survive in within the Sector Beast's nest. If not for them, given my power, it would not be difficult at all for me to make my way back to the third stage. Anger. Although Morosa had madly devoured an entire Sector Beast to climb its way up to the second stage, that Sector Beast had transmitted the news about Morosa's greatly reduced power before it was annihilated. This had reduced Sector Beast Morosa to the state of a rat scampering across the street, with everyone chasing after him, trying to attack him. When Morosa had stood at the peak, instinctively, it had wanted to kill the other Sector Beasts too. Now that it was weak, it was natural for the other Sector Beasts to want to reciprocate with revenge. I can only return to Universe Ocean. Sector Beast Morosa shook its head. Since I no longer have a place in the nest, then before I meet my end, I shall let that Milky Way horde leader Luo Feng know the consequences of messing with me. Morosa was not fully confident that it could take revenge on Luo Feng. However, it did not have a choice. The burning desire to destroy ran in its blood. It was the source of its courage to bring destruction upon itself by taking revenge on Luo Feng. Even if it could not kill Luo Feng, it would still attempt to draw out the repulsive feelings toward Luo Feng, and finally, it would transmit all the information it had back to the land of darkness and cause Luo Feng to fall into a truly massive calamity. Sector Beast Morosa executed a series of long-distance teleportations, and very soon, it arrived at the peripheral region of a miniature universe. Roar. The black fog reappeared in a winding manner around Moroso, while streams of distorted light rays extended out directly toward the miniature universe. It did not devour, but merely maintained the state. A short while later, a ship appeared out of nowhere, and a figure flew out from within it. This figure was none other than the majestic and burly Nine-Headed Demon Master. Nine-Headed Demon Master took one look at Sector Beast Morosa, and could not help feel a pinch of regret. He was a true god that had always stayed low-key, and showed forbearance to all its wrath and frustrations. After he had learned that the world of Jin had appeared, he had gradually started to reveal his power. He was, in fact, ranked as one of the 8 heroes of Universe Ocean. Even before Hong and I Devil God, he had already sent some of the universe masters under his command over to the Sector Beast's nest to explore. Every time he sent an exploration team, someone was bound to be annihilated. However, he usually sent out energy life forms, so at least there would not be souls being exterminated. It was through these explorations that Nine-Headed Demon Master had gotten to know what a terrifying quantity of sector beasts were within the nests. His underlings had found out about merely a portion of them, yet that many sector beasts was enough to completely fill up a substantial amount of land. The number had sent shivers down his spine. He was still filled with anticipation. Even though the sector beasts were not considered to be very powerful at the moment, one was enough to bring the races within all of Universe Ocean to the brink of collapse. Finally, Nine-Headed Demon Master had secretly contacted Sector Beast Morosa, and he had decided to pledge allegiance to the sector beasts, just like how Great Thunder Star Master, Dragon Rock Ancestral God, and Jin Jia Emperor. However, the moment Nine-Headed Demon Master changed sides, he had greatly regretted his decision. Changing sides meant becoming an obedient servant that only listened and acted according to the wishes of the sector beasts. Furthermore, he had a hunch that more trouble was brewing in the future. When the king of sector beasts was born, those who had defected would face tragedy. All the same, he felt deep remorse, but it was too late for regrets. My original intention was to keep myself safe during this crisis by taking the side of the sector beasts. Nine-Headed Demon Master said to himself, I am from the second reincarnation era, and I have the inheritance of the ancient civilization from the world of Jin. With all these, it is totally possible for me to transcend reincarnation during the final period of the third reincarnation era. I never expected such an outcome for pledging allegiance to the sector beast's loathsome willpower. Of the origin, it should have mentioned this earlier. Nine-Headed Demon Master was regretful and angry. Thanks to Nine-Headed Demon Master's role as a traitor, Sector Beast Morosa had been able to evade the area where Luo Feng had hidden in order to ambush him. Nine-Headed Demon Master, Morosa said, staring. My great king. Nine-Headed Demon Master responded respectfully. The moment he had changed sides, he had begun to address any sector beasts he met as king. Morosa nodded. Tell me, during this period, what is happening within Universe Ocean, what is Milky Way, Horde Leader Luo Feng up to nowadays? Nine-headed Demon Master replied right away, my great king, it is relatively peaceful in Universe Ocean, it's just that Milky Way Horde Leader has now become a true god. He became a true god. Morosa was greatly taken aback. Previously, when Luo Feng was still a Universe Master, he had been able to bring Morosa down from the 3rd grade to the 1st grade. Morosa had only just managed to make it back to 2nd grade, and Luo Feng was already a true god. If they were to cross paths again, the outcome was a given. Morosa would be the one being trampled upon. So fast? Morosa said in shock. Not fast. Nine-headed Demon Master shook its head. Milky Way Horde Leader is our universe's #1 master. Given his impressive talent, it is considered slow that it took him a trillion eras to finally break through. Besides, his disciple long ago became a true god. Also, I have to inform my king during the time when Milky Way Horde Leader broke through, he Nine-headed Demon Master related everything he knew, including the billions of races within the primal universe going down on their knees to bow to Luo Feng and Luo Feng's miniature universe with a diameter of 100,000 light years. Everything it knew, it related without leaving out a single detail. The more Morosa learned, the more twisted his expression became. Milky Way Horde Leader's miniature universe has just entered Universe Ocean. Nine-headed Demon Master informed Morosa at this point, he ought to be laying the structure of his miniature universe. Even if his miniature universe has finalized its form, there is still the evolution of chaos. All these steps require time to complete, and since his miniature universe is so big, I suspect the time that is required will be much longer than most true gods. He might be stuck in there for a month or two. Sector Beast Morosa was delighted to hear this. Stuck in there. Joyfully, Morosa thought, true, after becoming a true god, this Luo Feng will have no other bodies, only his original body. Then he will not be so daring as to patrol about Universe Ocean. He has to protect his miniature universe as well as his human race. However, there is also the possibility that he will risk coming out to patrol anyway. After all, with so many true gods in his Hung Alliance, if such a group were to take action together, they would still be able to stop me. Endless thoughts went through Morosa's mind. Then it grinned. No matter what, at least for the coming 2 months, Luo Feng was not able to come out. Ha ha ha! Morosa laughed heartily. Nine-headed, you did well, he praised. Nine-headed Demon Master bowed his head to indicate his allegiance. Morosa roared with laughter, then teleported away. Nine-headed Demon Master raised his heads, but all 9 of them registered awful expressions. One wrong step, and all the following steps were wrong. 2. There was no longer any chance to look back and reconsider his decision. Within Luo Feng's miniature universe, 100,000 heavens. The entire miniature universe had 100,000 planes. They were of different sizes, and there were also differences in structure. Indistinctly, there was contact across every one of these planes within the space, just like a whirlpool. The chaotic airflow encircled the peripheral region of the planes. 100,000 heavens were all revolving, and internally, everything was pushing toward completion. At the same time, in the chaotic environment within the universe origin, 100,000 planets started to revolve. These 100,000 planets corresponded to 100,000 heavens. It was as if the structure of the miniature universe was undergoing a process of miniaturization within the space of the origin. Yet Luo Feng knew that it was, in fact, the space of the origin guiding everything happening on the outside world. After a while, Luo Feng's eyes shone brightly. 100,000 heavens is successfully completed, he said. Now, I must begin the most important step. Beginning of the origin. Luo Feng's willpower enshrouded his entire miniature universe instantly. 100,000 planes within space started to revolve violently. Every plane was indistinctly maintaining contact with one another. Such contact was unable to be detected by the naked eye. However, within the universe origin, the 100,000 planets that corresponded to 100,000 heavens were bursting with streams of golden light. These rays of light were connecting to form a massive network of incomparable precision, like a super complex in the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Form. Luo Feng's willpower let out a ferocious roar. 100,000 planets within the universe origin suddenly unleashed a dazzling light. The complex Rhinoceros Emperor game that was formed by the countless golden light rays was also bursting with energy. Within the entire core, a mass of nothingness was formed. Hong long long. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the 100,000 planes were still revolving. The whirlpool they created was expanded upon their continuous bombardment against one another. These planes seemed to be randomly scattered about, but once they all started to revolve, once every single plane started to rotate at the same time, it was like Earth revolving around the sun. The 100,000 planes within the surfaces also started revolving around the core. It was too difficult. It was like pulling and grinding. The beginning pull was always the most difficult. All 100,000 planes within the surfaces surrounded the central core, and the moment they started to revolve, Luo Feng's willpower felt as though it was about to crumble and collapse. At long last, everything seemed to be revolving. Then the speed of revolution gradually increased. Steadily, some of the planes started to collide with one another. The more delicate ones immediately started to show signs of cracks. Pung. One of the planes collapsed right away. Luo Feng remained expressionless. He continued to keep everything under control. I say, form. Luo Feng's willpower roared once again. Hong. The miniature universe let out another rumble that was so loud that it could be heard even from the outside. Luo Feng's universe origin also let out the same rumble. Then what could be seen was the central position of almost 100,000 planes within spaces. A whirlpool that was in continuous revolution had appeared. It was like a bottomless black hole of whirlpools. Right in the center of the whirlpools was the universe origin. At that moment, close to the center of these 100,000 planets that were within the universe origin, a void whirlpool appeared. Dun Luo Feng could not conceal his delight. Everything returned to peace and quiet with the void whirlpool as the center. Close to 100,000 planes were led into continuous revolution. While they were revolving, a new plane unexpectedly emerged. Thereafter, planes started emerging successively. In a fleeting moment, 100,000 planes were recovered. Likewise, within the universe origin, 100,000 planets were recovered. Luo Feng's face reflected his joy. The beginning of the origin is formed. Everything will have the origin. The birth of everything and anything on earth is now endless and limitless. The void space formed by 100,000 heavens was none other than the origin. With this origin, his miniature universe could be given endless possibilities. Even if all 100,000 planes within space were shattered, they still had the chance of rebirth. Beginning of the origin. Luo Feng looked within his own universe origin and saw 100,000 bright, dazzling planets encircling the central void as they revolved around it. This central void was the ultimate core of the entire universe origin. This origin was where everything began, within the void space. Loud gurgling sounds were soon heard, then, like a fountain spraying water, a tremendous amount of godly ocean water gushed out and outside Luo Feng's miniature universe. The tremendous amount of chaotic airflow was being absorbed like mad. Hua hua hua. The endless chaotic airflow started to wind and revolve around Luo Feng's miniature universe, forming a massive whirlpool every moment. A tremendous amount of chaotic airflow was being swallowed and transformed into godly power. All miniature universes possessed the ability to transform godly powers, yet for Luo Feng, his beginning of the origin structure had enhanced this ability of transformation up to a level that was incredible beyond words. A lone figure appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than Morosa. At that moment, Morosa was in its original form. Its ugly two heads looked afar at the indistinct silhouette of a miniature universe, while the two single eyes, one on each head, flashed with greed. Finally, I am here again. So long as I swallow one miniature universe origin, I can be elevated to the second stage pinnacle. An evil black aura spread and filled the surroundings as streams of distorted rays of light rapidly penetrated the void space for a distance up to 100 million light-years. Continuous streams of dazzling brilliance traveled along those distorted rays and headed right into Morosa's body. How comfortable! Morosa's two heads were raised in great satisfaction. Shock Devil God was entrenched somewhere along the rolling mountain range, where its tail was wrapped around the foothills of the mountains and its head entwined around the mountain peaks. Suddenly, its eyes shot open with such ferocity that they resembled two massive, blazing stars. Sector Beast. Shock Devil God revealed a hint of fear. The Sector Beast is finally here again. After disappearing for so long, it has finally reappeared. His fiery red eyes were filled with worry. The last time it appeared, it managed to escape after being severely injured by Milky Way Horde leader. I'm afraid the situation won't be so simple this time. Shock Devil God was fearful and anxious. It was not confident about confronting the Sector Beast. The first opponent Morosa would choose among the true gods would definitely be one of the weaker powers. Divine Eye True Master, Nine-Headed Demon Master, Primal Chaos City Leader. 9 Remoteness True Master. Shock Demon Master started to transmit the news. The Sector Beast has appeared right outside my miniature universe. It is now devouring the origin of my miniature universe. The Sector Beast had reappeared. The news was like a storm that spread very rapidly among all the races within the entire universe ocean, not including the two races headed by Xinjia, Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. In the virtual universe, there was a beautiful godly palace suspended in one of the individual spaces. At the highest level of this godly palace, there were 2 thrones. Beside the 2 thrones, as many as 100 other thrones were arranged according to rank. This place was True God Palace. Presently, the humans were held in great esteem throughout the entire primal universe, especially in the face of a Sector Beast crisis. Occasionally, some True Gods meetings would be held at this True God Palace, where everyone would be gathered. The 2 thrones at the highest position belonged to 2 of the 8 heroes: Milky Way Horde Leader, Luo Feng, and Primal Chaos City Leader. Even 9 Remoteness True Master had to sit one level down. This showed the current status of the humans. Hua hua hua. Many figures were appearing successively, filling up those vacant thrones at the top. garbed in a golden robe, was Primal Chaos City leader. Right away, he took his seat and looked down at the crowd. Primal Chaos City leader Golden Horn, true god from Space Beast Alliance, wasted no time in speaking up. Shock Devil God's miniature universe is being devoured by the Sector Beast again. That Sector Beast has returned as Golden Horn. True God's original body was also a golden horned beast. Throughout the entire Space Beast Alliance, it shared the closest relationship with Luo Feng. Therefore, Golden Horn, true god, was usually the main point of contact between the Space Beast Alliance and the humans. Primal Chaos City leader, Sector Beast is back here. It seems we are in a tricky situation to deal with the Sector Beast. There's only Milky Way Horde leader. But is everything going well for Milky Way Horde leader? Some of the true gods from other races spoke up. The true gods from the human race, on the other hand, kept mum. From his seat in the highest throne, Primal Chaos City leader looked down at the floor and said with indifference, Milky Way Horde leader is going through the most crucial moment in becoming a true god. His power is greatly increased, and this concerns the fate of all the races in Universe Ocean. Before Milky Way Horde leader's miniature universe is formed, no one is allowed to bother him. A voice was heard from the floor, the Sector Beast. Primal Chaos City leader responded flatly. As for the Sector Beast at Shock Devil God's miniature universe, we shall let the respective true god troops settle the problem. Instantly, no one had any different opinions to raise. After all, everyone present was from the primal universe. If the Sector Beast had the intention to devour any miniature universes, it would target those from the first and second reincarnation eras. Those from the primal universe were naturally not worried. The degree to which Luo Feng's power increased had a direct impact on their fate, so undoubtedly, no one would wish to disturb and affect him. Outside Luo Feng's miniature universe. Instantly, the primal universe sent out a great many universe masters and a handful of true gods to encircle and patrol the area surrounding Luo Feng's miniature universe. This was to prohibit any great beings from the first reincarnation era and second reincarnation era from attacking Luo Feng's miniature universe, which would disrupt Luo Feng. Everyone, take your leave. The increase in Milky Way Horde leader's power directly affects the fate of every race within Universe Ocean. No one is allowed to disturb him. Leave. In the face of the more powerful races of the primal universe, those from the first and second reincarnation eras naturally would not dare to raise any objections. Time passed, day after day. This time around, the Sector Beast maintained a continuous record of devouring. It was unlike before, when it merely ate for a day and disappeared afterward. When the origin of Shock Devil God's miniature universe was almost devoured by half, a troop of 12 true gods showed up. The moment this troop of true gods appeared, Morosa immediately executed the technique of disassembling his body and made a speedy escape. Merely half a day after the escape, Morosa showed up outside another miniature universe and started devouring again. 1 miniature universe, 2 miniature universes, 3 miniature universes, 6 miniature universes. Morosa had no intentions of battling any of them. Every time it encountered a troop of true gods, it took off immediately, even though it was only a second stage Sector Beast. Now, if it wanted to escape, there was no one other than Luo Feng and 9 Remoteness True Master who could have stopped it from escaping. Primal Chaos City leader, this is already the 6th miniature universe in Just one short month if we condone all of its devouring, the origins of our miniature universes will eventually be greatly weakened even if we do manage to evade the sector beast crisis, given how weak our miniature universes have become. We will not be able to further rise up to the level of true gods of void space. Milky Way Horde leader should be doing fine, we hope. If this goes on, those of us from the first and second reincarnation eras will find ourselves in a hopeless situation. Several overlords, including Divine I True Master, Nine-Headed Demon Master, and Juhi True God, were all communicating with Primal Chaos City leader via their transmission tokens. Like Divine I True Master, they might have had strong powers, but if the sector beast was bent on escaping, none of them would be able to stop it. Enough, Primal Chaos City leader responded indifferently. Everyone, remember not to mention devouring only part of your miniature universes, even if it were to finish off a few miniature universes, or to the extent of a few true gods being annihilated. Bothering Luo Feng is absolutely not allowed. Anyone who dares do otherwise will be an enemy of us humans. The moment he set the ultimatum, the numerous true gods from the first and second reincarnation eras were instantly left with no choice but to hold their peace. Luo Feng was completely oblivious to the chaos within Universe Ocean. In his miniature universe, Luo Feng was working on the evolution of chaos. The lofty law of chaos was starting to undergo a gradual transformation. It was transforming into the 10 major basic laws, including time, space, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, and wind. Throughout the process of change, there were also various fusion laws involved. For instance, golden space law, and time and wind law. However, these fusion laws were all concealed within the law of operation of the origin of the miniature universe. The moment they appeared, the law of operation of the origin of the miniature universe was based on the 10 major laws. The law of operation of the origin of the miniature universe would conceal every complex law. Only the law of chaos was exempt, because all of these were possible because of the evolution of the supreme law of chaos. The evolution of chaos can only be witnessed once in a lifetime. That is when one becomes a true god. There will be no such opportunity in the future. Luo Feng could not afford to be a tad inattentive, because, in the future, the exaltation of his miniature universe would only be in numerous transitive increases. The law of chaos would no longer be visible at all. Being able to control the chaos, in the eyes of the ancient civilization, would make one worthy of being called a saint. Hua hua hua. The law was constantly changing, starting out from the law of chaos alone to the point where all the other laws, with the exception of the law of chaos, were mixed together. Luo Feng carried out the transformation of the law of his universe origin. This transformation process was none other than the internal evolution of Luo Feng's universe. Naturally, Luo Feng felt overwhelmed. He had completely immersed himself in the process, and far away in the universe boat, by the black striped stone pillar, the other body, sustained by his godly power, was also rapidly brooding and comprehending in an environment where time was accelerated by 10 million times. Luo Feng's comprehension was skyrocketing at an unbelievable speed. The speed at which it was soaring was simply astonishing. When crossing the threshold from a universe master to a true god, the moment the fastest increase in level attained could be seen was this very moment, when he managed to complete comprehending the evolution of chaos. Similar to how many true gods could spend just 1 to 2 reincarnation eras Comprehending, the time they took was not comparable to this short period the evolution of chaos required. Before they could become true gods, most universe masters would likely only be fifth-tier universe masters, yet, upon becoming true gods, their level of secret techniques could quickly increase to the sixth tier as the top, or even up to the seventh or eighth tier. Before the appearance of the world of Gene, before there had been the inheritance of the ancient civilization, the most powerful outburst of combat power possible was only at the ninth tier. This was true even for the deceased huge axe and divine eye true master when relying on their supreme true treasures. This showed that, at that time, the secret techniques they had created were only at the level of the eighth tier as the top, which was already the top-tier standard of the true gods of Universe Ocean at that time. Those who almost reached the level of true gods would likely only be able to create secret techniques at the seventh tier. As for Luo Feng, he was only a universe master, yet he could compel himself into creating two sets of secret techniques that were at the eighth tier level. How abundant a supply he must have accumulated at the moment, it like an incomparably dry desert that was absorbing water like mad. During the process of evolution of chaos, all enlightenment gained via comprehension was rapidly being transformed, and the avatar, sustained by his godly power, was comprehending while memorizing everything as fast as it could. The levels attained continued to soar, from the eighth tier as the top the ninth tier as the top. Luo Feng did not comprehend any secret technique intentionally, but at that moment, the level he had attained could allow him to create a secret technique at the 10th tier level without much effort. The only catch was that there was only one chance for the evolution of chaos. The moment it was lost, there would not be a second chance. Phew! After a long while, Luo Feng finally let out a long sigh of relief. One of his eyes indistinctly reflected an endless whirlpool that devoured and swallowed as though the destruction of the universe was its purpose, while the other eye reflected a dazzling, golden light as though the creation of the universe was its purpose. He shut his eyes, and the next time he blinked, all these bizarre sights vanished. Evolution of chaos, how very magical indeed, Luo Feng mused. What a pity it can only happen once. Everything is now in place. Evolution is completed, and the laws of operation of my universe are also established. Luo Feng took a single step and emerged from his universe origin to enter into the vast miniature universe. The law of operation was established, and so, the endless chaotic airflow within his miniature universe started to transform into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lighting, light, space, time, and various other forms of energy within his miniature universe. There were also emerging continents and rivers. It was the birth of everything. This was the initial stage of evolution of the entire miniature universe. After its birth, which could be considered to be in its primal state. Even if this had been an evolution of the primal universe, it would also have to undergo the few mandatory stages of an entire cycle, namely, the stages of birth, reaching the primal state, flourishing with prosperity, entering the stage of decline, and finally, meeting destruction. The time spent on an entire primal stage was so long that it needed to be counted in units of 100 million eras. It was just like the evolution of Teacher Origin's primal universe, when Teacher Origin had provoked the willpower of the primal universe. Origin, the evolution of his primal universe, had yet to be completed. This proved that the amount of time taken up by the primal stage of the evolution of a miniature universe was extremely lengthy. The law of operation has been established, Luo Feng commented to himself. Now everything is in place for any future evolution of the universe. It's time to head back. With one stride, Luo Feng exited his own miniature universe. Luo Feng was dazed the second he walked out of his miniature universe. There were powerful forces permeating everywhere, and there were quite a few great beings gathering right outside the miniature universe. Some of the ripples were strong while some were weak. There must have been some true gods, as well as some universe masters waiting outside. Those ripples alone could deter the great beings from the first and the second universe era so that they didn't dare to come and bother Luo Feng. Luo Feng was even able to see through the space in the distance and see Long Yan, true god, who was standing far away. Why are there so many great beings from all the races in the original universe gathering outside my miniature universe? Luo Feng was confused, and then he permeated his own energy ripples. All of a sudden, the most powerful ripple in the area appeared in the vast space contained in the ripples was a force everyone was familiar with, the force of Luo Feng. Milky Way Horde Leader. It's the ripple of Milky Way Horde Leader. All of a sudden, one great being after another teleported and rushed to Luo Feng's side. One being after another appeared. They all looked at the origin of the ripple. It was a human male in a white cape. Milky Way Horde Leader. Congratulations, Milky Way Horde Leader, on becoming a true god. Congratulations, Milky Way. All the voices were echoing in Luo Feng's ears. Some belonged to beings of other races who had come to congratulate him, and some belonged to excited humans. Luo Feng reigned in his ripples. After doing that, he felt like an ordinary human being. Luo Feng was slightly dazed, reigning in forces. While trying to pull back his ripples, Luo Feng discovered that he was able to keep reigning in his forces. He was even able to pull back his ripples completely, so that no great beings would be able to find him. Generally, it was impossible to pull back life forces, as they were used to identify great beings. However, he found that he was able to do just that. It seems that there's more potential in my body, Luo Feng thought. That's right, there are 3 levels on the godly power path. At 30,000 times, godly bodies can be 10 times taller, and at 60,000 times, godly bodies can be 1,000 times taller. If someone reaches 90,000 times, he'll be able to change his godly body to any size he wants. As for me, my godly body is at 100,000 times. So it must have some unknown power. I'll need to study it carefully later. He'd already concluded that since billions of races all congratulated him when he became a true god at a life gene level of 100,000 times, his godly body was more complicated than he thought. However, he had kept his focus on the birth of his miniature universe, the structure of his universe, and the evolution of chaos, so he didn't have the capacity of study his own body. More and more great beings gathered in the space outside his miniature universe, and there were already more than 10 true gods and hundreds of universe masters. Most were from the original universe. Some universe masters had also been sent by the Divine Eye clan to help. Teacher, a red-haired teenager, flew toward Luo Feng. It was Fire Dome, true god, the most powerful disciple of Luo Feng. Fire Dome. Luo Feng nodded. 2 other beings also flew toward him. They were Long Yan, true god, and Void Gold, true god. Long Yan and Void God. Luo Feng was smiling. What happened? Why are there so many great beings from all the races gathering outside my miniature universe? I thought you were ganging up against the sector beasts. Long Yen True God looked relaxed. Haha, we're here precisely because of Sector Beasts. Sector Beasts. Luo Feng looked worried. They showed up again. Not long ago, said Void Gold True God, Sector Beasts showed up again. Those from the first and the second universe era were all very anxious. We feared that they would bother you by attacking your miniature universes, so we surrounded your miniature universe so that no other races could disturb you. Luo Feng listened while nodding. He had concentrated on the structure of his miniature universe and comprehending the evolution of chaos, so nobody was able to find him. If someone had attacked his miniature universe, they would have negatively affected him to a certain extent. How many sector beasts are there? Asked Luo Feng. This was the issue he actually cared about. It's okay, there's only one, said Void Gold True God. Long Yen added, let's go back first, Milky Way. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. He looked around and saw a large group of great beings from all the races gathering in the distance, so he said, thank you for guarding my miniature universe. I already know about the sector beasts, and I'll do everything in my power to help. It's our duty, said the various great beings from all the races. We can't get rid of the sector beasts, but guarding you is only a small matter. We wouldn't let those from other universe eras distract you from comprehending the evolution of chaos. If someone dares to disturb Milky Way Horde leader, he'll make himself an enemy of us all. Luo Feng expressed his gratitude, then went back to the original universe with Long Yen, Void Gold, and Fire Dome. Luo Feng easily connected to the virtual universe. After he went back to the original universe, the human race had prepared a grand celebration to congratulate him on becoming a true god. However, there were sector beasts outside endangering all the races, so they kept it simple. Inside the true god palace, many beautiful servants were walking around with plates on their hands, and all the true gods sat in the thrones down there. Many universe masters had gathered. There were more than 2,000 universe masters, which showed how powerful the original universe was. There were even great beings from the bug race and the demon race who had come to congratulate Luo Feng. There weren't eternal grudges among the races in the past. The power among the races had been roughly even, so the power struggle had been intense. However, the humans were now so mighty that other races like the demon race no longer had the ambition to seize the throne. There's no need to worry about the sector beasts, Luo Feng asked Primal Chaos City leader, who was sitting beside him. No need, said Primal Chaos City leader. The sector beast showed up 9 times in total, and then it disappeared. It's been half a month since it last appeared, and I assume the sector beast swallowed lots of origins and started to transform the power. Luo Feng nodded. It sounded right. Last time, the sector beast had done the same thing, as it had needed a long time to convert the energy after swallowing the origins. I think it might take it a long time to convert the power, at least 1 year, said Primal Chaos City leader. There's no need to rush things. However, these are sector beasts, after all, so the celebration is simple. Someone becoming a true god was a huge event for a race. If not for the sector beasts, the celebration would normally have lasted for a year. The one for Luo Feng only lasted a day. Besides, this sector beast swallowed the origin slower than last time, said Primal Chaos City leader. It's only half as fast as last time. Oh, Luo Feng nodded. The speed at which a sector beast swallowed an origin could indicate the power of a sector beast. That meant the sector beast this time was weaker. However, there's a chance that the sector beast is just pretending to be weak, said Primal Chaos City leader, and there's a chance he's setting a trap for you. You need to be careful. I understand, Luo Feng nodded. After the celebration, Luo Feng left the original universe and entered the vast universe ocean, beginning to patrol. It's been a long time since the sector beast showed up last time, and it should be absorbing and converting the origins it swallowed before a spaceship showed up in the chaos space, floating in place. Luo Feng was in it. It might last a long time. I need to exploit the potential of my body carefully before the sector beast comes again. Luo Feng started to study the potential carefully again. Now, he finally had some time to tap all his potentialities after becoming a true god. Of course, Luo Feng divided his consciousness into two parts. Only part of his consciousness was exploiting the potential of his body. As for the other part, it focused on the godly power body beside the black striped stone pillar in that space where time traveled 10 million times faster. He was trying to fully absorb the comprehension of the evolution of chaos. He tried to improve. He was preparing for the upcoming war. Luo Feng wasn't worried about the war at all, based on the fight against Morosa, especially given the information Morosa had leaked, and part of the information leaked by the original mind Luo Feng could extrapolate. Firstly, the original mind had said that sector beasts had to be eliminated before this universe era ended. Apparently, the king of sector beasts would not be born until the first universe era almost ended. Presently, there was still a long time to go, and besides, Morosa had nearly been crushed by Luo Feng, and it had said that after entering the third level, only Betty could have severely injured him. That meant the third level in the sector beast hive was the top power. I can easily kill sector beasts at the third level, Luo Feng thought. Months passed, yet that sector beast never showed up. This made all the races in Universe Ocean anxious. In the silent chaos space, a dark being curled up in space. Its power was gradually being strengthened. Finally, it stretched its body and opened its eyes. Finally, I've converted and absorbed the energies. Both eyes of Morosa were glinting fiercely. I've reached pinnacle level 2. It's been such a long time. That Milky Way horde leader should have shown up. Morosa knew that even if it recovered to pinnacle level 3, or even to Betty's level, it wouldn't be Luo Feng's match. Turning into a true god indicated a great breakthrough in power. The exception would be if a large number of sector beasts made attacks at the same time, using quantity to make up for lack of quality. If they cooperated and attacked at the same time, even true gods of void space would die. However, the sector beasts were trying to kill each other, so it was impossible for them to cooperate. They were trying to swallow each other until the king was born. That was their destiny. I'm coming. Morosa teleported and disappeared. Luo Feng's spaceship floated outside the miniature universe of rampaging devil god. Nobody knew where Luo Feng was guarding, as nobody knew who the spy was. Not even the human true gods. Luo Feng had gone to different places. My body has such power, Luo Feng said. He was amazed. The power of his body, after reaching 100,000 times, was incredible. Before, the life gene level had been mainly about godly power storage, but after reaching 100,000 times, it had reached a different level for godly power storage. After gaining an endless godly body, it reached its peak. Yet after Luo Feng reached 100,000 times, he had a variety of power called invisible and formless change. Luo Feng's blood, flesh, skin, and the structures deeper that were constituting his life started to change, and soon later, his skin became dark, and there was black mist surrounding his body. At the same time another head appeared on his head, and each head had a single bloody eye. It was permeating wicked forces, and it was definitely a sector beast. The forces coming from it were definitely the forces of sector beasts. Luo Feng had already reached the legendary level of 100,000 times, which was sheer perfection. Also, it had the characteristics of sector beasts and universe masters, true gods, and true gods of void space. Two different lineages were combined in the same body. The negative side and the positive side usually neutralized each other. However, Luo Feng had reached the peak and was able to merge the two sides. Reaching perfection, he was able to permeate godly power. However, if he deliberately altered the force, he was able to easily transform all the energies in his body to an opposite energy, the power of sector beasts. Certainly, that was the only thing he could do. As for the colorful portal, the separation of bodies, and the skill to breed endless warriors, Luo Feng didn't have any of those. He was only able to transform the energies. He couldn't change his soul. There were 1 billion sector beasts in total, and while they had high life gene levels, they weren't at the perfect level of 100,000 times. Only the king was perfect. Although sector beasts could simulate the force on the surface, they weren't able to convert their energies into godly power completely. If they were really able to convert the energies, there would have been no need for them to be afraid of 9 remoteness true master. Even though they had slightly lower life gene levels than Luo Feng, they were born for destruction. From level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 they kept evolving and getting stronger. The final king of sector beasts would be at the same level as the original universe, which was a level Luo Feng could never attain. After all, Luo Feng was only a creature born inside the original universe. No matter how great he was, he couldn't compare to sector beasts. Sector beasts were bred by Universe Ocean, standing in opposition to the original universe. Converting his energy into the force of sector beasts was only one of the skills. Invisible and formless also meant Luo Feng was able to perfectly hide his life force. His diagram of life structure was perfect, which was why he could perfectly hide it. Plus, he was also able to alter his force and imitate other forces. Change. Luo Feng immediately changed. He turned into sector beast Morosa, emanating the same force as Morosa. Change. Luo Feng became primal chaos city leader, having the same life force. Change. Luo Feng became 9 remoteness true master. Change. Luo Feng became blood orchid ancestor. Change. Luo Feng became a spaceship, boat of mausoleum, even emanating the same force of the valuable. Change. Luo Feng became a floating rock in the space, with the same force. He had the perfect diagram of structure, and he was able to turn into flesh and blood, metal, and plant life forms with the same force. It meant that Luo Feng could turn into any great being or any object. Of course, when it came to those that were too special, like His Majesty, the godly king from Gene Country, the willpower contained within couldn't be duplicated by Luo Feng. He was able to turn into anyone and anything within his limit. Incredible, much more incredible than the limitless godly body and flexible sizes of bodies. Luo Feng was thrilled at the 3rd level of godly body. One had a limitless godly body and a flexible size. However, compared to invisible and formless After reaching perfection, it was still inferior. Of course, this ability was not invincible. If I am locked in place, then it will be useless, Luo Feng thought. If he were trapped in a single thought void space, no matter how he changed, his enemies would be able to see him changing, so he wouldn't be able to get away. No matter how powerful an ability was, there were weaknesses. Even sector beasts had weaknesses, not to mention Luo Feng. While Luo Feng rejoiced to discover the ability he had after his life gene level reached 100,000 times, Sector Beast Morosa met Nine-Headed Demon Master again. These were what happened when you disappeared, my king, said Nine-Headed Demon Master respectfully. Did you leave out anything? Morosa gazed at Nine-Headed Demon Master with his two singular eyes. No. Nine-Headed Demon Master shook his head. Morosa waved his claws. Go. Nine-Headed Demon Master bowed, teleported, and disappeared. Morosa stood in the space of chaos air, and the air was surrounding him. He stood still, sometimes looking furious, sometimes looking reluctant, sometimes looking mad. Milky Way Horde Leader. Both of the singular eyes of Morosa glinted with insanity. I can't kill you. And I have no chance to become the king anymore, but I'll make you regret what you did. Luo Feng at true god level made Morosa desperate. He felt like an ant facing a mountain. If it could become the king of sector beasts, it could definitely kill Luo Feng. However, even in the nest of sector beasts, it was a weakling who would be crushed by the others. Back in the nest, it would be killed. It was better for him to behave insanely and perhaps successfully get his revenge. No matter what, I'll give all your information to Betty and the others. Ha ha ha. Morosa immediately started to send the message. All the sector beasts were able to use telepathy, and they could send their messages to each other naturally. Betty, and other idiots, I am the great Morosa. Aren't you all trying to kill me? Unfortunately, none of you are qualified to kill me. I, Morosa, will die very soon. The one who is going to kill me is the most powerful great being in Universe Ocean, the human, Milky Way Horde Leader, Luo Feng. Remember this name, Milky Way Horde Leader, Luo Feng. He's powerful beyond all your imagination. When he was only a universe master, he was able to overpower all the other true gods, and was already the #1 great being in Universe Ocean. When he was fighting me, he was at such a great advantage that I couldn't resist him at all, and I could only flee. I went back to level 1 from level 3, because of him. Betty, even you're not his match, and now, he has already become a true god. He's only going to get more powerful, and I can't even imagine how powerful he is now. If it's a 1-to-1 battle, even if you are at pinnacle level 4 now, you'll be killed by him. Betty, all you idiots must fight him together, or consume each other to give birth to level 5 sector beasts or higher. Fight and kill each other, and let the final king be born. Remember, beware of Milky Way Horde Leader. Don't let him destroy the sector beasts. Betty. Haha, you failed to kill me after all. The message was spread. The eyes of Morosa gleamed all the more madly, as it wasn't afraid of death anymore. Now that its message had been sent, the sector beasts would start to prepare for everything now. Haha, Milky Way Horde Leader, this is only the first gift for you. I have a second gift. Morosa instantly teleported and disappeared in the core area of one of the 3 lands of Extremis, in Tilted Peak Sector. In the Land of Darkness was the hive of sector beasts. Every sector beast received the message sent by Morosa, and it shocked all the sector beasts in the hive. They hadn't realized that the life forms in Universe Ocean, which they treated as food, could give birth to such a terrific creature. The one who knocked Morosa back to level 1 was only a universe master. Milky Way Horde leader. Now that he's a true god. Is he really more powerful than Betty? All the sector beasts everywhere in the hive immediately remembered Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng. Selah. The ferocious sector beast known as Betty, who was swallowing flesh and blood endlessly, suddenly raised both of its heads. Black blood dripped from the edges of its lips. The dying sector beast was yelling, "Did you hear that? Betty, even you'll be killed by that Milky Way Horde leader if you meet him. You'll die as well." Ka-cha. Betty opened its mouth abruptly and swallowed half of the head of the dying sector beast. Its eyes were cold. Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng. Betty whispered the name. One miniature universe after another was located outside the original universe, and they floated around the original universe. They belonged to the true gods from the original universe, so they were all very close to it. These miniature universes were all very safe. They were all connected to the original universe through universe portals, so even if they were swallowed by the sector beasts, the true gods from the original universe could arrive as soon as possible to fight them by following the universe portals. Morosa had never attacked the miniature universes of the true gods that belonged to the original universe era. Hua. The chaos air trembled. A black, ugly being showed up in space. Morosa was staring at the miniature universe in the distance. He muttered, "This is this. The miniature universe of the greatest and the first leader of the human race. Teacher Origin." It seems to be called the primal universe. Teacher Origin is completely suppressed, and he isn't even able to control his own miniature universe. He can't even drive it to morph, which is why it remains at the primal status, and without Teacher Origin to control it, that means his small universe doesn't have his willpower to guard it. Morosa was looking forward to it, which means it'll be the most efficient to swallow his miniature universe. Swallowing the origin of a miniature universe depended, for one thing, on the level of the miniature universe. The more advanced a miniature universe was, the more resistant it was. For another thing, the willpower of the true god also mattered. When Morosa had swallowed Purple Moon Holy Land, he had been able to eat it quickly. However, when Purple Moon Ancestor had utilized his willpower to guard it, the Holy Land had become much more resistant. I should be able to eat the miniature universe of Teacher Origin much faster than others, Morosa thought. Let it begin. If I can swallow the universe of the earliest leader of the human race, will Luo Feng and the humans lose their minds? Morosa expected as much. In the virtual universe, Primal Chaos City leader and Darkness True God were walking halfway up the peak of Thunder Island, talking with each other. So, a being condensed in front of them. Teacher. Both Primal Chaos City leader and Darkness True God were happily surprised, as it was unusual for them to see Teacher Origin. Teacher Origin, dressed in the white cape, said anxiously, "Go to the primal universe now. The origin of my miniature universe is being swallowed by a sector beast. I'm being suppressed, so I can't guard the origin with my willpower to resist it. I think, after an hour, 80% of my origin will be lost. Then I'll never become a true god of void space." What both Primal Chaos City leader and Darkness True God were terrified. "Okay, we're going now, teacher." Chaos and Darkness were desperately anxious. Teacher Origin was a being who had risen while the human race was still weak. He had been the first great being in universe ocean, and although he was suppressed, he had still created the virtual universe, which greatly helped the humans, and had cultivated many great beings like Huge Axe, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness True God, and Ice Mountain Master. Without him, there wouldn't be Chaos, Huge Axe, or Darkness, and Luo Feng wouldn't have obtained such accomplishments. He had made an incomparable contribution to the human race. Tell everyone go to the primal universe, now go to the primal universe now. Primal Chaos City Leader immediately gave an order through the virtual universe. The origin of the primal universe doesn't have the willpower of Teacher Origin to guard it, so it's extremely weak. It's being swallowed by the Sector Beast. Go there now, go there now. The order was sent. It's swallowing the primal universe of Teacher Origin. Goddamn Sector Beast, how dare it? God damn it. All the human true gods immediately took off for the primal universe through the universe portal. Luo Feng, who was guarding the miniature universe of rampaging Devil God, immediately took out his communications token. Teacher, answered Luo Feng. Come back now, Primal Chaos City Leader transmitted his voice. The Sector Beast is swallowing the primal universe of Teacher Origin. Teacher Origin is being suppressed, so he can't guard the origin of the primal universe. It's swallowing the origin very quickly. 80% of the origin of the primal universe will be gone in 1 hour. What Luo Feng was shocked. Normally, when a universe was being swallowed, it could last for at least 10 days. Against the swallowing speed of that Sector Beast was the primal universe that week. 80% would be gone in only 1 hour. Little did Luo Feng know that it was very important to have the willpower of the true gods to guard miniature universes. Purple Moon had slowed down the pace of his miniature universe being swallowed to 1/100th because he had guarded it with his willpower. I'm coming now, said Luo Feng. Tell other true gods to stop that Sector Beast first. So Luo Feng took back Star Tower and started to teleport to advance by himself. Universe Masters and true gods had different distances of teleportation, with true gods being faster. Why could true gods move farther in teleportation? Because the heart of true God could resist the influence with the origin, so they could sense a more distant spot. The teleportation distance of true gods of void space was larger than that of true gods. Luo Feng's miniature universe was 1,000 times larger than the miniature universes of normal true gods, almost as large as Purple Moon Holy Land. Under beginning of the origin, its origin was incredible, so his teleportation distance was at the level of a true god of void space. Shwa shwa shwa. Luo Feng kept teleporting. If I were still a universe master, it would take me 5 days to get back from rampaging Devil God. Now, it's just over 1 hour. Luo Feng was worried. Sick. Rampaging Devil God was from the second universe era, so his miniature universe was not far from the original universe, much closer than the miniature universes of the true gods from the first universe era. However, it might still take him more than an hour, so he couldn't make it in time. While Luo Feng was heading back at his fastest speed, Morosa was swallowing the miniature universe nearest to him in the space close to the original universe. It was permeating traces of circuitous light to penetrate the space, devouring the origin. So quick without the willpower, the speed is so satisfying. I can't believe I can still have delicious food of this sort before I die, ha ha ha. Morosa was devouring it with all its energies. Hung. The space around it was clotted He's coming. Morosa was shocked. It immediately separated its body into 99 parts, and they quickly flew in 99 different directions. Don't even run, Sector Beast, said a furious voice. Freeze. Primal Chaos City leader, bathed in golden light, pointed at the Sector Beast. Enraged, there was a strange token floating on his palm, which was giving out endless green light, covering an area of several square light years. The great binding power immediately worked on all 99 bodies, gradually slowing them down. Kill a Pung Gong, True God roared in anger. Lock. Hua hua hua. With him as the center, tens of millions of endless water pillars burst out and extended relentlessly, forming a vast ocean. All of a sudden, 32 of the 99 bodies were covered in the ocean immediately. Even though all those bodies tried to hit the ocean, they weren't able to make their way out. Don't you dare hurt my teacher. Darkness, True God raised his head and roared at the same time. The cloak on his back was suddenly enlarged, transforming into endless darkness. It covered all 99 bodies like a dark universe. Don't you dare hurt Teacher Origin. Die. Die. There were more than 30 true gods, and all of them were performing every skill. They knew either spiritual weapon binding skills or godly power sweeping from darkness and Pungong, those weaker true gods like Fire Dome and even the true gods from other races in the Hong Alliance all tried their best. They were doing everything in their power to save the most ancient leader of the human race. Gather the other 98 bodies of the Sector Beast that were fleeing all disappeared, and the only body left turned back to the original body. That move rendered everything that darkness and Pungong did useless. Separate. Sector Beast separated into 99 pieces and tried to flee again. It was fleeing at a rapid pace, but the binding power couldn't be overcome if there were already domain-type binding valuables in place. Any other domain type valuable would be useless over that. Meanwhile, the Sector Beast was incredibly sly and fast, and it finally made its way out of the army of human true gods. This is crazy, they're acting like crazy. Morosa was scared as it moved through space. It's only been a short while, but under that godly power consumption, 1/3 of my strength is gone. Fortunately, I decided to run immediately, otherwise, I wouldn't even have had a chance to get away. However, it's not that easy for me to give up. The more intense you get, the more satisfied I am. I am even happy to die. Morosa's eyes gleamed with madness. So it teleported and rushed toward the primal universe again. In the space outside the primal universe, Primal Chaos City leader and other true gods he was leading were all furious. Primal Chaos City leader gave an order, let's stay here and guard the primal universe. After all, it is the more fragile one. If other miniature universes of ours are swallowed afterward, we can still make other plans. Okay, answered all the true gods from other races in the Hong Alliance. Let's follow Primal Chaos City leader. Primal Chaos City leader nodded, but he was still worried. Although they were here, they had their godly power avatars in the primal universe, so they could easily connect to the virtual universe. Now the Sector Beast has started to swallow the primal universe again. It's still swallowing the universe. How dare it come again? Everyone was shocked, but, at the same time, they also received the coordinates of the Sector Beast sent by Teacher Origin. Go. Everyone teleported and dashed toward the Sector Beast. A miniature universe had a diameter of 100 million light-years. Usually, Sector Beasts were able to swallow them from several hundred million light-years away, so even if Sector Beasts randomly chose a place several 100 million light-years away from the miniature universe and began to absorb it. It would take the true gods a while to get there. The sector beast swallowed the small universe from one spot for only 10 seconds at a time, and then it would immediately teleport and flee to a more distant spot and swallow the miniature universe for another 10 seconds. Primal Chaos City leader and the other true gods were being made to look like fools. Separate now and separate into 10 different teams. Primal Chaos City leader ordered. That sector beast is obviously weaker than the one last time. Scatter into 10 teams. Even though we can't kill it, we can at least banish it. Okay. Okay. Immediately, they were divided into 10 different teams, surrounding the primal universe in different locations. By doing so, the team closest would be able to get to the sector beast in several seconds once they located it. Forcing it to flee, however, now that they were separated into 10 teams, none of the teams would be able to kill or even severely injure the sector beast. It was madness. Sector beast Morosa had gone completely mad. It had no intention of fighting any true god, and once it ran into one, it would fly away, then come back and keep swallowing. It had its sights on the primal universe. It was only able to swallow it for 1 or 2 seconds at a time, but it was determined to destroy the primal universe. A message arrived. Where is the sector beast, teacher? Finally, you have come back. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, was exhilarated, and he immediately sent a message to Luo Feng. It's at. Although he was one of the 8 great overlords, and it was easy for him to defeat a sector beast, it was almost impossible for him to kill one. In the space surrounding the primal universe, Luo Feng, clothed in a white cape, stepped forward. After he confirmed the coordinates, he turned around. With his eyes looking aloof, that's where it is. So Luo Feng took a step and teleported. He was able to teleport much farther than other true gods, although the sector beast was also able to teleport farther than other true gods. It was still a shorter distance than Luo Feng. You finally come, said Morosa. Get in. Luo Feng reached out his hands, and a tower flew out of his palm. It was Star Tower. Star Tower immediately flew to the sky, giving out endless gleaming light. There was an endless dark whirlpool at the base of the tower that covered an area of several square light-years, extending toward the sector beast Morosa. In the distance before this whirlpool, Morosa felt incredibly weak. It wasn't able to resist it in the slightest. It was immediately swallowed by the endless darkness at the base of Star Tower. Luo Feng is here. Milky Way Horde leader is dealing with that sector beast. Teacher is here. The true gods scattering around the primal universe knew that Luo Feng had arrived, so they all gathered toward where the sector beast was staying. Immediately, all the beings teleported and arrived there, arriving at the outer area where the space was condensed. After all, the fighting area was completely sealed, so they couldn't teleport in there. Look. Primal Chaos City leader and Darkness True God all looked in the same direction. The giant Star Tower gave out endless gleaming light. It was like a lighthouse in the dark. The power let out from its base covered an area of several square light-years, forming an endless, dark whirlpool. The endless dark whirlpool immediately shrank. As for sector beast Morosa, it was being swallowed by the whirlpool. Impossible. Morosa struggled to get out. The power of that black whirlpool was too strong. Even if Morosa gathered all its power, it wasn't able to resist it, let alone separate its body. break. It kept yelling, there was bloody light all over its body, its power surged as it struggled to get out of the dark whirlpool. However, no matter how it performed its bloody light technique, it wasn't able to get away. How last time, even the combination of Star Tower and space and time binding weren't able to trap me. Morosa found it hard to believe. I am now weaker, but how can Star Tower alone be able to capture me? Morosa couldn't believe what was happening, but it was of no use. So the ferocious and ugly sector beast Morosa was sucked into the abyss at the base of Star Tower. Everything went back to peace, and the dark whirlpool also disappeared. Star Tower, which was emitting a gleaming light, also flew back to the palm of Luo Feng. When they saw that scene from a distance, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness, True God, Pungong, True God, Fire Dome, and the others were all amazed. They knew exactly how difficult it was to deal with the Sector Beast, especially after the Sector Beast performed the Blood Light skill. Even Primal Chaos City Leader wasn't able to trap it. Incredible. He suppressed that Sector Beast so easily. Milky Way Horde Leader is much more powerful than before. He's definitely the most powerful True God Universe Ocean has ever seen. Thoughts flooded the True Gods' minds. Little did they know the powerful True Gods in Universe Ocean, like Divine Eye True Master, were only able to create techniques at top-tier level 9, and with Supreme True Treasures, they were able to attain techniques at top-tier level 10. However, when Luo Feng was comprehending the evolution of chaos, he was able to create top-tier level 10 techniques, and when he was patrolling against the Sector Beasts, he absorbed the comprehension he had during that time. Aside from exploiting the potential his body had, so his power had reached a new peak. Star Tower, given to me by teacher, sitting mountain guest, is indeed incredible, exclaimed Luo Feng as he took a look at Star Tower in his hand. Star Tower might have been even more precious than Wu Chi God. He just hadn't figured out how valuable it actually was. Luo Feng. Milky Way. Teacher. Everyone flew toward Luo Feng. They all looked relaxed. Primal Chaos City Leader was smiling. Haha, after becoming a true god, your power has been greatly improved. I've tried everything in my power against that Sector Beast, yet I still failed to capture and kill him. However, you captured it easily. It's more difficult to kill a Sector Beast than to defeat one, said Luo Feng. It's harder to capture one alive, added Darkness True God. All the True Gods were talking calmly. Everyone was laughing. Apparently, Luo Feng capturing the Sector Beast alive had left everyone in a fantastic mood. They could also infer just how exceptional Luo Feng was now that he had become a true god. After all, Luo Feng had only displayed a fraction of his power in that battle. Let's go back, said Primal Chaos City Leader. You guys can go first. I'll trap this Sector Beast in Star Tower, said Luo Feng. I'm going to question it to get some information. The issue about Sector Beasts is very important. All the other True Gods nodded. The True Gods from the human race left one by one while Luo Feng went back to his miniature universe in Star Tower. After all, he was able to utilize his maximum power with his origin inside his miniature universe. Inside the tower, in one of the suppression spaces, the ferocious and ugly Sector Beast Morosa stood on the ground. There was an invisible yet powerful force suppressing it. It appeared to be at peace as it waited therein. Silence. Sector Beast, a white-caped being, said as it showed up. He was stepping on the space, and he landed on the ground afterward. Milky Way Horde Leader Morosa glared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Sector Beast, you said. Luo Feng. Call me Morosa. Morosa raised both its heads. You're qualified to call me by my name. Luo Feng smirked. Okay, Morosa. Morosa nodded. Out of all the great beings in Universe Ocean, you're the only one I admire. You're indeed powerful beyond imagination. Even if I were still at level 3, I still would have been swallowed by the star tower of yours. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. He knew about Star Tower. Of course, some true gods had turned to Morosa, so it shouldn't have been a surprise that Morosa knew about Star Tower. Unfortunately, you've come back much too soon. Morosa shook its head. I assumed that you were still guarding one of the miniature universes of a true god from the first or second universe era, and that it would take you several days to come back. I tried to swallow the origin of the primal universe. Without a guard for the willpower of that teacher origin, I would have been able to swallow half of the origin in several days, even if all the human true gods had tried to stop me, and then this teacher origin of your human race would never have stood a chance to make a breakthrough. But I didn't expect you to come back this soon. Luo Feng nodded. Morosa's plan was sensible. By swallowing the primal universe several seconds at a time, it would be able to absorb over half of the origin of the primal universe. However, Morosa hadn't expected Luo Feng to be able to teleport as far as a true god of void space, which was why he had arrived. After only an hour, Morosa hadn't even been able to swallow 10% of the origin of the primal universe. I'll be thrilled if I can avenge myself, but I don't care if I fail. Morosa gazed at Luo Feng. I'm only a sector beast at level 2. A true catastrophe is coming for you, the human race, and all the others. Ha ha ha. With insane, ear-piercing laughter, Morosa suddenly attempted to self-destruct. Wang wang wang. All of a sudden, 3 levels of power arrived at Morosa. The first level of power was single thought void space from Shiwu Wing. The second level of power was the suppression from the ceiling space from Star Tower, and the third level came from the power of the origin of Luo Feng's miniature universe. All 3 levels of power were suppressing Morosa so that it wasn't even able to self-destruct. What? Morosa stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smirked. When an undying fighter met a universe knight, he wouldn't be able to self-destruct. That was due to the absolute power gap, and now Morosa, who was only at pinnacle level 2, wasn't able to self-destruct before Luo Feng either. You're indeed much more powerful than before if you can even stop me from self-destructing. Morosa was enraged. If Luo Feng had been using godly power, Morosa would have tried to neutralize it. However, of the powers that Luo Feng was using now, single thought void space, the ceiling space of Star Tower, and the origin, none utilized godly power, so Morosa couldn't even fight it. You're not going to die now, said Luo Feng. Truthfully, it was difficult to suppress someone so that they couldn't self-destruct. If Luo Feng had remained outside without the origin of the miniature universe and the ceiling space of Star Tower, he wouldn't have been able to do that. Star Tower was a mysterious valuable. Aside from the attack techniques, its major function was suppression. If someone was trapped in Star Tower, it would be difficult for them to die. This made Luo Feng doubt where Star Tower was. Actually, he no longer believed that Sitting Mountain Guest had created Star Tower himself, and that a trace of golden light had flown into the valuable and changed it qualitatively. There was no way it was a coincidence. There was no way that a trace of golden Light flying in could have sculpted such advanced techniques on it. Even Luo Feng wasn't able to figure out some of the engravings on Star Tower, and based on the connection between Sitting Mountain Guest and the world of Jin, Luo Feng believed that Star Tower might have belonged to a supreme being from Jin country, a valuable, perhaps left by His Majesty, the godly king of Jin, or one of his supreme beings. It's no use, I can't blow myself up, Morosa smirked. Do you really think that trapping me means the ultimate king of sector beasts won't be born? Luo Feng smiled. That's exactly what I mean to accomplish. According to the original mind, the sector beasts would try to kill and swallow each other until only one was left. The final one would be the king of sector beasts. If Luo Feng suppressed and trapped a sector beast so that the others weren't able to kill it, even if all the other sector beasts swallowed each other and a final one survived that was so powerful even Luo Feng couldn't rival it, no sector beast wouldn't be able to kill Morosa, then there wouldn't be any king of the sector beasts. And if there wasn't a king of the sector beasts, there would be a chance to turn things around. You're wrong, said Morosa. Even if I can't self-destruct, I'll have to fight the final sector beast, otherwise, I'll die. This is our fate, and you won't be able to do anything about it. Morosa had to do battle. It seemed that it wasn't a coincidence that the ultimate king was always born. You look so confident, said Luo Feng. Are you really that powerful? Of course, said Morosa. It's so easy for us to annihilate all the races in Universe Ocean. Even the original universe will have to destroy itself. But I can tell from you that sector beasts are very weak, said Luo Feng. Morosa glanced at Luo Feng. If you want to tempt me to tell you about sector beasts, don't try to disguise it, just ask me. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Tell me, how many sector beasts are there in the sector beast hive, and how powerful are they? Do you really think I'll tell you? Morosa's eyes were glaring at Luo Feng. I can't believe you're this stupid. Luo Feng frowned. You're such a moron. Morosa raised his head and guffawed. You want to kill me? Are you angry? Want to kill me? Come at me. Not cooperating. Luo Feng shook his head. If I can make you my slave, you'll have to follow me. Luo Feng pointed, and a beam of triangular light flew out of his finger, flying toward Morosa. Morosa wanted to dodge it, but he wasn't able to. The triangular light sank into his chest. Luo Feng had captured Morosa alive this time so that other sector beasts wouldn't be able to kill him. By doing so, he hoped that the ultimate king of sector beasts would never be born. Then they would stand a chance of surviving the catastrophe of sector beasts. This time, however, according to Morosa, it was not going to work, so Luo Feng thought of a different way. He had decided to enslave Morosa. As long as Morosa became his sole slave, Morosa would trust Luo Feng completely. From the bottom of its soul, it would even be willing to die for Luo Feng, and it would tell Luo Feng everything it knew. Once I enslave it, I might be able to cultivate Morosa into the ultimate king. Luo Feng thought, perhaps it's almost impossible to do it, but if it becomes my slave, it'll devote its entire heart to me. It will tell me everything about the hive of the sector beasts. It'll also tell me the strengths and weaknesses of sector beasts. I can only defeat the sector beasts after I know all about them. No matter what, enslaving a sector beast would give Luo Feng a much better chance of winning. Qi. After the trace of triangular light was absorbed by the body of Morosa, it said something in a mild voice, and then Luo Feng wasn't able to sense it anymore. I failed. Luo Feng frowned. Ha ha ha, both of the two heads of Morosa were guffawing, and it looked. Scornful Milky Way Horde leader, you're too arrogant, do you really think you can enslave me? I am a majestic creature, birthed by Universe Ocean, and I am a destructive being, the opposite to the original universe. Do you really think you can enslave me? Luo Feng said coldly, to be accurate, the ultimate king out of the 1 billion sector beasts represents destruction and stands against the original universes. For you, you're not qualified to do so. Morosa stared at Luo Feng with his two singular eyes and smiled wickedly. That's right, I'm not there yet. However, you're only a creature born in the original universe. Do you really think you can enslave me? Just sit and watch, said Luo Feng indifferently. Luo Feng flicked his fingers, and suddenly, traces of invisible threads gathered in front of him. The threads suddenly formed a strange picture. There was an ancient word made up of engravings on the picture. Enslave. The transparent picture broke the surrounding space and flew toward Morosa, penetrating its body. Chi. Morosa said something in a mild voice again, while Luo Feng lost his sense of the picture. Luo Feng frowned. What now? Morosa was exhilarated. Show me everything you've got, show me. Now I'm a sector beast at the same level as you true gods. You're only a true god yourself. Do you really think you can enslave me? Quick, show me. Morosa was being suppressed by Luo Feng at the moment, so it reveled in upsetting Luo Feng. Humph. Hua. Two traces of blurry, golden light shot out of Luo Feng's eyes, and the two light pillars intertwined. All of a sudden, countless traces of golden light wound around each other, forming a gigantic network of golden threads. It covered Morosa and penetrated its body, but then, it vanished. How? Luo Feng said he heard Morosa's jeering, but he didn't care, as Morosa was only a suppressed sector beast. The skills I performed are all the top tier enslaving skills from Duandong River and the world of Jin. Luo Feng couldn't believe it. I didn't even feel its resistance before the skills I performed dissipated. Normally, those facing enslavement would fight against it. One party was trying to enslave the other, while the other party attempted to resist it. If one was too weak to resist, it would be enslaved. However, Luo Feng didn't even sense resistance when performing his top-tier enslaving skills. They all vanished once they entered the body of Morosa. And I didn't feel any power consumption. Luo Feng was confused. Godly power and the power of the sector beasts would consume each other. However, that wasn't the case for blurry godly power. Many true gods were able to perform soul attacks, and those attacks could penetrate the bodies of sector beasts and damage their souls. However, the blurry godly power he used vanished without even being resisted by the sector beast. Does that mean that since it represents destruction, I'm not qualified to enslave it? Luo Feng shook his head. He wasn't willing to give up like this. I might need to use the power of sector beasts. Luo Feng pondered the issue. Morosa was exhilarated. It was sneering and ridiculing Luo Feng. Do you really think you can enslave me? Ha ha ha, come, let's see what you can do. But then Morosa's demeanor changed. How? Morosa stared at the white-caped man in front of him. Dazed. Luo Feng's forces and power were quickly changing. Soon, Luo Feng became dark, emitting wicked forces as if he were a sector beast. The only difference was that sector beasts had two heads, while Luo Feng only had one. He didn't want to change his shape as well. How can you become? Morosa shook his head. It must be fake. You're only simulating my look. The power you use isn't the power of sector beasts. I can say that for sure. Ordinary sector beasts were also able to turn into true gods and produce godly power forces. However, those were all fake, as they weren't actual godly power. Oh. Luo Feng pointed, and the threads immediately gathered in the sky. Soon, forming a new picture, there was an ancient word, enslave, on the picture. The difference was in the power that constituted the picture, the power used. This time was the peak of the power of a sector beast. The picture flew toward Morosa, who grew anxious. For the first time the picture penetrated its chest. Chi. The image immediately went into its chest. Sector. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. He was able to sense the sector inside Morosa's body through the picture. He had performed all sorts of skills, but they had all vanished each time they touched the sector. He hadn't even been able to sense it, but this time it penetrated the body, even after touching the sector. No wonder nothing worked before, whispered Luo Feng. There's a sector inside the sector beast body that resists all other forms of power. The soul of Morosa was hidden in its sector, the most important part of its body. Ho! Its soul was roaring as it tried to resist it. The picture emitted endless traces of light and tried to suppress it. It tried to attach itself to the soul, attempting to merge with the soul. Ho! Its soul was trying everything, and the sector was empowering the soul. For a long time, it was a stalemate. Pung. The picture disappeared. Luo Feng had failed again. Morosa looked at Luo Feng. It couldn't believe what had just happened. It hadn't expected a great being born in Universe Ocean, whom it viewed only as food, would be able to use the power of sector beasts. Even though Luo Feng was powerful, Morosa only viewed him as a more powerful meal. However, it doubted itself now. This weak meal was able to use the power of sector beasts, yet he hadn't turned into a sector beast. If he had, Morosa wouldn't have been able to resist it. Without turning into a sector beast and without being bestowed with their power, Luo Feng had still been able to perform the power of sector beasts on his own. Impressive, said Morosa. You're more powerful than I thought, but so what? Ever since sector beasts were born, we have had magnificent willpower. Morosa stared at Luo Feng. Our souls are almost perfect. Do you really think you can enslave me? Impossible. Even if you have the power of a sector beast, you wouldn't be able to enslave me. Luo Feng smiled. He didn't care about how Morosa reacted. Although he had failed again, he understood that there was a chance that he could succeed in enslaving a sector beast by using the power of a sector beast. That only means my soul enslaving skills aren't good enough yet, Luo Feng thought. I need to learn better enslaving skills. And then, Luo Feng sat down with his legs crossed. He sat on the ground, facing sector beast Morosa in the distance. Single thought: void space, suppression from the ceiling space, and the origin of the small universe. All three combined were repressing every inch of the power inside Morosa, so that it wasn't able to self-destruct at all. Come you! Morosa was swearing and taunting. However, Luo Feng pretended that nothing was happening. He didn't care about it. Instead, most of his mind was on the godly power avatar under the black striped stone pillar. The godly power avatar was studying the soul enslaving technique in a place where time traveled 10 million times faster. He started to learn something more complicated. He had improved a lot after comprehending the evolution of chaos when his miniature universe was born. However, after a year as a true god, Luo Feng had exploited the potential of his body and understood the invisible and Formless ability, he tried to integrate his comprehension after his power peaked also, he had focused his energy on some fighting techniques of Star Tower and Wu Qi God. Meanwhile, he had never studied the technique to enslave souls, and prior to this war, Luo Feng had never even thought of enslaving sector beasts. The more solid his foundation was, the more advanced enslaving techniques he could learn. This time, Luo Feng was studying an enslaving technique he had obtained from the world of Jin. This enslaving technique had been created by a holy being under His Majesty, the godly king from Jin country when it still existed. Its name was 3-star sector. It was arguably the best soul enslaving technique in the world of Jin. Even the enslaving techniques created by the godly king of Jin couldn't compare to that technique. Everyone had their own strengths when it came to enslaving. That supreme being from Jin country was the most powerful. 3-star sector was an enslaving technique utilized through illusion. There were different enslaving techniques, including enslaving by strength and enslaving by illusions. As for enslaving by illusion, this was done by trapping enemies in illusions without letting them realize it, and then the enemies would become slaves. Time passed. The technique was intricate, and soon, more than 1 year had passed. Luo Feng, where is he? Primal Chaos City leader asked. He couldn't wait any longer. Luo Feng had captured the sector beast alive because he'd wanted to question it. He had asked Primal Chaos City leader and the others to leave first, saying he would come back soon, but now, 1 year passed, yet Luo Feng still wasn't back. Inside the miniature universe, Star Tower was floating. Inside a suppression area in Star Tower, the sector beast faced Luo Feng. It kept taunting, laughing, swearing, and provoking, but Luo Feng simply pretended it didn't exist. "I'll be back soon," Teacher Luo Feng said via message. He had finally learned the first volume of 3-star sector. Immortal was shocked, as Luo Feng, who had been sitting for more than a year, suddenly stood up. Luo Feng stared at Morosa. "Let's see whether or not you can still resist it." "Just come at me." Morosa looked fierce, but it was actually afraid. However, it couldn't even dodge while beneath the 3 levels of suppression. Luo Feng pointed, and a crystal in the shape of a drop of water flew out of his fingers. There were engravings on the drop of water. So the drop of water went into one of the bloody eyes of Morosa. Morosa blinked both of his eyes, and then it stood there still. It wasn't moving at all. "I'm the ultimate king, Betty. I am the ultimate one. Ha ha ha." Morosa stood beside a broken body. It raised its head and guffawed. It bowed its head and devoured again. "I'll eat you after all. If I can eat you, I'll be the ultimate king, and then I'll go kill the human Milky Way horde leader. I'll be truly invincible." That pathetic Milky Way horde leader. He really looks down on me. I'll make him regret it. Morosa was insolent. Luo Feng stared at Morosa, who was still standing there without moving. Suddenly, a strange imprint of 3 drops showed up on its chest. Then the imprint disappeared. "It's done." Luo Feng saw the water drop imprint show up on the chest of the sector beast. He could sense the soul of Morosa very soon, and he was overjoyed. Morosa blinked its eyes. Dazed, it whispered, I am the ultimate king." "It's time to wake up," said Luo Feng. I should get away from you," said Morosa. "You fought so many sector beasts and left the hive in chaos. I've been struggling to climb up from rock bottom, getting stronger. I even ate Betty. I'll be the ultimate king." "How?" Luo Feng yelled. "Morosa." Morosa was dazed, and the absolute veneration from the bottom of its soul made. It bowed. "Master," it said. Luo Feng smiled. "Master, what kind of enslaving technique is that?" asked Morosa. "I didn't even realize what was happening, but I was just enslaved like that." Even though it was enslaved, it still had perfect memories of before, so it still remembered everything that had happened. However, from this moment on, Luo Feng would be the one it completely obeyed and admired. "It's called 3-star sector, created by a supreme being called Gold," said Luo Feng. "Gold?" Morosa whispered. "Yes, Gold." Luo Feng nodded. Gold was the Holy One who had been the best at enslavement under godly king of Jin country. Before Jin country was destroyed, he had been the right-hand man of the godly king of Jin. His enslaved army was a mysterious, but powerful force in Jin country. Unfortunately, it had died just like Jin country. Hong. Luo Feng's miniature universe suddenly trembled, and a powerful force swept across it, as well as Luo Feng's star tower. Hub. Luo Feng raised his head, and so did Morosa, who was shocked. "It's the rules," said Morosa. Luo Feng nodded. A supreme force had just swept across the miniature universe, and it seemed to be an alarm, a warning of life and death. "It's not that easy to enslave sector beasts." Luo Feng took a look at the sector beast beside him and felt heavy-hearted. He understood that sector beasts represented destruction. He had enslaved a sector beast just now, which meant he might enslave the king of the sector beasts, who stood against the original universe and who represented the destruction of the origin. There had to be repercussions for enslaving a sector beast. The law wouldn't simply let him succeed like that. Sitting Mountain Guest sat on a fragment of a cabin that was flying outside universe boat. He suddenly opened his eyes, as he could feel the blurry ripple. "Rules," he said. "Last time, when my disciple made a breakthrough, the supreme law was triggered." "Is that what just happened again?" Sitting Mountain Guest was a bit worried. "Has the king of sector beasts been born, or has something else that affects the entire universe ocean happened again?" "Only something major could trigger the supreme laws." Far in the distant Tilted Peak sector, in the land of darkness, inside the core, within the endless darkness, were many sector beasts. Some were fighting and eating, some hid and tried to swallow power to improve themselves, some were stalking their prey. All the sector beasts were fighting to become the ultimate king. Even the weaker sector beasts were trying to survive, causing other sector beasts to die. All of a sudden, Hua Betty, who was chasing a feeling sector beast, stopped. There was blood on the edge of its mouth. Both of its heads were looking in the same direction, and it whispered, "Morosa." Morosa whispered. A hideous sector beast, clutching an axe, looking in the same direction. Two sector beasts who were fighting also stopped. The ones hiding and recovering their power opened their eyes. The weak sector beasts that were just trying to survive also looked in the same direction. "Morosa. Morosa." All the sector beasts were dazed. They all stopped. No matter what they were doing, all of them only had one thought in their minds: Morosa. When the 1 billion sector beasts were born, they had been destined to fight and kill each other so that only one could live, which was why they could sense each other, and no matter how far they were from each other, they were able to send messages. When Morosa was enslaved by Luo Feng, all the sector beasts sensed it at the same time. The life ripples of their comrade, Morosa, sharply changed. All the sector beasts immediately understood that Morosa had been enslaved. No need for language, no need for messages at this moment. All the living Sector beasts sensed each other, and they could all confirm that Morosa, in the distance, had been enslaved. Morosa was no longer their comrade. Instead, Morosa would be their true enemy. Ho! Betty raised its head and yelled in a shrill voice. Ho! The sector beast carrying an axe did the same thing, and the voice was full of anger, hostility, and insanity. Ho 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 ho! At that moment, all the sector beasts in the hive roared at once. They were furious. They were noble creatures, yet one of their brethren had been enslaved. It was a provocation to them that could not be tolerated. It was a disgrace to all the sector beasts, one that had to be washed away by death. Not long ago, Morosa had sent a message to all the sector beasts, a message about Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng. Morosa had said that it was being suppressed by Milky Way Horde leader and had warned them to beware of the star tower of Milky Way Horde leader in Universe Ocean. It was difficult for other true gods to kill Morosa, but it wasn't impossible. However, when it came to enslaving, only Milky Way Horde leader was able to do so, and besides, Morosa had been suppressed by Milky Way Horde leader, which meant it must have been Milky Way Horde leader who enslaved Morosa. Milky Way Horde leader. Milky Way Horde leader. Milky Way Horde leader. At that moment, all the sector beasts were exasperated. They were all hostile toward that reckless Milky Way Horde leader. At that moment, they had a common enemy. It was rare for sector beasts to cooperate. They didn't want to cooperate. They were born to fight and kill each other. However, when they were threatened or angered, they would collaborate. Apparently, Milky Way Horde leader had enslaved Morosa. This incensed all the sector beasts in the hive. Ho! The shrill and insane yelling echoed through every inch of the hive of sector beasts. Inside the suppression space of Star Tower, Luo Feng had already taken away the 3 levels of power used to suppress Morosa. Since it was enslaved, so it would completely obey Luo Feng. Master, said Morosa with veneration, tell me about the hive of sector beasts. Luo Feng looked solemn. From the force of supreme laws, Luo Feng could tell that there would be dangers coming. Morosa answered, I need to tell you something, Master. I told every sector beast in the hive about you. I shared your information. What information? Luo Feng frowned. Morosa immediately told Luo Feng what it had revealed to the sector beasts. Luo Feng was stunned. Please forgive me, Master, said Morosa. I was filled with hate for you, and I was sure that I was going to die, so I wanted you dead, too. I tried to reveal how powerful and terrific you are, to motivate all the sector beasts to fight each other harder. They might cooperate under a threat. Luo Feng said, keep talking. Also, when I was suppressed in Star Tower, I sent a message to them. I told them I couldn't fight back at all. I told them that I had been swallowed by Star Tower and was suppressed, and I couldn't even self-destruct. What? Luo Feng clenched his fist. He was in trouble now. He had told the others that he couldn't self-destruct. Apparently, Morosa had been trying to warn the sector beasts in the hive of how terrific Luo Feng was, so that they would be well prepared for a threat like him. Master, said Morosa anxiously, I just wanted to take revenge against you. Which is why. I know, and I don't blame you. Luo Feng shook his head. Let me ask you, how many sector beasts are there in the hive of sector beasts, and how powerful are they now? This was the problem Luo Feng was most concerned about. He needed to know thoroughly about the sector beasts so that he could be better prepared. Morosa started to tell him everything it knew. At the start, 1 billion Sector beasts were born in the hive, and all the sector beasts were at primal status, level 1. Luo Feng listened carefully. Normally, for every 33 sector beasts born at level 1, one sector beast is born at level 2, and out of 33 level 2 sector beasts, one level 3 sector beast is born, so on and so forth, said Morosa. If there are more than 30 level 6 sector beasts born, they'll keep eating each other, and the one who survives in the end will be the ultimate king, the one with the power to destroy the origin. Once a king is born, master, you won't be able to stop it no matter how powerful you are. As for now, the most powerful sector beasts in the hive should be at level 4. Of course, the number of sector beasts at level 2 is the greatest. There are almost 10 million sector beasts in the hive now. 10 million. Luo Feng had already determined the number before, but he was still scared by what Morosa had just said. There were around 10 million sector beasts in the hive that were at least as powerful as this sector beast. No wonder the original mind was trying everything it could to stay alive. Struck by a thought, Luo Feng speedily deduced and came to an understanding. Out of 33 sector beasts, one higher stage sector beast could be born. Based on this ratio, out of 1 billion first stage sector beasts, slightly more than 30 million second stage sector beasts could be born. 1 million third stage sector beasts could be born. More than 30,000 fourth stage sector beasts could be born. 1,000 fifth stage sector beasts could be born, and slightly more than 36th stage sector beasts could be born. For now, the strongest ones within the sector beasts nest are 4th stage sector beasts, and the majority of them are 2nd stage. Luo Feng made a mental calculation. Indeed, it is still the early stage of the evolution of the sector beasts. In normal evolution, it was necessary to wait until this reincarnation era was about to come to an end before the last king could be born. Yet the threat posed by Luo Feng accelerated this evolution. Morosa Luo Feng looked at the sector beast before him. What are the powers of sector beasts like between the 1st stage and the 6th stage? What are the differences? Morosa replied deferentially, for every breakthrough to the next stage achieved during evolution, a sector beast will get stronger than it was at the preceding stage when it was just born, that is, at the initial stage after birth. It will only possess some basic means like splitting bodies to escape or swallowing origins of miniature universes. These are the most basic means that all sector beasts are capable of. Luo Feng felt a sudden burst of pressure. The moment a sector beast crossed over to 2nd stage, its power naturally becomes stronger, and it will gain an additional supernatural prowess. Morosa explained that is the ability to use the blood-burning technique. Blood-burning technique, Luo Feng responded. That was the technique that you used previously, the move of shooting blood light with your eyes. He could still remember the first time he'd had to fight Morosa. He had used the universe chain to bind him, yet, with both eyes shooting those bloody lights, Morosa had managed to break through the chains and had escaped. At that time, its power had been different by 2 levels. Morosa replied deferentially, that's right, my master. By burning up the blood within the body and transforming it to bloody light, my power will skyrocket. This is a commonly used combat method. Previously, when I crossed paths with Master's teacher, Primal Chaos City leader, and his company, I was merely a sector beast at the level of 2nd stage pinnacle. Therefore, confronting them was extremely toilsome for me, and I had to execute the blood burning technique several times. Luo Feng nodded. The blood-burning technique merely consumes the blood, it is not harmful to its origin. Morosa said if a sector beast moves up to the third stage, it will acquire a method that was truly meant for escaping sector light passageway. This method seems harmless when not executed, yet the moment it is executed, the sector beast will be able to escape for sure almost all the time, but this method is, on the contrary, harmful to its origin. This was the passageway that was filled with colored lights, recalled Luo Feng, the one that previously allowed you to escape via the method of instant transportation. Morosa nodded. Yes, those colored lights are actually sector lights. The energy released when I blazed the sector within my body, this is an energy of time and space, and it could instantly construct a passageway of time and space where I can transport myself away. However, burning up the sector, the sector is the origin of every sector beast that previous time I had initially thought that déclassing myself from a third stage to second stage sector beast would suffice for me to escape. It had never crossed my mind that Master also has a method that allows you to exert your influence within time and space. Therefore, I was forced all the way back to be a first stage sector beast just so I could escape. Luo Feng fell deep into thought. He had relied on single thought void space to keep this sector beast suppressed. A single thought void space had absolute control over that space, therefore, it was naturally able to exert an influence over the sector light passageway. What about stepping up to the fourth stage? Luo Feng continued to ask. Enslaving a sector beast was advantageous to him, as he could learn every single detail about the sector beasts and also understand all the methods they would deploy. Then, as much as he pleased, he could redeem any treasures from the world of Jin that would be useful in subduing the sector beasts. The moment a sector beast progresses to the fourth stage, the sector inside its body gets even more powerful. Morosa sighed. Without burning up, the sector light within its body can be dispersed to the outside world, thus affecting the outside world. The region that the sector light is scattered all over is known as sector light domain. Within sector light domain, the sector beast's control over the area is greatly increased, and their power will be exalted. Thus, humans like Master yourself would be bound to feel their influence. Sector light domain. Luo Feng started to worry. This seemed to be a little like a single thought void space. If a sector beast progresses into the fifth stage, it will acquire a killer move with an implicit intention of destroying the origin, Morosa lamented. From birth, a sector beast never really possesses the true prowess to kill. The methods it knows only involve the consumption of energy, the burning of blood, and escape techniques until, at this stage, it finally possesses a killer move. It is a technique named destruction. This is why, advancing from a fourth stage sector beast to a fifth stage sector beast, there is a great leap in power. Luo Feng's expression became solemn. How powerful? Luo Feng asked. Once destruction is executed, destroying a miniature universe should be a piece of cake, Morosa said. Luo Feng muttered to himself, to destroy the miniature universe of a true god. An outburst of pinnacle combat power of a true god of void space was required. If he had relied on any secret technique on blazing godly power, or relied on Wu Qi God, Blood Ghost Blade, or Shiwu Wings, he could still attain this level. How terrifying! Luo Feng shuddered at the thought of this. This killer move only contained the partial prowess of destroying the origin. Morosa said only the true and last king of all sector beasts wields The complete prowess of destroying the origin of 5th stage sector beast. When it executes this killer move, it also has to pay quite a heavy price, as this is extremely energy consuming. It might not be willing to execute it so easily. What about the 6th stage? Luo Feng persisted in asking about every single detail. The 6th stage, Morosa said, momentarily startled, then slowly, he said. The moment a sector beast enters the 6th stage, it will almost be as good as telling the other sector beasts that all hope is gone. This 6th stage sector beast will eliminate everything that poses a threat to it right away. It will kill all other 5th stage sector beasts that might be a threat to it. And it will do so as early as it can, so long as it is not a foolish sector beast. The first to enter the 6th stage will almost certainly become the king. Even though it had been enslaved, Morosa was still quite obsessed with the title of king of the sector beasts. After all, since birth, it had been fated to live with the purpose of becoming king. Luo Feng was quick to return with another question. What is special about this 6th stage sector beast? In terms of ability, it would be slightly stronger than the 5th stage sector beasts, Morosa said, because it possesses a much greater amount of power. The technique destruction can be executed a great number of times. What is special about it? Luo Feng asked, without a pause. There was something special about these sector beasts at each stage. It was no different for the 6th stage sector beasts. 10 million other bodies, Morosa responded slowly. What? Luo Feng's mind blanked out for the moment. This is also why the first sector beast who becomes a 6th stage sector beast is most certainly going to become the king, Morosa said, crossing over to the 6th stage. The increase in combat power is not considered tremendous. But when equipped with the ability to execute technique of 10 million bodies, the sector beast will be able to divide its body into 10 million other bodies and scatter them all over universe ocean in its attempt to hide from enemies. Even if you meet one of the 10 million bodies, fighting with it and killing, it would only mean that you have gotten rid of one of its other bodies. It would not have much of an effect on it, but, of course, out of the 10 million other bodies, there will still be the original body. Morosa continued, that original body will be the one with the strongest combat power. The other bodies are generally very weak. Those other bodies are not used for the purpose of battle, but rather, more for increasing the chance of survival. So long as there is one other body that remains alive, it will be able to rapidly absorb energy to restore power. Then, once again, it can recover back to the 6th stage pinnacle. So even if the 100 plus 5th stage sector beasts were to combine forces and kill the original body of a 6th stage sector beast, after a period of time, another body of the 6th stage sector beast, which has been absorbing energy, would once again appear. Luo Feng found it all so crazy. A sector beast gained a new ability each time it went up one stage. By the time it reached the 6th stage, it would gain the ability to execute 10 million bodies. How do I kill it? Luo Feng asked. First, Morosa began, by killing the soul. So long as you manage to attack and kill the soul of any of its bodies, all the other bodies will be annihilated once and for all. And, of course, for the 6th stage sector beast, its soul will be incomparably powerful. Even for you, my master, it is impossible for you to kill its soul, at least for now. Luo Feng nodded. Second, Morosa continued, kill all the 5th stage sector beasts that pose any threat to you. Killing all the leaders within the pack will ensure that no 6th stage sector beast can be born. Luo Feng understood it was a precautionary measure. Third, Morosa went on, is through the influence of fate. Fate. Luo Feng was befuddled. Morosa nodded. The fate for all 1 billion sector beasts is ultimately to give birth to a king, so there are a few ironclad rules that must be adhered to. For instance, after a 6th stage sector beast is born, if another 6th stage sector beast emerges, the two must fight one another to the death. Even all their other bodies must be involved. The victor lives on, while the defeated one shall be annihilated. This is why, for 6th stage sector beasts, no matter what, there will only be one who truly lives at any point in time. 2 6th stage sector beasts fighting one another to the death. This is an ironclad rule. There is also a specific time limit in which all the living sector beasts must fight one another in life and death battle. This is the final time limit. Or, for instance, if there are only 2 sector beasts remaining, where one is at the 5th stage and one is at the 4th stage, then they must fight one another. The surviving one becomes king. Luo Feng was shocked to learn this. You are saying that a 5th stage sector beast can also become king? Yes. Morosa nodded. Our fate dictates that out of 1 billion sector beasts, the final one standing will be king, regardless of whether it is at the 1st stage or the 6th stage. In the end, there is one survivor. So long as the others are dead, only one needs to survive. It will be speedily exalted to the position of king. Of course, under normal circumstances, the final one standing will be a 6th stage sector beast. What Morosa said weighed heavily on Luo Feng's mind. These creatures were truly worthy of representing destruction. Even without a king, they were already so terrifying. Crossing over to the 2nd stage, there was the blood-burning technique. Crossing over to the 3rd stage, there was the sector light passageway technique. Crossing over to the 4th stage, there was the sector light domain technique. Crossing over to the 5th stage, there was the destruction technique. Crossing over to the 6th stage, there was even the 10 million bodies technique. What would it be like if one of these sector beasts actually became king? The moment a king is born, Morosa said with a heavy heart, no one shall be able to stop it. Master, even if you are 10 or 100 times stronger, you will still be unable to stop the final king. This is because the king of sector beasts does not actually need to be present to make a move. It is able to breed many powerful warriors, and any single one of these warriors is already more terrifying than a 6th stage sector beast. Even if you manage to defeat one, it would breed another warrior that will be stronger than it was in the end. You will be the one being annihilated. Luo Feng finally understood that the willpower of the origin held him in high regards. Given the potential and power of the sector beasts, even without evolution, 10 million of them would be able to subject the various races of Universe Ocean to tens or even hundreds of rounds of extermination. Relying on the other great beings of Universe Ocean, there really was not a trace of hope. Even for him, there was only a single trace of hope, but the greater possibility was extermination. Master, Morosa said solemnly, I have one more matter I need to inform you about. This matter is of the utmost importance. Luo Feng was taken aback. Morosa continued gravely, from the moment I came under your command, millions of sector beasts from our sector beast nests caught wind of the news. This is because all of us sector beasts are able to detect one another, so they are all able to detect current goings on. From that moment, all the sector beasts became extremely angry. They see Master as their greatest enemy. At the same time, I also became their greatest enemy. and everyone will want to kill me. And you, my master, also, their evolution will certainly be greatly enhanced. Master, you must deal with those sector beasts as soon as possible. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid we might allow the births of too many fifth stage sector beasts. The biggest enemy, Luo Feng, was terrified. Yes, said Morosa. Master, you should know that every sector beast is very proud of themselves, as all of them think sector beasts are the noblest creatures in universe ocean. However, I am working for you now. Being furious or intimidated by your power, they will treat you as their ultimate enemy, and they might even join forces to fight you. They're already evolving at peak speed now. Master, you can't waste any time. How much time do I have? Luo Feng asked, frowning. Originally, it will take at least several trillion eras for the ultimate king to be born, said Morosa. As for now, it might only take around several 100,000 eras. Besides, Master, you should act as soon as possible, because the sector beast standing at the peak grows the fastest. Betty is now at level 4, and if it keeps swallowing, it can totally reach level 5 in 10 eras, and in the next 100 eras, it is likely to reach level 6, and when it reaches level 6, it'll kill all the other sector beasts as soon as possible, which is why, Master, you'd better act soon, ideally, in the next era. The sooner, the better. Luo Feng was pondering what Morosa had just said. Okay. In world of Jin, far away, the godly-powered avatar of Luo Feng was still in the military camp of the East Army. Has it begun? Whispered the godly-powered avatar. The 5 laws of sector beasts. It's indeed a catastrophe. He then triggered the ring of military points on his wrist. Wang. The space around him changed, and it became a vast world of military arms. A golden being arrived and said respectfully, Mr. Milky Way. The godly-powered avatar nodded. Give me a list of all the true god-level valuables. Although there had been more than 1 trillion eras, Luo Feng hadn't made a large amount of exchanges yet. There were many different valuables within the human race, but those only cost Luo Feng a small part of his military credits. He had obtained a large number of military points from Swan Queen and Fire Polishing Wu. However, he hadn't exchanged them for valuables yet, as he wanted to prepare for the sector beast crisis and obtain valuables that were actually helpful for the situation. Now, he had obtained lots of information from Morosa, so he could convert the military credits into valuables useful for dealing with sector beasts. Besides, he could always resort to the godly king of Jin in Wuqi Tower, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to get a valuable in Milky Way Holy Land in the original universe. Hong Long Long. The space cracked as if the apocalypse was coming. A space and time portal was formed. Luo Feng, dressed in a white cape, stood there, manipulating everything. Freeze. A giant but dark door was floating there. It was the entrance of the universe portal, which led to the miniature universe of Luo Feng. Luo Feng gave an order, guard the portals, don't let anyone damage it. Yes, answered the 3 true gods and over 100 universe masters. Luo Feng nodded, feeling relieved in the time since he had enslaved Morosa. He had built 3 universe portals after returning to the original universe, and they were all portals leading to his miniature universe, to the great beings from the human race. They all thought that Luo Feng had the biggest chance of transcending incarnations. Luo Feng's miniature universe was indeed enormous, 1,000 times larger than those of great beings at the same level, which meant it was able to accommodate far more great beings. When this universe era was over, many humans would move to the miniature universe of Luo Feng, so 3 portals were far from enough. You guys are responsible for everything in Milky Way Holy Land now, said Luo Feng. You can decide on the common issues, and if something important comes up, report it to Primal Chaos City Leader. From now on, I won't see anyone until I come out. Yes, the great beings answered. Luo Feng turned around, took a step, and disappeared from the space he had already entered Star Tower, where he began the most crucial training. Inside Star Tower, Luo Feng sat with his legs crossed, contemplating. I need to get to the hive of the sector beasts as soon as possible, he thought. I'd better leave in one era, and in this era, I must finish Undying River. This crisis concerned billions of races in Universe Ocean. Luo Feng didn't care about the other races, but he held the human race and the Earthlings dear. To protect his teachers and family, Luo Feng was willing to die, if that was what it took. If I can finish Undying River, I can revive myself. Even if I get killed, I can't lose this fight. I have to finish Undying River. Luo Feng closed his eyes and started to practice one of the 3 secret techniques of Duandong River. Undying River. Before completing Undying River, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to journey to the horrendous hive of sector beasts. After all, there were over 10 million sector beasts in the hive. If they teamed up and attacked him, he would be easily annihilated. When the quantity was large enough, it could make up for the quality. Time passed. 1 year after another went by. Beside the black striped stone pillar, time was passing 10 million times faster than outside, and Luo Feng kept exploiting his potential. He kept perfecting his comprehension and techniques, studying the Divine Eye secret technique and Lai Yuan technique. Although he wasn't strong enough to practice Lai Yuan technique, he needed to comprehend it, and then, when his willpower reached the holy level, he would be able to finish practicing it in one shot. Wu Qi God, Shi Wu Wing, and Star Tower, these were 3 of his most important valuables, so he needed to pay more attention to them. Inside Luo Feng's miniature universe. Inside the chaos air, Luo Feng, clothed in a white cape, was walking among the air. He quickly entered the origin of the universe. Luo Feng looked at the 100,000 stars floating in the space of origin, and the whirlpool space at the center of the 100,000 stars. He smiled and waved his hands, and a drop of golden blood appeared. There was golden light gleaming on the blood, and there seemed to be a screen of light covering it. Engravings float on the screen. This drop of blood contains my complete life imprint, muttered Luo Feng. If I die, this drop of blood will be able to absorb energy, and I can be revived. I can only make 1 drop of Undying River blood in over 1,000 years. Luo Feng looked at that drop of blood, which flew into the whirlpool space. It kept spinning relentlessly in the whirlpool like all those 100,000 stars. 1 drop is enough. Even if I die, I can still be revived with this drop. When I am resurrected, I'll just make another drop of blood. Luo Feng turned around and left the space of origin. 1,890 years after Luo Feng enslaved the sector beast, 2 beings stood in the space outside Milky Way Holy Land. Are you going to go to the hive of the sector beasts alone without telling anyone? Primal Chaos City Leader was surprised. No need to tell anyone else. Luo Feng shook his head. If I succeed, then let's tell others, but if I fail, we had better not tell anyone. Don't you need to say goodbye to your family? Primal Chaos City Leader asked, hesitating. No need. Luo Feng shook his head. I am just here to tell you, teacher, that I'll be alive whether I succeed or not. There's no need to worry my wife and family members. Only you should know about it, teacher. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Luo Feng then stopped talking, then took a step and disappeared. Primal Chaos City leader stood in space, silent for a while, then he whispered, please, come back alive. Even though Luo Feng had said with certainty that he would come back alive, Primal Chaos City leader was still worried sick. It was the hive of sector beasts, after all. On that day, Luo Feng left for the hive of the sector beasts. Other than Primal Chaos City leader, none of the great beings in Universe Ocean knew about it. In the vast Universe Ocean, Star Tower was progressing forward, teleporting. The destination was the fourth land of Extremis, the world of Gene. He had chosen to go in the 1890th year, because the world of Gene would be opened again at this time, meaning he could enter again. He had decided to go to the world of Gene and convert his military credits into lots of valuables first. Morosa. Luo Feng looked at Morosa at his side. Morosa was all he had now. Master, said Morosa, you're going to the world of Gene. Now I can travel there with you. However, when you go to the land of darkness, I can no longer enter. All the sector beasts would be able to sense my presence if I go there. It means I leak your presence to all the sector beasts. I need to stay in Universe Ocean so I can sense the traces of the sector beasts. Then I can notify you at any time. Luo Feng nodded. After he brought back the valuables from the world of Gene, he would put the sector beast in his miniature universe. No matter how far he was from the miniature universe, he could know exactly what happened there if Morosa spoke. In the miniature universe, he would know, even if he was in Land of Darkness. Wait, asked Luo Feng Morosa, I'm going to the Land of Darkness now. If you're not going with me, you can go to Purple Moon Holy Land. I'll arrange for one of my godly-powered avatars to position Boat of Mausoleum outside Purple Moon Holy Land. No one in Purple Moon Holy Land can do anything about Boat of Mausoleum. In your Boat of Mausoleum, just start swallowing that Purple Moon Holy Land. As you swallow Purple Moon Holy Land, you can also sense what is going on in the hive of sector beasts, and you can also tell my godly-powered avatar. When my godly-powered avatar knows, I'll know about it as well. Okay. Morosa was eager, as it craved delicious food. Luo Feng's eyes glinted ferociously. Purple Moon Holy Land was of no use when it came to dealing with sector beasts. Now that it was useless, and since Purple Moon Holy Land was already his mortal enemy, he would just get rid of it. However, it'll take me a long time to swallow the origin of Purple Moon Holy Land, said Morosa. Purple Moon Holy Land is more powerful than the miniature universes of normal true gods, and it has strong resistance. I can only swallow it 1/100th as fast as miniature universes of true gods, and it's enormous. It might take me a long time to completely swallow it, perhaps 100,000 years.